4 hours are powered by the Tulalip Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook,
Keep your head up now. We got a long day.
where the action never stops.
Are you writing this down?
And now, something completely different.
This is Chuck and Buck in the morning.
What's up, folks?
Why, you people are beyond human.
Let's go.
Let's get the game on!
Oh, great morning to you. Welcome in. It is the Wednesday edition of Chuck and Buck in the Morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is wonderful to have you with us here on this hump day. We've got 4 hours planned for you today, and we are going to cover a great number of subjects before our show comes to a close. And we hand things off to Greg Bell. It is Chuck Powell. It is Ashley Ryan with you, and good morning. One more day of heat, it sounds like, that's coming our way. So just, for all of those that have been waiting for this, soak it up, because I guess it's going to get pretty chilly on Thursday.
Then it's going to rain
Yeah.
forever.
And I'm all right with it.
Yeah, no, I don't
Okay with
like
it.
it when it's sunny for like 3 weeks straight. I need rain in between.
Yeah, toss it in there. Nobody just wants lettuce in a salad. You want some other things tossed in
Yeah,
there.
give me the bell peppers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, throw some almonds in there.
Sure. Give me some corn.
Yeah, why not?
I mean,
Why not
the
have
world's
corn?
my salad oyster.
So good morning to you. Before we get into some sort of big sports topic here, since that's what we do for a living, I do want to say this. So lately, when you get like junk mail or junk phone calls or whatever the case may be, I mean, I've just gotten to the point where I just let it all go. And I don't ever answer my phone if I don't recognize it. I don't pick up my mail regularly or even open it because I feel like it's going to be some sort of scam that's
Okay.
trying to suck me in. And then you get a lot of spam emails. Well, lately, all of a sudden, I keep getting on my phone a bunch of these emails. And it's people that want to get my book and want to promote my book, and that maybe it's not reaching the right audience. Now, for those that don't know, I have written and published a book before. Now, the publisher went under, so it's not even active out there. And yet, I have some other things that I've worked on in the past that are sitting there until I can figure out how to crack this, how do you get published code. They're just sitting there. They're just waiting for them. So I've been looking for, that lightning bolt to come from the sky, like somebody to say, hey, I read your book. What's going on with that? This should be more famous than it is. I kind of am waiting for that email or that text or that phone call from some, guardian angel who's going to unlock that part of my life because I've worked really hard at it. So lately I've been getting all of these emails about we'd really like to get a hold of your book. And I don't know how seriously to take them. And now, all of a sudden, they're getting, specific. And it turns out that, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, what is going on? Because that's not my book.
Oh.
You have my right name, but that's not my book. So finally, I don't know why it took 3 days, but I finally just now looked up, who is this guy that wrote Abby's Quest? And I pulled this Abby's Quest up, and it says, a book by Chuck Powell. I'm like, what is going on? Then I'm start thinking, because my publisher went under, that maybe somebody stole my book and just changed, the name of the main character, which is Contessa, and changed it to Abby, and now it's Abby's Quest, and somebody stole my material. So I'm reading through it, and it's not even a fiction book. It's a book about leadership
Oh.
and things like that. And so now I'm like, well, who's this Chuck Powell? So there's a guy who's a CEO of some leadership company out there that apparently has written this book. And so now I'm getting his emails. People think it's me. I guess I'm somewhere on some sort of email chain for new authors or something like that.
Okay.
So they think it's me. I have not responded to any of it. So then I'm like, oh, man. So now what? Am I going to have to change my name if I ever get published? Because there's another Chuck Powell that's suddenly become far more successful than I have at selling books. So now I'm like, all right, let's find out more about him. So I started Google searching him this morning. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. This guy's starting to get pretty popular. let me just see. Let me just Google search and see which Chuck Powell comes up first. And it's me!
Oh, victory!
It's still me!
Victory. Suck it, other Chuck Powell.
Take that, buddy!
Yeah, you and your leadership book.
Yeah, see
Take a walk.
See where that'll lead you.
I think you should write back to the publishers and be like, you know what? I hate to break it to you. You got the wrong Chuck Powell, but I did actually write a book.
Yeah,
Here it is.
maybe I should.
Yeah.
I don't know just how to respond to that. I don't even know if it's somebody just still trying to get my credit card information. I have no idea.
Well, if they ask for your credit card, then they're definitely not looking to publish your book.
Hey, why don't you Google search Chuck Powell and see who comes up first? Other Chuck Powell. See where
Yeah.
that leads you, Captain Leadership.
Guarantee you it'll lead you straight to me in sports talk, but I also got a book.
So, yeah, mystery solved. It's not me. There's another Chuck Powell that's writing books more successfully than I ever did.
But you're more popular.
But I'm the more famous person. So eat it.
Ha 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 ha. That other guy should change his name.
There's a realtor in Arizona when I lived in Phoenix, and his name was Chuck Powell, too. And he might have been more popular than
Dang
me.
it. But only in Arizona.
Yeah, because he had billboards.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he had to pay for him. It's not like someone bought him for him.
That's true. I had a couple billboards,
Yeah.
and somebody paid for them.
See?
So we're pretty even.
Now, who's better?
Here's the point. When it comes to people named Chuck Powell in America, I'm at least top 3.
I would agree. Unless you're in Arizona, it might slide down a little bit.
Right.
Yeah,
There are
yeah,
certain
yeah.
places in Arizona where people will recognize my name. But most places, they're going to think of the realtor. I've come to grips with that.
That's all right.
Yeah. And,
Houses are important.
and I can't wait. The first time I'm at the bar and I give somebody my name and they're like, Abby's Quest.
It's going to be awesome for you.
And I've got to say, oh, no. You're
No,
confusing.
Contessa.
But
Google me. B.
if you'd like to know the truth, have you ever played the game where you just start entering your letters of your name and see the famous?
No.
Like you just go letter A and you see the first person whose name pops up?
Mm-mm.
Let's play that with you.
Okay.
Just real fast.
Oh, yeah.
A.
Hopefully it's not Abby.
Yeah, that would be something. Amazon comes up first, but the first name that comes up, and this is just a prisoner of the moment thing, AJ DeBonsa.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
AJ DeBonsa, and we're going to get to him in a second. AS, Ashley Furniture.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
Let's
That's
put
a
an
big
H on there. Still Ashley Furniture. First famous person, Ashton Kutcher.
Oh, yeah, he's a good one, too. Yeah,
Okay.
that Punked show really took off.
ASHL, Ashley Padilla. I don't know who that is.
I don't think that's a famous person.
American comedian and actress.
That's,
Maybe she's with the younger people. Maybe the younger people love her. She's
Maybe.
ahead of Ashley Judd.
Wow.
And Ashley Simpson.
I think she's paying for
Maybe.
her search engine
Maybe.
prowess.
Maybe she made like a sex tape recently, so she's really
Maybe.
popular right now. Maybe she got drafted last night in the NBA.
Those are two ways to jump up to the top of the Google search, that's for sure.
That's how Devonsa got there.
Yep.
Let's put
which
the
one?
E on there. Same Ashley Padilla, I would imagine. Yep, when you spelled out. So Ashley Padilla apparently is the most famous Ashley in the world right
I
now.
am baffled by
Yeah,
this
I don't know
person
who that
I've
is.
never heard of in my life.
Ashley R. Ashley Rothschild, musical artist.
I was going to say she's probably from the Rothschild family.
Probably. That's a good bet.
Ashley Padilla's on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, which one is she?
She's got short hair and it's brownish red.
Is she? Oh, wait a minute. Was she on? There's that new TV show that she might be on, the Scrubs remake.
Oh,
That same girl?
I don't know. I'll have to have a look at that. Let's see. It just says Saturday Night Live.
Ashley R.Y., by the way, Ashley Ryan, musical artist.
Oh, yeah.
No. I take that back. Ashley Ryan, KJR, comes up first. It just doesn't have your picture.
Yeah.
Now, there is an Ashley Ryan musical artist, and it's not you.
No,
but
I've heard of
you
that person.
are more famous than her. So, Ashley R.Y., you are the most famous Ashley R.Y. in America, according to Google.
Yeah.
How about that?
Suck it, other Ashley.
Isn't that good to know? Doesn't that
Ryan.
lift you? You're like, eat that, Ashley Rycroft. whoever
For
that is.
sure, Ashley Ryland.
Ashley Ryder. Who do you think you are?
Not famous, that's for sure.
Better do a Google search, find out what the score is.
That's right. Someone did give a suggestion on the, I was going to say Tullamore Dew text line, but it's not that. Tacoma Dodge text line. Use your middle initial with your name when you write your second name.
I never intended to use my radio name. Ever. But then when I published my book in Phoenix, they wanted to use my radio name.
Got it.
Because it might sell 4 books.
Well, hey, that's more than 0.
Right. That was their theory. 4 books is more than 2.
Also, Michael has seen you and Bucky's faces on the side and back of buses.
Yes. Yeah. That caught my mom off guard one time.
Yeah,
when
I
she
saw
was
myself on a bus once.
Yeah, when she visited me in Phoenix, and all of a sudden we went by a bus, and
Yeah.
she saw my face on there.
Yeah.
Because my mom for a long time was like, "What do you do for a living again?"
That's fair. Someone would like to know where they could find your book if they are able to
I don't
find
think
it.
you can anymore.
Oh, darn
But we're going to get it done. We're going to get that fixed. We're
Okay.
going to get it repackaged and republished and everything else. And I'll let you know, believe me, because obviously I'm going to need some PR help.
Right.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
gotcha.
All right, let's dive into our top story of the day. And I do believe that it is the NBA draft here this morning. Very predictable last night, very chalky, which is always a little disappointing for draft fans such as myself. And so, you want something to kind of shake it up, but there was a pretty definitive, these are the top 4 guys. And believe me, every single mock draft that I looked at before last night had them in the order they were drafted last night: DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and Wilson. So nothing surprising about that, certainly. And then there was a group of guards that everybody was hyping up, and then they went with the next 4 selections. So there was really nothing surprising about that. I was a little surprised that Darius Acuff didn't go ahead of Mikal Brown Jr. I think the Kings are going to pay for that. Or excuse me, the Nets are going to pay for that for a long time. I think he should have taken Acuff. So there wasn't really a surprise there. The draft really didn't start going like in terms of surprises. I mean, we're still, for draft people, I mean, I like seeing young people's dreams come true, and this is really the only area you can see it ever happen. So I was still enjoying it, but it really didn't. We didn't really get a surprise until like the 9th pick in the draft. And this was a special moment in the draft last night because Dallas Mavericks are drafting. All the draft prospects, almost all of the first rounders were invited and were in the room, and almost all of their head coaches were either at their table or in close proximity. Well, for the Michigan 3 players that got drafted last night, all of them lottery picks, their head coach is no longer their head coach. He was just hired 48 hours ago by the Dallas Mavericks to be their head coach. So now he's in the room. He's in the room with them, but he's not at a table. I guess maybe conflict of interest. I don't know. He's sitting against a back wall. So he's within at least arm's reach that he can go out and hug a dude. But he also doesn't want to be like, I'm still your coach. I'm the Mavericks head coach right now. So Dusty May standing over, he's standing on the wall. Get your back up off the wall. Dance. Come on. So
really good.
he's a little wallfly over there, just sitting in a straight back chair, not in the war room with the Mavericks. He's on those sidelines.
He's like stuck between 2 worlds.
Yes. And so it was great seeing his reaction. And now all of a sudden the Mavericks are on the clock, and people are wondering, is he going to take a Michigan Wolverine? He not only takes a Michigan Wolverine, he takes the guy that no one thought would go first, and that is Merez Johnson Jr., who, by the way, if you watch Michigan play, they're all very good. Those 3 guys are all very good. But he was the guy, the unselfish guy that did all the little gritty things, and he's also incredibly long and incredibly athletic. So if that doesn't give you an indication, here's Dusty May, like, I don't know how much input he had on the draft pick, but I'm assuming considerable since they took one of his players.
I would assume so.
But he ends up having to basically announce to the world, yeah, this is the guy I think's going to be the best out of you 3. Love you all.
Yeah.
But this is the guy that I want to keep playing. I want to keep coaching more so than you 2. So good luck to you. But then he celebrated like mad the drafting of Yexel Lendenberg to the Warriors at 11, and then right next to him at 12 was Ade Mara, who went to the Thunder. Boo. So in 4 picks, 3 Michigan Wolverines all came off the clock while their head coach, who's no longer their head coach, was standing on the sidelines rooting for them, but now has a different role in life. So that was a fascinating aspect of last night.
Yeah, and it is. You do have to think that he would have had quite a bit of a role in that. It wasn't. I don't think that Dallas would have left him out of it and been like, oh, he's going to be biased against Michigan guy or for Michigan guys. So let's leave him out of it, and maybe we'll draft a non-Michigan guy. I mean, I think that's cool that he went with the one that people would have least expected.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're right. I think he would have had some input, but you do wonder in 48 hours' time if he just burst open the saloon doors and like, there's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah.
We're going to do things my way. Whatever draft preparation you've done to this point, general manager, we're taking one of my guys. I don't know if it went that far either. So obviously, I think they were probably down the road with Merez Johnson Jr. and their draft and their scouting, and then all of a sudden they get Dusty May, and he's like,
yeah, that's the guy.
Hell, maybe that came up before they even hired him. Maybe they called him to interview him about the Michigan players and who we should take, and they were so impressed.
That's true.
That they're like, wow, I like this guy.
Yeah, that's a really good possibility.
Should we just go ahead and hire him?
Yeah, let's just, we were just calling to ask you about the Michigan guys, but you actually seem to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he might have said in the interviewing process, like if they might have asked him, like, which of the Michigan players would you, if you had to pick one, and you will, if we hire you, you will have you might have to pick one.
It's like Sophie's Choice.
Yeah. And he was like Merez Johnson Jr. And maybe, I don't know. So anyway, that came off the board. I thought the Milwaukee Bucks had a terrific night. And in reaction to the Giannis trade, I mean, trades always are difficult when you are giving away a franchise player and maybe the most popular Buck in the history of your organization. That's a tough transition. So I give the Milwaukee Bucks. I sort of criticized Milwaukee at the trading deadline for not moving Giannis, but then they would have had to wait months with their fan base like hating to not know the new direction. Well, in this particular case, they trade their most popular player, and then the very next day they get to apply new faces for the franchise that their fan base gets to kind of rally around. I thought it actually really smart.
Yeah.
And I thought they had a really good night to be able to come away with Braden Burries at 10, and then Nate Ament from Tennessee at 13, I thought was a terrific combo. And they had to take them in that order. Otherwise, the last really good guard was going to come off the board. So they had to take them in that order. I don't know what Bobby Marks was talking about last night. They had to go guard first and then the big men because there were still big men on the board. So I thought a really good night for them last night. And now Bucks fans now have faces to put with the trade that they made of Giannis. And so it's going to be good going forward. And then the last thing that I would mention is Hans Steinbach. He did go last night in the lottery, barely, but he did go in the lottery at pick number 14, and he is now a Charlotte Hornet. And there are a lot of trades that take place during the course of the night, but he put on a Charlotte Hornet hat. He went to bed thinking it was a Charlotte Hornet, and he woke up this morning being a Charlotte Hornet. So, I think, and I'm glad Scott Van Pelt said this again last night because I'm with him. I think it is probably the dumbest thing in sports is that the NBA still has these guys in their moment where they're drafting, putting on hats, posing for pictures in hats, wearing hats that we all know they're not on that team. Why would you introduce them and have that picture for the rest of their lives when they're not even in the hat of the team that wanted them? I don't get it. I'll never understand it.
So you think that Hans should have gone somewhere else?
No. I'm saying when they put hats on the players when they're drafted,
yeah.
In the NFL, they will announce the trade immediately. The NBA has so much red tape that they won't clear a trade until the beginning of the year. And so all night long, guys are wearing hats of teams they're not even on.
Got it.
So I don't know why that's so difficult to do, but I think it's a terrible look that you could, this is the picture of you on draft night, and you're not even wearing the hat of the team that drafted you. So at least Heinz Steinbach didn't have to go through that. He was drafted by the Hornets. He was not traded, and he woke up this morning still being a Charlotte Hornet.
Excellent.
All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
Coming up on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
All right, NBA draft round number 2 will be today. They split it up. Let's face it, it's not quite the NFL draft. I don't know how much of that I'm going to watch. Jaylen Brown did not get traded last night. As a matter of fact, Brad Stevens spoke about the uncomfortable nature of still having Jaylen Brown on his roster, and he said Jaylen Brown is a huge part of our future, and so don't believe rumors. So he tried to downplay it all he could, and also tried to sell it that Jaylen Brown is still going to be a part of the Celtics going forward. We shall see. The NHL draft will be on Friday. Right now, the Kraken have the 7th overall pick, but Jason Botterill, the general manager, told us earlier this week that, yeah, we'll move that for the right piece. That's something that that is on the table for us. Last night, the Chicago Blackhawks traded the 4th overall pick in the draft to the Buffalo Sabres for a couple veteran pieces, and Blackhawk fans lost their ever-living minds over it. I don't know if I've ever seen such vindictive, vicious criticism than what I've seen after that trade last night. The World Cup, England played to a draw with Ghana yesterday. That's a big upset in the soccer world. Meanwhile, USA has already clinched an advancement from group play, but they will go for the sweep against Turkey tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Anders Hurst is going to join us today at 8:30 to discuss that. I can't imagine why Christian Pulisic is going to play in this game. You've already clinched everything.
I would think if he's dealing with with an injury that could linger, give him rest.
Qatar will be taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina right here in Seattle at noon as round number 3 of Group 1 play begins here today. National Football League, we'll talk about this a little bit later on. Brendan Sorsby will not be in the supplemental draft. The NFL has shown everyone what true power really is. We'll talk about that today at 6:45. We'll also continue our Seahawks 1 series with the one, the only David Softy Mahler today at 7:05. Tony Castricone has left Seattle. He is going to become the voice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And speaking of Buccos, the Pittsburgh Pirates hosted the Mariners last night. The Mariners won by a final score of 3-2. Randy Arozarena back in the lineup. Dom Canzone not in the lineup, but actually good news on the Dom front. They don't think they're going to have to put him on the IL, which is shocking to me. Mariners win. They move 2 games over 500. Same 2 teams play at the same time tonight, 3:40. It'll be Brian Wu versus Braxton Ashcraft. And the reason I didn't give you more details about this game in our What's on Tap segment brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino is because Mariners Morning After is coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Is everything. EverythingToledo.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey!
Very night at the Roxbury over here.
Oh, boy. A victory last night for the Mariners in the Steel City of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They didn't even know what hit them.
Baseballs.
Oh, yeah.
That's what hit him.
Good morning to you. It's time for Mariners Morning After here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings. Ashley Ryan, Chuck Powell with you, and we have our post-game show to get through. A highlight, a soundbite, a preview of what's going on tonight with the Mariners, who were in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania last night for the first time this season, and it was the first time in his young career that Pittsburgh native Cole Young got to go home and play against the team that he rooted for as a child and in that stadium that was built probably during his adolescence. Mm-hmm. How old is that stadium now? But this was also an opportunity for George Kirby to try to get back on track and Cal Raleigh to get back on track. Mariners were trailing 2-0 in this game, and it was only the third inning, but I would imagine Dan considered putting Alex Hoppe in the game at that point.
Why not? They were out of it.
Yeah, when you get down 2, it's pretty much over, right?
Yep.
Well, in the top of the fourth, Cal Raleigh cut that lead in half. He had a home run to right center field, and, man, it was good to see. It was his 8th home run this season, his first home run. And I know how much time he spent on the injury list since that last home run. But, man, I'd have told you at the beginning of the year that Cal would go 2 months without a homer. That was his first home run since April 27th last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, and yeah, he was out with injury, but still, that's a long time.
That is a long time. A guy that hit 60 home runs last season, and he went 2 months this baseball season without connecting for a home run, and we still have a first-place team. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is.
2-1 at that point, and it would remain that way. George Kirby worked all the way through the 6th inning. I even wrote down in my notes, man, George is just not going to get run support this season, is he? Even in nights where he battles and comes through, he gives up. There was an error that allowed one of his runs to score, and then he doesn't get support from the offense again, or so you thought. Then we went to the top of the 7th. Luke Raley worked the count, ended up doubling to center field off of starting pitcher Mitch Keller, and then the hometown kid came up to the plate with his baby face and his dimpled cheeks, Cole Young.
Deep fly. Cole Young, does he get enough? It is gone! Cole Young, welcome home! A go-ahead 7th inning home run, and they are going crazy in the streets of North Allegheny. What a blast from Cole Young, man!
Mariners TV, Aaron Goldsmith on the call.
It was cute. It was a good call.
It was it's funny you say that, because listening back to it, I'm like, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Watching it on television, I'm like, Aaron, can you really? That almost went out of the damn stadium.
Yeah.
And you couldn't tell that off the bat? You're sitting there like, did he get enough? Did he get enough?
Yeah.
Did he get enough what? To hit it to New Jersey? Like,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, he got plenty.
Yeah. I mean, there was the potential to, like, right off the bat,
like, oh, boom, that's
go crazy for the hometown kid connecting on his first home run in a while as well. But he's so guarded about missing and not being able to detect.
Yeah.
He's got a perception problem when it comes to whether or not guys have hit home runs or not, whether or not they got it or not. And so anyway, I that's what I saw on the television screen. But, yeah, he got enough. Cole Young, 382 feet to right field, nearly went to, like, the top of the deck there in the right field bleachers to give the team a 3-2 lead. And then Dan jerks George Kirby out of the game. Good move. He gets Ferrer, 1-2-3 inning in the 7th. Bizzardo gets through the 8th. And then Andres Munoz comes into the 9th, and looks like Mooney is back. I mean, struck out Callahan, struck out Horwitz, struck out Lau, and the Mariners win it by a final score of 3-2. Here is Dan Wilson after the game.
He's still been fairly consistent, and I think his approach, the way he's approached
Talking
it,
about
and
Cole
again,
Young.
just the way he approaches the game in general, just stays on the level, and that's really what has helped him, go through these adjustments. And again today, I thought he just, he didn't try to do too much, but trying to get a guy over in that situation to get him to third base, and got a pitch he could handle and pulled it out of the ballpark. So, just a great at bat, and I think that's what we've seen from him all along. I don't think that's changed. I think that's what we're going to continue to see from Cole. Those are the seats he used to sit in. I mean, it's got to be pretty cool. Talking to he and talking to Colt Emerson too, who used to come here quite a bit. Those guys sitting up there in the outfield, being able to put a ball up there to win a ball game. That's got to be a full circle moment for your life, and really cool that it happened for Colt tonight.
Dan Wilson talking about pretty much only Cole Young and his return home to Pittsburgh. Very exciting, the future with that guy.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, and he gets the big hit. And I said it yesterday. I said, don't be surprised if he doesn't rise to the moment, because he just has this low heartbeat about him. He doesn't see what he's done as a big deal. There was probably, I'm not even kidding you, there's an element of Cole Young like, why do so many people back home want to see me play ball? Like, there's this like angelic innocence about him where he doesn't understand. Like, I guess I'm good at baseball. It's not a big deal. And even when people back home want to make a big deal out of him, I remember asking him at spring training, like when you went home, because he goes home to the off season and tries to hang out with his old buddies. And I'm like, so are the ladies all over? He goes, not really.
He had to get 50 tickets for this series.
Yeah. So I love it about him. I hope that doesn't change. He's going to become, I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to talk more about it later. He's going to become a wildly popular Seattle Mariner.
I believe that.
Over the next few years.
Yeah.
He is going to become a fan favorite. And I do believe the girls are going to go nuts for him.
Yeah, they probably are. I mean, here I think they probably already are.
You think?
Yeah, it's probably, I could see, like, I guess.
He's not yet a household name. Whenever he starts becoming a bigger name and people are actually going to the park because they want Cole Young, I want to go see Cole play, then the young girls are going to start going crazy.
Yeah, but you get,
because he's so cute.
You get
he's like
girls
a boy
already
band
that
guy.
go to the park that are hoping to meet a ball player.
Well, I know that.
Yeah, so I feel like they're already like, oh, he's young. He's definitely single.
Well, that's just because of the predatory nature of young girls.
That's right.
But I think
Correct.
Cole Young, I think Cole Young is going to end up being a heartthrob in this town. Brian Wu already is one, and he's going to pitch tonight in Pittsburgh against Braxton Ashcraft. If that sounds like a funky name, like
Sounds like asshat.
probably just like sounds like the type of guy that would own an antique store, in a small town.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go to Ashcraft's. Well, he's actually been out pitching Paul Skeens this year. So this is not some easy road that the Mariners are going to go down today. And hopefully Brian Wu's road woes he can put behind him, because he was great again in his last start, but that was his home. That was his home game. He has not pitched well on the road this year. So we'll see how this goes. 3:40 first pitch as the Mariners try to make it 3 in a row. Coming up next, boy, did Brendan Sorsby get a taste of the true power of the NFL yesterday. We'll talk about it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. a fascinating and just chapter in the sordid Sorsby affair.
Sordid Sorsby affair. I like that.
That was written last night by Roger Goodell in the National Football League and its attorneys. If you weren't aware, Brendan Sorsby, Cincinnati quarterback, had a breakthrough year, decided not to go to the NFL draft where he would have been drafted. Transfers to Texas Tech, follows the NIL money. They were going to make him a very rich young man there at Texas Tech. And then we find out that Brendan Sorsby is addicted to gambling, and he has been gambling aggressively throughout his collegiate career on all sorts of sporting events, including football, including games involving teams that he was on the roster for. No information as to whether or not he ever bet on a game that he actually played in, but he certainly bet on his own team while he was at Indiana, which was before he was at Cincinnati. Welcome to the modern world of college football. So Brendan Sorsby and his attorney work like hell to try to get him reinstated back into college football. The NCAA was fighting it like mad. A judge in Texas Tech gave him a slap on the wrist and was going to let him back in. And the NCAA, with the help of the Big 12 Conference, said, nope, we're going to fight this. And we're going to just keep stringing this out until the college football season expires practically. We're going to make your life a living hell cutting through red tape before you can ever put on a red jersey for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Well, Brendan Sorsby had enough. Fine. I'm not going to play college football, so I'm going to enter the supplemental draft this year, which is a silent auction format. Sorsby and Sorsby alone would have gone into the 2026 supplemental draft, which is available every year, but that doesn't mean that the NFL is going to conduct one. And so they went over. Sorsby's like, okay, well, now I'm in this draft. And what would happen is every team would silently, quietly submit their bid, and Sorsby might go for a third, fourth round pick in the 2027 draft to ever bid highest for him. So that's where it was. Well, the NFL has been silent about all of this until yesterday. And they're like, oh, you think it's just that easy, huh? And they wrote a letter that pretty much hit him right between the eyes. They were like, no, your petition filed 3 business days before the deadline, without any supporting information or documentation, and only after abandoning your recent litigation efforts to avoid NCAA sanctions, does not provide a basis for the league to alter our plans. We are not going to have a supplemental draft. And they added, when asked about it afterwards outside the letter, an NFL source told ESPN, his application carries with it a lot of issues, core of the game integrity issues. So the NFL said, no, you can't come into our league. Not yet, anyway.
Right.
So his next opportunity wouldn't be until the 2027 NFL draft. He could enter the 2027 NFL draft. But they decided, you're the only person who's petitioned to be in the supplemental draft. We're not going to have one, especially for you, considering the sordid history that you have with gambling. So, no, it's not that easy. You're not welcome here.
And that's how college football should be. I mean, and Texas Tech should be handling it as well. I mean, you shouldn't be letting someone off the hook, regardless of if it's an addiction or if it's not. You should not be letting him off the hook with something that is literally deadly to your sport. I mean, someone gambling on their own team could be the downfall of your whole sport.
We know that the NCAA has never been a real popular organization, and recently it's gotten neutered in a lot of ways. It doesn't have near the potency it once had. Some might argue it's entirely impotent at this point. But they weren't able to deliver this message to Brendan Sorsby. He was still going to be able to fight if he wanted to from a legal standpoint with his attorneys, and maybe he would have shown up in a Red Raider uniform. Well, meet the power of the National Football League. Meet the power of the Shield, because they're just like, nope.
Yeah. No, we take this stuff seriously. Texas Tech might not, but we do.
They could have just written a letter saying, no,
Yeah.
Signed Roger Goodell. I mean, that's how powerful an entity they are in comparison to where the NCAA is these days. And man, that's impressive. That's like cold. That is some cold-hearted poop right there that they just pulled on Brendan Sorsby. And yeah, I'm for it. I think it's the right decision to make. And the National Football League says not everybody gets in. And they've let a lot of questionable characters into that supplemental draft. But in this particular case, they were drawing a line. Now, I should say, as we wrap up the conversation, Sorsby's attorney said that we're not done. He claims they're in violation of the collective bargaining agreement and the law, and he is going to pursue with the NFLPA a way around the decision by the National Football League. But I don't think they're going to get their way. So we probably haven't heard the last of this, but man, that's announcing what big stick you carry right there yesterday in the National Football League. I was impressed. Headlines are next. Plus, it's our Seahawks 1 series with David Softy Mahler on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Can you believe what you just did here tonight in your homecoming?
Yeah, it's pretty special. Especially got all my family here, all my friends, and to do it in the park. I grew up watching them. It's really cool.
Most memorable moment of the big league career so far?
Yeah, this has to be top 3. Yeah.
And then, of course, you guys getting the win just as important. I mean, just kind of wraps up what a perfect night it was for you.
Yeah, no, it was a great night. Good thing we got the win. That's all that matters.
Team.
He's like a hockey player.
Kind of is.
Yeah.
Did Brad Adam pinch his cheeks before the interview ended?
Yeah, he tussled his hair, too.
Did he really?
Yeah.
You're a good kid.
Yeah, keep it up, champ.
You're a good kid there. It's Chuck. It's Ashley with you. 7 o'clock hour here on this hump day. And yes, we'll start there with our headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. The Mariners do win over the Pirates last night 3-2. It was Cole Young's first game to be played in his hometown of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as a major leaguer. And he had the biggest hit in the game, a 2-run homer deep to right field. Andres Munoz closed it out, looked outstanding last night, and the Mariners win by a final score of 3-2, puts them 2 games over 500. Randy Arozarena returned to the lineup last night. Dom Canzone has not been placed on the IL, and there's some hope that maybe he won't have to be placed on the IL, which is good news. Meanwhile, the 2 teams that played last night meet again in Pittsburgh at the exact same time, 3:40. Brian Wu will pitch for us. Very good right-hander Braxton Ashcraft will go for the Pittsburgh Pirates. The World Cup continues right here in Seattle today at noon. Qatar, I'm being told to pronounce it Qatar, versus
works either way.
Bosnia-Herzegovina. That's going to be at noon today. And as the third round of group stage begins today, and Seattle will be hosting at noon. U.S. will play Turkey tomorrow at 7 o'clock. This would be funny, right? So apparently Turkey did not like globally having the pronunciation and the spelling of their country in English spelled like the bird that we eat at Thanksgiving in America and a lot of other places. So they changed it. So they changed the spelling globally to Turkey and the pronunciation to Turkey. Wouldn't it be hilarious, and I mean hilarious, if we just started calling our bird Turkey?
Just then make them change it back to turkey.
Right. And then we start spelling it that way. Hey, Mom, Dad, would someone please carve the Turkey?
I'm in. Let's do it. I don't eat a lot of turkey or turkey or however you pronounce it at Thanksgiving, but...
Would you like white or dark turkey meat? Your choice.
Combo.
Yeah. I think that would be the ultimate joke to play on turkey.
I like that plan. I'm going to have that at Thanksgiving.
We start changing our spelling of turkey to Turkey and pronouncing it that way. Also, NHL draft is coming up on Friday. The Kraken have the 7th overall pick. Meanwhile, the NBA draft held last night. Number 1 pick was A.J. Debonsa out of BYU to the Washington Wizards. Darren Peterson of Kansas went 2 to the Utah Jazz. Hans Steinbach of Washington went 14th overall to the Charlotte Hornets. Joining us now on the radio program is the one, the only David Softy Mahler for the Seahawks 1 series.
That's Ernest Jones.
Was that on the air? Sorry about that.
Yeah, Sam. Watch your mouth there.
I was told I was here to talk about Ernest Jones.
Yeah.
Man, and Ashley sent me a text yesterday asking if I'd come on the air and talk about Ernest Jones, and that's what I told her.
I got 2 words for you. You.
I'm surprised you still have me on after that exchange. Hey, how come nobody's talking about George Kirby yesterday, by the way? Best start in like a month and a half.
Well, we talked about him a little bit.
I don't think you did. If I didn't hear it, it doesn't count.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. The show is all about me.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. When I tune in, I need to hear about George Kirby kicking ass last night against the Pirates.
Okay, we're going to operate here. If you could just do me a quick favor and just send me like subjects you'd like to have me discuss, that would help.
That'd be phenomenal.
That would help. Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen Mando and Grogu yet, so don't ask me about that.
Okay.
We can talk about Qatar if you want, and the pronunciation of different countries in the World Cup, because that stuff irritates the hell out of me.
Don't you think it'd be funny though if we just change the spelling of our turkey?
I think it'd be
to
very
Turkey?
funny, and I think, you know what? This is America. We'll do whatever the hell we want. How's that sound? We're hosting the tournament in Turkey. Whatever the hell you people want to call it, we'll call it what you want when we host the tournament there. But as long as the tournament is in America, we'll call it whatever we freaking want. You ever seen Coming to America, the movie, by the way?
Yeah.
It's America, Jack. All right? We call it whatever we want. Break my foot off in your royal ass. God, I love that movie.
It's a great movie. All right, well, Sophie's joining us for the Seahawks One series. It's one local analyst breaking down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview.
Yeah. AKA 9 people said no, and you had to call me last night. I get it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's
I know where I
actually
stand.
pretty accurate.
Yeah, we got
I know
down.
where I stand on the totem pole.
Yeah.
I get it, man.
It's the fourth week we've done this. It's getting pretty thin. The options are kind of running out.
You know what? This is why I am your long reliever for blowouts. All right, game's over. You bring me in to clean up the mess for the final 5 innings.
David
down 10-1 in the 5th inning. I'm coming in.
David Hoppy Mahler joining us here
fine.
on the radio show. All right. Well, you already mentioned it. We're going to talk about Ernest Jones. And I'm glad somebody wants to talk about Ernest Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, because this guy obviously, you kind of think back on it. Mike McDonald is what turned things around. I give him most of the credit.
100%.
For what's happened in the last 2 years. But the one signature move that sort of indicated that, oh, no, there's a new sheriff in town was when he said, give me that Ernest Jones guy in the middle of last season. And since that time, completely different football team.
Well, here's the thing that I love about it. First of all, it's 3 years in a row at the deadline where they've made a major acquisition, right? Like, I don't know if there's ever been a Seattle sports team. I'm thinking about the Mariners, the Sonics at the deadline, the Kraken at the deadline, the Seahawks up until the last couple years at the deadline where they've gone out 3 years in a row and just hit a home run the way John Schneider has at the trade deadline. First was Leonard Williams, then it was Ernest Jones, and then it was Rashid Shaheed, right? I mean, that's 3 years in a row where they just hit freaking bombs at the deadline. So good for them. And then number two, the difference between this franchise and maybe other teams in town and other franchises in the NFL. Does anybody remember the famous linebacker duo of Dotson and Baker from back in the day?
Yeah.
Remember those two knuckleheads? And John Schneider and Mike McDonald looked at those guys and just said, nah, this ain't going to work. We ain't going to get to go where we want to go with those two guys running around at linebacker. Let's go make a move for Ernest Jones. So the fact that they gave up on both of them and swallowed their pride, more John Schneider, I would think, Chuck, than McDonald, but the fact that they were able to just, admit a mistake and just not compound the mistake and go out and get Ernest Jones at the deadline, I just think it just shows you where this team is at in regards to winning. I mean, it's the number one thing. It's all that matters. Nothing else matters besides championships for this franchise, and they prove it with moves like that. So that's number two. And then number three, I just remember watching Ernest Jones play when he first showed up, and I'm asking myself, why the hell did the Rams and Titans give this guy up?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, what was it about Ernest Jones that wasn't working there? Because I think you're right overall, Chuck, and I've said the same thing, that the best thing this team does is the brain of Mike McDonald, right? I mean, his schemes, his philosophy, his defense, he is the absolute number one reason, I believe, why the team is where they're at right now with John Schneider right behind him. But man, for him to identify for Mike to identify Ernest Jones in Tennessee, even looking back at maybe some of his Ram tape and say, hey, this guy's a good player, but kind of nondescript, right? Not many people around the NFL are talking about Ernest Jones. And then he comes here and he's basically the leader of the best defense in the NFL. It's unbelievable.
What about that mentality that he has? I mean, it works so well here. I mean,
right.
This city loves that guy that just does not care about anything else but telling you exactly the way they feel.
That's right.
We did not care.
Yeah, exactly. What about his mentality? Why is this relationship between the Seahawks fan and the Ernest Jones type? Why does it work so well?
I think it's pretty easy. If you had a guy that talked like this,
I got 2 words for
right?
you.
Okay.
You.
And went out and just played like a clown, looked like an idiot, right? It'd be easy to bury a guy, but they absolutely back it up. They back it up. I mean, look, this is not the first time that Ernest Jones has said something like that. And what I thought was really cool, one of my actually favorite Ernest Jones moments as a Seahawk has nothing to do with what happened on the field. You can talk about the pick six against Minnesota, the interception against Brock Purdy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. How about when he did the whole FU thing the first time? Does anybody remember when it was, by the way?
Oh.
When he first said that? It was after Sam Darnold threw 4 picks against the Rams.
Yeah.
And he was the one that came out and just defended him. Said, look, that's my quarterback. He pulled a Terrell Owens. That's my quarterback. And he said, you don't like him, you can F off.
Yeah.
And I thought that was great, right? For a guy like that to come out and have the back of a dude in Sam Darnold, who, if you remember at that point, Chuck, was struggling, right? He had the bad game against Arizona. I believe the week before, he had the bad game against the Rams, and let's face it, basically cost them the win because he threw 4 interceptions. And here comes Ernest Jones defending him in public. I thought that resonated big time in that locker room. I thought it resonated big time with Sam Darnold. And then Sam Darnold goes out and obviously just lights the world on fire the rest of the way, man. So good for him for having his quarterbacks back like that.
Softy's with us. It's our Seahawks One series. One analyst breaking down one key Seahawk player for one entire interview, and we are breaking down Ernest Jones this morning with the face of our franchise, David Softy Mahler. So let's talk about like the history. I mean, it's a really interesting middle linebacker history for the Seattle Seahawks, from the colorful and Brian Bosworth to the dominant and Bobby Wagner. Ernest Jones is the latest chapter. Where does he fit? Like, I mean, is this above Lofa Tatupu? Is this a Lofa Tatupu type? We're not going to put him on Bobby Wagner's level, but are we talking about one of the most impactful middle linebackers in the history of this franchise?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to not put him on that list because he's got a title, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I think we're at a point now as Seahawk fans where, and we can do these things. We couldn't do these things when I was growing up in Seattle, but now you can do it. That you got 4 Super Bowls, you got 2 titles, and by the way, you probably should have 4 titles, right? I mean, you should have beaten Pittsburgh, and let's face it, you should have beaten New England the first time. So this franchise probably should have 4 championships. I mean, I think I'd put him in the top. You know, look, I mean, without looking at a list or anything off the top of my head, Lofa was a first-team All-Pro in 2007. Ernest Jones hasn't accomplished that. You know, he was a 3-time Pro Bowler, you know, finished second in the Defensive Rookie of the Year voting in 2005 when him and Leonard Hill, came in together. Leroy Hill came in together in 2005. So I'd probably put Lofa as a player slightly above Ernest Jones, but he never was able to really have the impact. Obviously, he went to a Super Bowl as a rookie. And then the Seahawks lost Steve Hutchinson and lost to the Bears the following season. If they would have had Hutch, they would have beaten him. And who knows, maybe Lofa gets back to a Super Bowl, and maybe they beat the Colts, unlike the Bears did that season. So I'd probably put him top 5. You know, Bobby Wagner's up is number 1 with a bullet by far and away. I mean, you can argue Bobby Wagner is the greatest Seahawk of all time, right? I mean, I'd say Walter Jones, but if you had an argument for Bobby, I would not, say that's stupid.
Yeah.
Fred Young is on that list for me. Obviously, Lofa Tatupu's on that list for me. No question about it. You know, I would put Leroy Hill, too, along with Lofa Tatupu on a list like that. But, yeah, I think Ernest Jones has a shot to creep into the top 5. But let's not forget, too, man, the difference between Ernest Jones and those other guys. And it's weird because you think of Ernest Jones and you think of a guy that you really know. He's only been here for 2 years, right? Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have that long career that guys like Lofa had, obviously.
Well, I'll take it a step further. It feels like he's been around forever. It feels like he was a pain in our ass as a Ram, and then he was with the Titans.
Right.
And he's been here for a couple of years. He's only 26 years old. I think he actually even looks older than 26, but he's only 26 years old. He should have a lot of football ahead of him.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine this defense without him, right? I mean, he's the vocal guy. He's almost like the public face of this whole thing. I don't know, behind the scenes, who the actual true leader is of the Seahawk defense, but I would assume that Ernest Jones is on the list, right? I mean, guys like Devin Witherspoon, guys like Byron Murphy would be on that list as well. And This is a dude that's got one more year left on his contract next year. You know, I mean, the Seahawks are trying to get deals done before deals expire. Did it with Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're trying to do it with Devin Witherspoon, and we'll see if they can do it this next offseason with Ernest Jones.
The other thing about him is that he spent all of last season telling Greg Bell and others, don't worry about it, I'm going to be a Seahawk. I mean, and that's the other thing that resonates with this fan base. They like the in-your-face, confident, capable football player, and they also love the guy that's like, I have found my home. I'm not going to go anywhere. I mean, he's just endeared himself to this community, and you're right. I can't imagine him not being the linebacker for a few years of the Seattle Seahawks. Oh, did we just lose him? Did he run out of patience
I don't know where he
with
went.
me?
Yeah, he must.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find him.
Okay. All right. Boy, that would have been the ultimate, like, I've already covered this, Chuck.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just gone.
What kind of operation are you running?
He's trying to reconnect, he said. Oh, he's back. Hold on. He's back. Here he is.
Sorry about that. Apparently, you got to pay your internet bill these days. I thought it was all free. I apologize. Honey, pay the internet bill. Yeah, we're all good to go. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No,
I'm being told that you made a phenomenal point, by the way, when I was off.
No, yeah, it was epic. No, but we already talked about how he endeared himself because his directness and backing it up with his abilities, but also he spent the year telling Greg Bell and other beat writers, hey, you don't have to worry about my contract. I'm here. I'm staying a Seahawk.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that resonates with this fan base, that loyalty that I can go anywhere I want, but I want to be here. It really scores with Seahawk fans.
Well, look, I mean, those comments, you're exactly right. I mean, I do, the cynic in me, the skeptic in me takes it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because I think it's easy for a guy to say, hey, don't worry about me, when the team is winning and he's got a year and a half or 2 years left on his contract. If the Seahawks don't give him the deal he's looking for, then maybe we do have to worry about him, right? I mean, we'll see what happens when they throw an offer at him. But yeah, I mean, I just think if you're John Schneider and Mike McDonald, this is a guy that you just can't imagine this defense not having, right? I mean, from a leadership perspective, obviously. Like, when was the last time you can just close your eyes, right, and just think in your mind, when was the last time Ernest Jones really screwed up? When was the last time you saw Ernest Jones do something really stupid, either on the sideline or on the field? When was the last time he pulled a Reek Woolen? When was the last time he was out of position, for example, as a linebacker? You just don't think of things like that with Ernest Jones. You think of the word that comes to mind for me, guys, is reliability. Right? I mean, this defense shows up every single week, and I expect and just assume that Ernest Jones is going to show up and be great every single Sunday. He may not be, Dick Butkus, for God's sakes, or Mike Singletary, but he's going to be a steady hand every single week for this football team. I can't even remember the last time I was pissed off at Ernest Jones or irritated for him screwing up in a football game.
Well, what a great installment of the Seahawks One series. And if anybody disagrees, F you.
Yeah, that was really good, man. That was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think when they talk about the great radio segments and this radio station's history, this will be right at the top of the list.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Usually you do gravitate toward the segments where you lose the guest for a little while.
We should podcast this and make sure people understand how great it is. Yeah, right.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you joining us. What do you got going on later today?
Let's see. What's today? Wednesday. Florio will join us. Great day to have him on with the Sorsby stuff. We'll get his take on that. Petros at 4, obviously. And then we got Larry Stone coming up at 5 o'clock tonight to talk some Mariners. Get his thoughts on Logan Gilbert being a part of the piggyback on Saturday with Emerson Hancock. So, yeah, good stuff.
All right.
And it's all free, by the way. So, don't worry about it.
Yeah, we won't charge you this time.
Nope.
You're the man. Thank you.
All right, bud.
All right, there he is. David Softy Mahler joining us for the Seahawks One Series. We'll have our Seahawks One Series recap later in the show today as well at 9:30. ABC's of the M's is coming your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. yesterday, so that's where we will pick it up. And S is for stubborn. Stubborn. Have the Mariners gotten to the point where they are just stubborn about this piggyback situation? That Logan Gilbert and Bryce Miller could separate themselves here recently, and yet you are just so fully committed to the concept of it to keep Luis Castillo stretched out that now you've just crossed over. Okay, first I thought creative, innovative, but now that two guys particularly have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the pack, and you have George coming off a good game, do you think maybe they're just guilty of being stubborn? Like, we've committed to this. Everybody agreed to it. We want to see this out. We are very curious as to whether or not this will work. And now they're just being stubborn about it rather than adjusting back to normalcy.
I don't think they are being stubborn about it, because I think in this case they did say they were going to go through it 3 times, right? And I think you can't have one blow up, because out of the 4 times they've done it, there's been only one blow up.
Yeah.
And you can't then let that dictate.
From only one of the guys.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. You can't now let that dictate, oh gosh, we got to stop this. We can't do this. This is a disaster. It was 1 time out of 4. It was 1/2 of 1 time. I think you got to continue with it. See what happens. I think after this, they're going to have to make a decision. I don't know. I don't think they're going to continue the piggyback all season long unless something happens in the next 2 outings, I suppose, are just the best thing that's ever happened.
Huh. Well, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's fair, that it's not been as disastrous as some people are making it out to be.
The last one was, yes, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it was
Just because I don't think you should have taken, because
it's the worst case scenario that's what unfolds.
Yes.
You take out one guy that seems to be on a roll and then blindly bring in another guy because you made a plan beforehand, and then that guy does not get the job done. And yes, that's where it looks gross.
Right.
It looks like it went haywire. And you've also committed to, doing it 1 time through the rotation. It's not the end of the world that Logan Gilbert only goes 5 innings in a game, and Emerson Hancock works out of the bullpen 1 time this season for 4 innings. It's not the end of the world that Wu and Kirby do it. If that keeps you from making the playoffs, we got a much bigger problem, especially in a year like this. But I will say the whole idea behind it is to figure out how best to go forward with your starting rotation. And I think we're going to have to go through an awful lot of this, awful lot of hand-wringing, an awful lot of fan base anger, even though you and I have been pretty safely on the other side of that anger. And at the end of the day, I think what we're going to reveal is that the guy that we thought should have been in the bullpen is going to end up being in the bullpen.
Yeah, and I do think that's where it's going to go. But
Yeah.
I think at some point I think they're also buying themselves some time in case of any injuries or any concerns. I think they're buying themselves some time because they don't want to have to send someone to the bullpen that shouldn't go to the bullpen if they shouldn't go to the bullpen. And they want to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed before they make that decision, because I don't think they can come back from it once they send someone to the bullpen.
Well, we went through the rules yesterday, my new piggyback rules yesterday, and I will add, I said yesterday, Bryce Miller never does the piggyback again, and I will say Logan Gilbert only does it once. Those need to be steadfast rules here with it going forward. T is for tragic. I don't know what other word to use to describe Victor Robles' base running.
Oh, ouch.
I mean, he authored, if you remember, the worst base running decision in Major League Baseball history a couple of years ago.
I remember that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Tried to steal home for some unknown reason, just because he thought he could get there.
Yeah. Did
not consider circumstances, where you were at in the game, where you were at in the season, nothing. He just thought, I think I can do it, and went. And then, I don't know, every time he's on the base, he's either barely getting back to the bag and then hurting his shoulder, and the trainer's got to come out every single time. It's like, dude, just that hair, your hair is on fire. Put it out. Just put it out. Like, just extinguish it. You don't have to run bases on the edge at all times. It's nothing heroic. It's nothing sexy. It's nothing cool. Like, I like an aggressive base runner. You have speed. You should be an aggressive base runner. But there is nothing cool about a baseball player that is constantly almost getting thrown out or getting thrown out.
Yep.
Nothing about it says strategy.
No, and I get that. Yeah. I think get on base, be smart on base, be safe on base, because if you are running like a maniac, that's when, I mean, the last thing we want is stupid outs.
Boy, he authors some stupid outs. And then he didn't get thrown out last night, but I mean, 2 times on the base paths for no reason. You're diving back in and hurting your shoulder.
Yeah. And
there's obviously
last week,
something
too.
still wrong with your shoulder if it hurts every time that you're trying to extend your arm back to the bag. So, I don't know what it is. I mean, Randy Rosarina is bad enough. Robles takes it to a whole new level. Finally, U is for unapologetic. Look, I realize I fight back a little bit. I realize I defend myself a little bit against some critics on occasion. I realize sometimes that I point out, things I was right about. I think I can. I also point out when I was wrong about stuff as well. So that's what I think gives me a pass to be able to do this. But I don't know how many times I had to hear from people when I was defending Andres Munoz. I can't take you defending him. It's very clear that he needs to be taken out of the closer role.
His velocity's gone.
I better not hear you defend him tomorrow. Like, all of that stuff. Like, okay, I'm unapologetic. I'm unapologetic about it. I never backed off of it. And now you see he's back on track.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it that I said was the problem? He's not pitching enough. Well, he's gone 4 straight outings with 4 straight saves and 7 strikeouts, and every single time out, he's gotten more dominant. Last night, he struck out the side to finish out the 9th. And lo and behold, since that last time he gave up runs, he's pitched 2 days rest, 2 days rest, 3 days rest, 2 days rest.
Which we said 2 was the magic number.
Well, just no more than 3.
Right.
And it's actually 2 days rest. It's actually 1 day rest.
Yeah.
1 day rest,
Yes.
1 day
Yeah.
rest,
Yeah.
2 day
Yeah.
rest. But he's obviously needed to pitch more. And he was saying it, we were saying it, and the Mariners weren't throwing him enough. And now he's in his rhythm, and now he's back. And you're right, Ashley, like what you were pointing out. Like, the velocity never dropped off, and now it's higher than ever. Now he's in a rhythm. Now he's like showing off. He's throwing
feeling
102 for goodness sake. The slider he'd lost, but I think he lost it because he wasn't throwing enough. And now he's into that rhythm. So I am glad he wasn't taken out. I'm glad I never backed off of Andres Munoz should be our closer, because it looks like, you want to knock on wood or something, you can knock on wood, I suppose. I don't operate that way.
I
but
do.
it
I'll
looks
do it
like
for everyone.
we've got our closer back, our all-star closer back. He looks like Mooney again, and I'm glad that we didn't abandon
me
the
too.
project. All right, coming up next, we get Reckless at Breakfast on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Reckless at Breakfast here on this hump day. Yes, it's my opportunity once per week to get even more careless with my analysis than I am normally. And so we dive into the NBA draft last night for today's Reckless at Breakfast, and I'm going to go with my winners and losers. They all do this. It's anywhere you look. Everybody's got their winners and losers, but mine might be a little different than most lists of winners and losers. Let's start with the actual basketball itself. I think Milwaukee and OKC did great last night, and I know nobody wants to hear that about OKC. But considering what Milwaukee was up against, this was their first draft 24 hours after having traded the most popular player, arguably in franchise history. And I thought being able to put new faces to their future was important last night. And I know they got criticized for not getting enough in return for Giannis, but to get the 13th pick in this year's draft, this one in particular, like the deepest draft we've seen in at least 10 years, maybe in 25, that's kind of like getting two lottery picks. They got their own, and then they got the 13th pick. They came away. They got the guard at the right time, Burries from Arizona, and then got Ament out of Tennessee. So they got the big, they got the small. They got the big return in terms of the young players from Milwaukee for Giannis. So I thought they had a really good night last night. Also, OKC. OKC's pretty much like the Tampa Bay Rays. Whenever they take somebody, you're like, well, that's the special guy. That's the guy that's going to be good, isn't it? But for them to get two of my favorite players in this draft, they got Mara, the 7'3" passing wizard from Michigan, who's great. And then they also got Bennett Sturts out of Iowa, who they moved up one spot in order to get him. It's just like they're just good. Sam Presti's is just good at it. On the downside, I'm going to give the down to, I mentioned this yesterday, to the Utah Jazz. And not that I don't think Darren Peterson is an outstanding talent. I actually think he is the outstanding talent in this draft. I just think that is a young man that if he's not comfortable, he's not going to play hard. And I don't think he's going to end up being comfortable as a member of the Utah Jazz. And I think that there were other options, Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, that I think would have fit perfectly with that organization, with that city. And they decided to go with the more talented guy, and yet one that has a few quirks about him. And if one of his quirks is, I don't like living in Salt Lake City a year into it, then you've passed on Cam Boozer and Caleb Wilson, who probably would have fit hand in glove in that city.
Well, yeah, and as you were saying yesterday, the idea that he just like sometimes isn't ready to play or can't play, like I don't know. I would have thought of a lot of things that you told me yesterday. I would have thought of those as red flags, and I wouldn't have taken him with the second pick for sure.
Well, they obviously chalked it up to those are injuries, and we're not going to judge him for injuries. But he's different. He's a different type of guy. All right, on the upside, winners, the Washington Wizards, and not just for taking AJ DeBonsa, which I thought was the right selection, but they kept that secret all the way up. Nobody knew. Everybody thought they knew, but nobody knew. That was some great secret keeping by the Washington Wizards. That didn't leak whatsoever. When Adam Silver took the podium, even the people whose jobs are to uncover the information didn't know what he was getting ready to say. Good job, Wizards. That's the spirit of the draft.
It's like they did some magic. Some wizardry.
Yeah, some wizardry. Very Gandalf of you. Thank you, Wizards. On the downside, loser, ESPN. Way too much fashion talk. Why are we talking about fashion so much in sports these days? I don't mind it every once in a while, but do we have to, every interview, ask the player about his outfit? Is that where we are in sports, that we have to do the crossover, that it is like 50-50? We ask you one basketball question and we ask you one shoe question? I think it should be like a 5-to-1 ratio.
I think that'd be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like talking about Josh Naylor's shoes, but I like talking about Josh Naylor's hitting and defense and base running and leadership a lot more than I like talking about his shoes.
Right. You can throw in the shoes as like an after. You know, you've gotten through the important stuff. Hey, tell me about these shoes.
Oh, man. And they're even worse on the late night sports centers. They're even worse about it. They like lead the show with it.
Yeah.
It's weird. Winners last night. Dusty May. I mean, that guy just looks like he's on top of the world. And not only did he sit there in the room kind of in between the Mavericks war room and inside the green room with his players at Michigan. He got one of his guys at Michigan. He just looked like he was the king of the world last night. And obviously the players love him. And he had some good dudes too. I mean, all three of those Michigan players that got drafted last night were thoroughly impressive throughout the course of the evening with the way they handled everything. And they were really good players. They were the only freshmen that weren't drafted. You now understand why Michigan won a national championship this past year. Those three players just were really good basketball players and really good teammates and really good dudes, it seems like. And I'll put 3A. Yaxel Landenberg had the best feel-good moment. He and his mom together. Always look for those, the good tears. And he was great. His whole story, his whole personality, he came off really well. I don't think really anybody came off Josh Rosen-like. Nobody was a jerk. Nobody was a turd last night. If I had to point out somebody, Cameron Carr, whose dad was a former NBA player, should probably know, probably should have prepared his son a little bit better that you could drop in the draft. He ended up dropping to 25, and he looked very pouty. Spencer told us yesterday it really is hard to sit there and wait, and he only had to wait till 10. This young man had to wait till 25, but you were projected as number 20. He didn't have to wait that long, and you ended up on the Lakers.
No.
What is wrong? That's like the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA. Almost every player wants to end up being a Laker, whether they're good or not. And you ended up with a Laker. So it all ended up well. It's not when you get drafted, it's where you get drafted.
Yeah, and I think too, if you're pouting at the table, kind of sitting there, maybe you're bored, you're just waiting, you're anxious. The camera can catch some faces that maybe you don't intend, but once you're drafted, yay.
He might have been annoyed with the camera that wouldn't get out of his face. That's reasonable. That's a reasonable frustration. And then just quickly, winner Carlos Boozer. I mean, that guy looks like just the greatest dad in the world. Sitting there chomping his gum. 3 grown young men who all seem to be just perfectly raised. Pretty wife who's kind of done it, who's kind of handled a lot of difficulties with them, and he just not only looks like he's in control of that of his fatherhood, but he also looks like the coolest father in the room as well. So thumbs up to Carlos Boozer. Thumbs down to Lisa Salters. I don't know if it was your fault, but obviously way too many people to interview at one time, every single pick, and you couldn't remember anybody's names. But how could you remember their names when they are introduced to you in a cluster right before you put them on the air? And you also couldn't get through to them that you have to put the microphone near your face. So there. And then finally, thumbs up to baby faces. Man, to have a baby face as a 21-year-old, that's a great thing. So if you got made fun of having a baby face at 21, Keaton Wagler, that's fine, because you proved you're just about as good as anybody out there. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to keep maturing and getting more physical. Everybody else is fully grown, and you had to be a baby face who had to overcome that stuff. So baby faces won last night, and Hatware once again for the 30th year in a row in the NBA lost. I don't know why Adam Silver doesn't change this, but for whatever reason, they won't announce trades. They won't let players change their hats. And these are the first pictures of their professional careers. And these guys are being interviewed in hats of teams that they know they're not even on. How on earth has this not changed yet? Please change it, Adam Silver. All right, coming up next, we've got Mariners baseball to discuss, including Cole Young's heroic return to Pittsburgh. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Does he get enough? It is gone. Cole Young, welcome home. A go-ahead 7th-inning home run. And they are going crazy in the streets of North Allegheny. What a blast from Cole Young. Man.
Hey, great Wednesday morning to you all. It is Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan with you as we roll into our 8 o'clock hour and more on Pittsburgh's favorite son, Cole Young. Maybe not anymore since he just drove a stake through their hearts last night.
They might hate him.
Yeah, they might hate him today. Might wake up, he might be the scourge of Pittsburgh. Who knows? But Cole Young, great night last night. We're going to get into that here in a moment as we welcome you into our third hour of our Wednesday show right here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings. We do have a cash word for our USA giveaway. $250,000?
Yeah, your share of $250K.
Oh, yeah. That's how much they're giving away, apparently.
So they're giving away $2,500 each time.
Can't give me a company car, but they got $250,000 lying around. They're just going to hand out to people that don't do anything for them except listen.
I guess good work, people.
So 2,500 is on the line right now. If you want to enter the keyword Liberty at 93.3KJR.com, you'll have a shot at $2,500 in cash. That's Liberty. I do want to, before we start getting into how cool Cole Young is, I do want to finish up how cool Carlos Boozer is. It's just like he's had his time in the spotlight. You can tell he raised his kids well along with his wife. And there's just like this, no, I'm just going to sink into the background. This is all about you. This is all your moment. He doesn't say a word unless you ask him a question. He doesn't say a word. He sits there and chomps his gum and smiles the whole time. He's like the perfect combination of like support. He bought him matching watches.
Cute.
Yeah, for it. Even at one point, Cameron, his son, who's taken third in the draft last night, he stands up, and Dad, because he's gone through the experience before, knew well enough that I'm just going to give you a soft little hug because I know how proud you are of that outfit you're wearing, and I don't want to wrinkle it for you. I'll let Mom do that if she wants to, but I got you. I got your back. So he just gives him a little tap on the ribs, and he just like, he's the coolest dude in the room. He's got his little bow tie cocktail jacket on, bow tie going last night. Couldn't have been happier for his kid and just showing off his family, his like little perfect family there. It was great.
Cute. Good
Loved
moment
it.
for all of them.
Yeah, I love the Boozers. Really like the Boozers. You need your own reality show.
Oh.
F the Kardashians.
Yeah,
I want to see the Boozers.
I'd watch the Boozers.
Yeah, let's watch the Boozers. Actually, some might argue that the Kardashians are boozers. Actually, they don't drink that much, do they?
I don't believe they do. They're too busy getting plastic surgery.
But then again, there are a lot of reality shows featuring boozers. So
That's
maybe
true.
just different types. All right, well, let's talk about Cole Young. Precious Cole Young, who last night returns to Pittsburgh and hits the game-winning home run and nearly knocked it out of the park. Thanks to Mariners TV for the call. Still wondering why Aaron thought that was barely going to leave because he nearly knocked it out of the stadium last night. But he had his friends, family, coaches from his childhood showing up for that. It was obviously a special moment. And then classic Cole, he downplays it at the end and just talks about how, hey, we got the win and that's the only important thing. Well, obviously, that was a more important night for Cole Young than most. And then for him to be the hitting hero last night in a park he grew up as a kid watching all of the players. Just a special, special night for Cole Young, who seems like a special, special young man.
Yeah, he's great. It was very cute. They asked him, how are you and your family going to celebrate tonight? That's what Brad Adam asked him. He goes, well, they're probably going to come on the field and we'll talk for a bit. Okay.
At least go have a horseshoe sandwich.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's when you put French fries on top of the sandwich.
Give me one of
horseshoe
those.
Sandwich.
Yeah,
Or
let's
have
do
some
that.
pierogies.
Okay.
You should at least be a Pittsburghian and go have some pierogies somewhere.
I would think so. But
Yeah.
no, they were going to hang out on the field and
But
chat.
just going to hang out and chat. Well, I do think, and it's not just because he's a likable young man, I think that there's something special about him. And I said this weeks ago, and I've seen enough evidence now. I mean, you've already extended Colt Emerson on this contract, and that was without him playing one single major league game. We've now gotten to see Cole Young for a little over a year now at the major league level, and he just seems to be getting a little bit better every night. His defense has turned. I mean, he's a guy that played shortstop his entire life. He turns into a second baseman last year. And then by this year, Aaron said it last night. I mean, the WAR numbers sort of back it up. He might win a Gold Glove this season. Hell, he might be in the All-Star game this year. I said a couple of weeks ago that maybe he could be the starter. It should be Ernie Clement. I was remiss. I overlooked Ernie Clement. He's having a really good year for the Toronto Blue Jays. But if you voted for Cole Young, I don't think you're a flat-out homer. I think Cole Young has earned some votes out there, and maybe he does end up getting selected to the All-Star game this season. So, I mean, that's just a lot of improvement over a short period of time for a young man who, let's be honest, I mean, I had numerous Stove podcasts in the offseason with Anders where I don't know if Anders, I don't know if you, the listeners, were that confident that we had a sure thing at second base. And if nothing else, I think we have a sure thing starting at second base for us every day. I mean, his numbers aren't overwhelming. He's hitting .253, and his OPS is under 700 right now. But the improvements that he's shown at the plate from last year to this year are noticeable. The accolades that he's receiving from other analysts and other towns who are doing broadcasts who can't get enough of this young man and his approach at the plate, his up-the-middle approach. And then that sneaky thing that he snuck in on us last year that I didn't read in his scouting report. Maybe the Mariners knew all along. I don't know. Maybe brand new baseballs on every pitch and top-of-the-line wood to swing and state-of-the-art facilities to hit out of. Maybe that's unlocked something for Cole Young, but that young man's got some power. I mean, that ball almost left the stadium last night, even though Aaron thought it was a wall scraper. I mean, so the whole combination of it, like more power than we expected. Going from I'm learning second base to I might be the Gold Glove Award winner. To have the approach look so refined for how early he is in his career. And he gets out of rhythm sometimes and pops the ball up too much in my estimation. But that just approach, I'm trying to hit it up the middle. If I end up hitting it out of the yard, I hit it out of the yard. He's got sort of a mature approach. He obviously has a personality that isn't grating. If anything, he might be too nice. That might be something that costs him down the line. But think about just how much he's improved from last season to this year. And people forget he was only 21 years old a year ago when he made his major league debut. I mean, I said it, I don't know, 6 weeks ago. I think I beat everybody else to this comment. I don't know, maybe not. Probably not his family. But here I sit 6 weeks later, and I'm just going to, stand on top of the table for it. If Colt Emerson was worth that kind of an extension, Cole Young, I think, earned that kind of an extension. And I think that those two have locked up shortstop and second base for the Mariners for the next decade minimum. I think we might have the best middle infield in Major League Baseball. Not right now, not just yet, but it's brewing. It's coming together. And I think within a year or two, it might be the flagship middle infield in the entire sport. And I think that it will be then for another 5+ years beyond that. That's what we've got going up the middle. So special combination, special young men, which is also a part of it as well. And I think that the Mariners have struck gold with these two.
No, absolutely. And I was looking this up earlier because somebody had sent in a text saying something about Cole Young and his defense. And I went and looked at his defensive WAR. So he's got a 1.5 defensive WAR. That's number one on the team. It's actually number one for second baseman. It's ahead of any of the shortstops. If you look at, let's see, third base. Oh, there's one third baseman. It looks like Matt Chapman has a 1.6 defensive WAR. So I mean, he's defensively just, and again on a newer position to him. So
yeah.
I think I'm excited to see where he goes. I really am.
Yeah, and the way he's put together, like the broad shoulders that he has. I mean, he looked like a child just a year ago, and for whatever reason, since that time, I don't know if it's the weight room, I don't know if it's just man weight. He's just filling it out. But like the other day, people were like kind of like rolling up their sleeves with the Sunday uniform the other day for Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
His are already flaring out, like. The shirt's already flaring out. So he's like still growing into his man body at this stage in his career. And so, I don't know. I think we've got something really terrific in this young man. And he's just starting. He's just getting started. But it's real.
Yeah, Mariners fans should be very excited.
Should be over the moon about it. And to have Emerson at shortstop, and he's having his little woes right now. He's having a little bit of a scuffle himself right now. His batting average has dipped down to 219. He's made a couple of little mistakes in the infield here as of late. But those two together, 22 and 20, it's scary how good they can become. So let's lock them up. I think that's the next order of business. I brought this up to Ryan Healy a few weeks ago. He says, don't you think you go pitchers first in terms of extensions? And Major League Baseball teams just don't do that. They're just too big of injury risks. So, yeah, you can extend them when they're close, when you're close to losing them, but you just don't find a lot of extensions given to pitching prospects. I don't even think Paul Skeens has one at this point. And that would be the most significant candidate of all time, if you would think, as a pitching prospect. Garrett Crochet was given one. Now, he was closer than what Cole or Colt are at this point, but he was given an extension years before he was going to become a free agent, and look what happened. He can't get on the field this year because he's injured. This is why they don't do it. This goes all the way back to Matt Moore. This shows you how different the finances have become in a very, very short period of time. But Matt Moore, back in 2011, signed a whopping extension. 5 seasons, $14 million.
Whoa, that's all.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and this was the first for a pitcher. But the Rays had seen enough in his first 19 major league innings to extend him, and he was fine. He had a good career. He was on the map, but he didn't turn into anything special as a major leaguer. And so it's just not something that you do with pitchers. Not this early in the ball game. Maybe Logan, certainly Logan. We're going to try to extend him in the offseason, but I think that it's more of a position player kind of racket that where you lock them down and try to buy out the first couple of years of their free agency because you believe enough in that guy that, hey, if we can buy 2 years of free agency, you want to know how many millions that could end up saving us if he turns out to be the player that we think he's going to be. So you pay him early in order to save late and just get a couple extra years out of that guy before he becomes bigger than your marketplace, bigger than your payroll. So that's why I do look at Cole Young as an extension candidate, maybe more so than I look at any of our pitchers at this stage.
I could see that, especially because of this. I mean, just the situation defensively that we're in and how he's already kind of owned second base. I just think, yeah, that makes sense to me. You just, as you said earlier, you did it with Colt Emerson. It makes sense to lock up another young player right now rather than run the risk of, waiting too long.
And then you still have Felman Celestin, who's also killing it in the minor leagues this year right now. He might be the future third baseman of this team because I think we know who our future second baseman and our future shortstop are going to be. I heard Greg Bell go as far yesterday as say that maybe Cole Young's the MVP of this team so far this season, which is crazy to think about. And yet I don't think it's that crazy of a statement to make. I would say it's probably Randy Arozarena, believe it or not, despite all of the hair pulling and headaches that sometimes he causes us. He's been our most consistent offensive weapon this season. I think maybe he might be the MVP of the team, or Emerson Hancock, as insane as that sounds. But those are probably your 3 leading candidates Emerson Hancock, Cole Young, and Randy Rosarina.
Yeah, and two of them are real young, so I'll take that.
Would you have ever thought that at the beginning of the year? Just wanted to wax on about Cole Young this morning, and he certainly has earned it to this point in the season. But some special stuff going on with this organization and some of the finds that they make. It's got to make you really, of all the criticisms that the Mariners organization receives, and obviously, all organizations, all players, all general managers, all coaches are open to criticism. They're not all doing it the right way. Everybody's got holes in their game. Everybody's got weaknesses, no matter what your job is. And so they can be criticized. There's no doubt about it. But I'll tell you, one of the areas that they're most difficult to criticize is drafting. Man, do they draft. They draft their asses off. So it suddenly gets you to the point where you look forward to the draft of Major League Baseball, which not a lot of people do. I don't even look all that much forward to the Major League Baseball draft. Not one of my favorite events of the entire year because of how long away they probably are from being major contributors to the team. But, man, if you've been following as a Mariner fan as of late, you're probably pretty pumped about next month and finding out who the next guy that they're going to score in the draft. Nobody's this good. Nobody consistently hits on their first round selections like this organization. I mean, in the history of the sport, but the way that they have consistently hit with their first round selections is very, very impressive. All right, coming up next on the radio show, Anders Hurst is going to join us. We're going to preview tomorrow's huge match against Turkey on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
World Cup action continues. A couple big surprises yesterday. We're getting ready for round number 3 of the Group 1 stage, the group stage, I should say. And it starts today. We actually have a match right down the street at noon, and it will be Qatar versus Bosnia Herzegovina. That's the matchup at noon. U.S. won't play until tomorrow at 7 o'clock, and they've already kind of salted away everything they needed to salt away. So joining us now on the radio program, he has become a hub for our World Cup coverage. That's for sure. It is our own Anders Hurst. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What a day to go World Cupping, isn't it, Chuck?
Yeah. How do you go World Cupping? What should be the approach? What should be the dress, the attitude? How do you go World Cupping?
Yeah, I think you probably just you kind of lean all the way into it and wear a soccer ball on top of your head. Maybe some extra short shorts with the long socks. And then you start chanting and vulgar insults towards whoever you want to do it against.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's some advice right there. I'll tell you what. How has it gone for you? I mean, I will say, as you know, I'm not a big soccer fan, but I thought Friday was wonderful, but you're working pretty much round the clock. Has this been the experience thus far that you hoped it would be?
Yeah, I think it's for the neutral, I will say. It's been one of the best World Cups. Just the atmosphere, all of the stadiums look fantastic, but more than anything else, it's the players. Every single star has now showed up in this tournament. All the big names have done something fantastic, whether it's Lionel Messi, obviously, with 5 goals through 2 games. Erling Haaland has 4 goals through 2 games in his first World Cup. Kylian Mbappe has 4 goals through 2 games. And now the one you could say that hadn't shown up through the first game was Cristiano Ronaldo, and he gets 2 goals yesterday. So he's like, joining the party. Let's go. So, yeah, I think the expanded format had a lot of people questioning whether it would kind of dilute the competition. But you've had a good mix of like Cinderella stories, looking at Cape Verde. They have a chance to move on, maybe the Congo as well. But also kind of getting everyone the opportunity, and I think we're set for an outstanding knockout stage.
Harry Kane had a good first match, and then yesterday they draw with Ghana. How are they feeling in England this morning?
Yeah, I talked to Danny Jackson yesterday, my England correspondent, I like to call him, because he's kind of in touch with everything. He has an accent, if you guys didn't know that.
Yeah.
But
sexy.
Yeah, it is very sexy. It's annoying when you're kind of broadcasting with him and I just sound normal, and then I get the Englishman next to me and it's like, damn it. All right, you're kind of showing me up here. But he kind of said there were a couple worrying signs. From my point of view, I still think Ghana's better than a lot of people think. I kind of compare it to the Congo drawing versus Portugal in their first game. The way they just defend is always going to be frustrating. And they know how to get results just by, frustrating the opponent, not allowing a lot of opportunities. And, there was a chance at the very end of the game that Harry Kane had to just kind of seal it, and he put it over, and you expect him to score that. But I think if England, anything else, needs to figure out who their best 11 players are, because I don't think they really have found that, winning combination like other teams have. So once they do that, I think they'll be in fine shape.
Anders Hurst is with us. We've turned him into a World Cup expert here, or he's turned himself into one, right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, as we lean heavily into he and Jackson Felt's knowledge of the beautiful game and of the world event that is the World Cup. He joins us here on Chuck and Buck this morning. All right, so U.S. takes on Turkey tomorrow. I would ask you, how do you even approach this match when you've already kind of cemented everything you hoped to cement in the group stage? I mean, I would imagine Pulisic's not playing right in this match tomorrow. And how will they go about strategy-wise? I mean, do you care if you win? Do you care who plays when you've already locked up what you were seeking to lock up?
Yeah, see, for this one, I actually lean more towards try to change as little as possible from what you have done in the first couple of games.
Okay.
I think they need to continue the momentum that they have built. The more time in competitive matches that this group plays together, the better they will be. So even if it is, I guess you wouldn't necessarily call this a competitive match because both Turkey is eliminated and the U.S. have already clinched the first place in the group. So, but playing against another team, not in training, is kind of what I'm going for there. It's so important to kind of continue that with international teams. You get so little time together in training and playing in games that so much of the successful teams are just guys that know each other really, really well. And one of the reasons a lot of people had questions about this U.S. men's national team coming into the tournament is because they played in so many different places. There's not really like one club where a lot of the players are. They really know each other. You can just kind of throw that onto the field and have it work out. They have to kind of build that. And the more time you're able to get together, playing in competitive matches, that's going to build that even more. And you want to kind of build on what you've become, what you have kind of built here in the first couple games. I've said build a lot in that sentence, but it's the big thing though, is you want to, anyone who has a yellow card, you want to kind of keep on the wraps because you don't want them suspended for the knockout stages. And then anyone with a nagging injury, like you mentioned, Christian Pulisic, I would expect if this match were meaningful, he would be playing. And under that impression, I would still get him probably maybe, 15 to 30 minutes of time at the end of the game, because you don't want him coming into the knockout stage in a must-win game completely without playing a game in 2.5 weeks. So it's going to be important that he gets some time, but you obviously don't want to, overdo it here as well. So
Understood.
That's kind of the balance that I would play.
All right. I like it. That makes sense. What do we already know about the U.S. tournament beyond tomorrow night?
You mean like who they might be playing and stuff like that?
Yeah, we already know that they're playing Wednesday, right? Next Wednesday.
Yes.
All right. And who they would play, who are the candidates for them to play next Wednesday?
There's a lot of different ones. It all depends on how other teams kind of fare. I think the most likely would be either Bosnia or Qatar, depending on who gets third place in that group.
Oh.
And then it's not even just the third place team in one group. It's all based on all of the third place teams and which team has the most or least points, and it all matches up. There's a ton of different scenarios that will play out. The U.S. are in a spot where they already know the exact spot in the bracket that they will be playing. It's important that they kind of just don't worry about what specific opponents they might be playing. But I believe if the tournament ended right now, the United States would actually be playing Algeria. So there's a couple different ways it can go. There's a scenario I think you can play Sweden, which would be an interesting match. There's a scenario in which they would play the Ivory Coast, which would be an interesting match. Ecuador is another possibility. It's all depending on how that third place wild card little table plays out. This is all new for me, to be honest with you, Chuck, because this is the first time we've had that. It's always just been first place from this group, plays second place from this group, and boom, there you go. But this is a little different of a format, and I kind of like it because it sets up a really interesting kind of NCAA tournament vibe for the round of 32.
All right, last 30 seconds, minute. Can you give me a breakdown of what Turkey brings to the table here?
Yeah, they've had a disappointing tournament. They're already eliminated, obviously. They haven't scored in 2 games, but they've been the more dominant offensive side in their 2 games. So I would expect them to come and try and at least prove something to their fans, to the world, that, you know, they had a lot of expectations coming into this tournament. So I would expect them to try and get on the ball a little bit more than the 2 teams that America or the United States has played so far. And, you know, just some pride. This is what this tournament's all about. It's the country pride. And they're going to look to kind of prove something here in this 3rd game. They were supposed to be the 2nd best team in this group, and they're going to want to come out and show it.
All right. Great stuff as always. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Where are you going to be today?
Well, we got Mexico, Czechia as our pre-half post-game broadcasted today. Pre-game 5:30, kickoff 6 o'clock with myself and Brad Evans. So listen to it on the iHeartRadio app, or I believe that game's on 950 KJR.
Okay, man. Great stuff as always. We appreciate it. Have fun, all right?
Thanks, Chuck. Talk to you later.
Anders Hurst, where would we be without him? Joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. All right, coming up next here on the radio program, more on another one of the big stories that we're discussing today in Sports Talk Radio. It affects all markets, all communities, all sports fans, and that's the Brendan Sorsby situation and how I think maybe Brendan should resolve this issue for himself. We'll discuss that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. poor niece. She wanted to open up a pickleball cafe before anybody else did it. She loves herself some pickleball. Used to be a tennis player.
So did she open one?
No, she didn't. She just sat on the idea for a long, long time. Still probably is sitting on it. And then I have to hear the advertising. People beat her to the punch.
Sad. Sad for her.
Yeah, pickleball people really just want a cafe. They want a sandwich, a drink, and to play pickleball all day long.
And
they're really obsessed.
Every sandwich should come with a pickle on the side, because otherwise, what are you doing with your life?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love pickles on sandwiches more now, today, than ever.
As do I.
So that's a pretty good idea. So it's got to be, and it's got to come on like the stick, and then it goes, where it goes through the sandwich. It always you got to do that.
That works. You don't want it to fall over.
Yeah, you want to do that at your pickleball
You can call
cafe.
it Pickles Pickleball Cafe.
The only problem is that Chris Egan will never leave. He'll never go home to see his family.
That's true.
Yeah, his poor wife with all of her throw pillows.
She might not think it's a problem.
She will love it. Well, since you can't go to my niece's pickleball cafe, since you got beat to the punch, you can go to Tulalip Resort Casino. She never had that idea. The DraftKings Sportsbook is waiting for you, and you got all sorts of this soccer action going on, World Cup action going on, U.S. playing tomorrow night. Maybe make a night of it. Go have dinner. Go play some games. Then place a few bets. And then sit there and watch some sports action at the beautiful DraftKings Sportsbook. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything.
You can hit up the slots on the way to the bathroom. That's the best part.
Yeah, you might run into Brendan Sorsby while you're there.
You might.
Yeah, now that he doesn't have anything to do.
Just remember, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And don't bet on your own team.
So Brendan Sorsby is now without a path. He decided to turn away from college football, and I'll just enter that supplemental draft that I've been hearing about, and I'll just start this clock on my NFL career. And the NFL met him at the gates. You shall not pass.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't think this one through. We have far more power than that ridiculous NCAA that you've been dealing with, and you couldn't even get through their red tape that they threw at you. So if you think you're getting past us and the Shield, you can forget about it. You will wait. You will pay the sentence of a year waiting to enter next year's NFL draft. But we're not going to create a supplemental draft for you, considering the lack of integrity that you've shown in your collegiate career.
Well, and the fact that it was the reason he's entering the NFL is because he tried to fight college football to go back, and then they were like, yes, temporarily this judge will give you some sort of thing, but the NC2A was going to come at them all with all their fingernails and everything.
About all they have left now.
Yeah, exactly. They were just going to fling fingernails at him. And he was like, well, hold on. I don't think I want to deal with this.
Gross.
And then it
Gross,
was like,
NCAA.
Yeah. Ew.
Your fingernails. I'm going to the NFL.
This one's dirty.
Yeah, I could. Why didn't you just say no?
Yeah, basically. And then so he was like, all right, I'll just go to the NFL. That'll be better. And the NFL's like, first of all, we are not a second choice. Second of all, you don't come to us with 3 days before our deadline and decide, here, look, look at me. I should be in your supplemental draft.
Yeah, they shot him down. So Brendan Sorsby his attorney's going to file. He's going to fight through the NFLPA to get into the NFL and to force them to have a supplemental draft, I suppose. I don't think it's going to work. And then it looks like the college doors are closed unless he wants to try to reopen those legally. He might go that direction. Here's my solution for him, and that is the UFL. What is it there for, if not this? And I'm not saying that we should send all of our criminals and malcontents to the UFL.
It's like the Australia of the NFL.
But in terms of them trying to make their dent, this is like the perfect guy. They have 8 teams, for goodness sake. They should pay a little bit extra. They should make themselves a little financially uncomfortable to make sure that they have a quarterback that can gain attention, can gain viewers. This is where Brendan Sorsby should go. This is where he should head for 1 year. 1 year. Show everybody what they've been missing. And then I think Diego Pavia should be a UFL quarterback right now. That's who Rick Neuheisel should be talking to. And he's got some he tarnished his NFL prospects by
being a turd.
Like revealing to us that he's always been a turd, apparently. Now, he signed a $1 million per year deal. I don't know if people realize that. He's getting paid $1 million a year to try and make the Baltimore Ravens roster. Now, none guaranteed. If he doesn't make the roster, he doesn't get the money. But he signed a 3-year, $3 million deal. So even the guy that doesn't get drafted, that gets invited to camp, could make $1 million a year in the National Football League. So the UFL's got to go a little further than that. But these are the type of guys. The UFL should be trying to seduce Cam Newton to play.
Oh, man, that would be something.
He keeps saying he can play. He keeps saying he's better than all these starters and backups right now. Well, there's a place that you can go prove it. It's the minor league, and they're wayward. They don't know what they are. They don't know what direction that they're heading. They should have taken my advice, Reckless at Breakfast, 7 years ago, and you should have gone after 18-year-olds and turned into an 18 to 22-year-old league. You'd be mopping up right now since they've gone to NIL, but you were too late. As soon as they went to NIL, then they were getting paid. So you're not going to be able to outpay them what Texas Tech pays them. So they're looking for a direction. Like, are we going to stick around? What are we? Are we a minor league? Then why is the NFL not helping us? And so this, to me, is it. It's like the longest yard. You do take all of those that don't have a home, all those football players that need to prove themselves as players, leaders, human beings, law-abiding citizens. That should be what you should do. That's what you should become. Become the place where people have a chip on their shoulder and want to prove to the world that I still got some football left in me. Cam Newton should be the quarterback of the Dallas Renegades. Yeah. And the Birmingham Stallions quarterback should be, Colin Kaepernick. 50-year-old Colin Kaepernick.
I mean, but that's how you're going to get eyeballs on it, right? People love a redemption story. And if they get
love quarterbacks.
Yeah. And if they get to go and watch these people that get to put their money where their mouth is, really, I mean, you're going to get more interest in the UFL 100%.
Yeah. I mean, you got to dangle some sort of shiny object. If you have a shiny object at quarterback, whether he's considered a villain or not, if you can dangle a shiny object, people are going to come watch it.
Yep.
Because number one, it's football, and number two, you've given them a reason to watch. You can have a bunch of no names at every other position, but have a name quality at quarterback. I think you make yourself a little financially uncomfortable. Pay these guys $2-3 million a year, even if everybody else is making $45,000 a year on the football field, to try to get it stimulated. And Brendan Sorsby, this is where he should go. It's where Diego Pavia should go, and it's where Cam Newton should be playing next year.
I think it's a great idea. And again, I think that's how you're going to get people to actually watch it.
Russell?
There you go. He could do it as his side gig from CBS.
I would let him do that.
Yeah.
If I was the UFL, I'd say, why don't you just play with us on Sundays? You can still do your side gig on CBS. What do you say?
Yeah.
He'd probably do it.
Yeah, they have games on like Fridays and Saturdays.
All you got to do is whisper in his ear, you're the best. You're the best.
You'd be the best UFL quarterback ever.
You're the best. You're the best.
And careful, it's spicy.
Watch my watch.
Yeah.
You're getting closer.
People love you.
People love you. You're getting sleepy. It's convincing you to play for the Birmingham Stallions.
You're going to be the next Renegades quarterback.
You're going to be a Skyhawk. All right, coming up next on the radio program, what the hell are the Kraken doing? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. UFL's not trying enough. Not getting creative enough. Here's an idea. Hugh Millen, starting quarterback for the Houston Gamblers.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
see what he's still got left.
Someone on the
Talk's an awful big game.
Someone on the YouTube chat was like, well, Cam Newton couldn't play at the end of his career, and he's even older now. But wouldn't you want to tune in and see if he's still got something left? That's the point.
That's not the point. I mean, it's a minor league. Cam Newton says he can still play.
Yeah.
He's an analyst right now in the sport, and he says every time somebody is given... Yeah, anytime anybody gets hype, I can outplay that guy. Well, let's go prove it. You'd only have to prove it for 2 games before an NFL team is like, oh, gosh, he does have something left.
Yeah.
Go prove it. Hugh Millen, go prove it.
Let's see it.
Stop
telling us you can throw that ball over that mountain.
Yeah, exactly. And then Clay can be your backup.
Yeah,
for the Houston Gamblers. Good enough for Jim Kelly, Hugh.
Yeah. What do you got against Jim Kelly?
What do you got? Shouldn't have nothing against Jim Kelly. What did Jim Kelly ever do to you? Good morning to you. 9 o'clock hour here on this one. Hugh never brags like that.
No,
it's just
never.
the opposite,
But it'd be really funny to see him do it.
The reason it's funny is because I'm exaggerating that he still thinks he can play the game.
People are like,
I want to clear that up.
Hugh could still play. It's like, yeah, we're just joking.
Yeah, we're just joking. I'm saying that for Hugh's purposes.
Yes.
He would be mortified if he thought I was telling our audience that Hugh sits around and says he could still play. All right, so I wanted to clear that up before we go any further.
Don't write in and be like, Hugh's such a jerk.
Yeah, total being funny. All right, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to get to some Kraken here in a little bit, but I do want to mention something. I was out in the sports pit a moment ago. There was a time in my life, and I was kind of getting out of shape and yet had not yet committed myself to getting back into shape, probably around, I don't even know what the age was. But I did get back into very good shape, like in my 40s. But there was a time where I was kind of getting out and then hadn't yet committed to getting back in. And so it didn't really matter where I was. It didn't matter what group of friends I was with. I would just challenge everyone there to a foot race.
Oh.
Yes. And not that I thought that I would win. That wasn't the point. In many cases, I didn't think I would win. But the message was, let's just figure out where we rank. I'd like to know.
Okay.
So, I've had a few runs on the beaches, had a few runs out in parking lots.
Perfect.
With groups of like-aged friends of mine over the years. It was a short period of time where we just determined. One time, I split my pants racing my friend JB in a pair of cowboy boots. I was wearing cowboy boots.
Oh, wow.
He beat me, and I ended up with split pants out of it. So just as an example. So anyway, I just went out to the sales pit, and I said, let's go out to the courtyard, and let's just have a race. And then it ended up in a conversation about we should have a different contest every week. And then we just have numbers, like 1 to 10, and we don't tell anybody what we did, but we wear around those numbers for the rest of the day, how we finished.
I like that idea.
No matter what the competition is. And then everybody else on the staff is going to have to guess, like, what competition we were in that day.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
Isn't that a great idea?
I am always thinking or hoping that we can find ways to make work more fun. That's it. Let's do it.
So, every day we decide on a different competition. I don't care what it is. It could be Rochambeau. Mm-hmm. I don't care.
Okay.
And then we wear, like we're in a long-distance race, like a marathon race, we wear the number of our order of finish for the rest of the day and yet can't tell anybody what the competition was.
I like it. I want to Rochambeau
Is that a great
right
idea?
now. Yeah.
A great idea?
Yeah.
Great team camaraderie.
Yeah. I'm in. This better happen, because if it doesn't, I'm now going to be angry. I'm going to feel very competitive and have nowhere to get it out.
Of course, the two young people, our two youngest people in the sports pit, are like, they were the most fired up because they think they're going to finish first and second in everything.
They're idiots.
So they were the most gung-ho about the idea. But I don't know, even if we don't do it, maybe you could do it in your office place if you're listening right now.
It's a great idea. And I just want to I want a picture of you and everyone in your office with your numbers ranked.
Yeah. I don't
Send
care
it
what
to
it
us.
is. Foot race, like you all line up, have sack races.
Yep.
Who's got the longer wiener? I don't care what it is.
That one's probably not a good one for work. I'm going to say probably not a good one for
with
work.
the right group, with the group that's on the same page. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess it depends on where you work, too.
Right.
I mean,
who can drink the most?
Some places those things might be appropriate. Drinking would probably be appropriate here.
Beer chug.
Oh, yeah.
Beer chug time. Who knows? Who knows what the
Flip
competition is? Fist fighting. Maybe it's just fist fight. Maybe we just start our own fight club out in the courtyard.
Sure. Well, we can't talk about it then though, if that happens.
And I love the fact that you'd have to win 10 rounds to get number one just to wear it around for a day.
Yeah. Well, you could.
Well, 9.
Yeah, because you could. Yeah, every round. Although if you are racing, really, it's just
just once.
Just once.
You just once. I guess we could just have a full-out brawl.
And you could do a crab walk.
Like a Wrestle Royal fight, like a brawl, last one standing gets number
and then
one.
it's whoever fell second to last.
Or throw them out of the ring.
Yep.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, you get outside those ropes and you're out.
Anyway.
We could get sumo suits.
I think it's a great idea for your office place or your community or your neighborhood or your church.
Yep.
Whatever the case may be. Just huddle before church and then wear it during the sermon that day.
Because let's be honest, you're sitting there staring at everybody, wondering how much better at things you are than they are.
Yes. Or where do I rank?
Fit in? Yeah. I wonder if I could take this guy. Well, now's the time to find out.
I wonder if I'm faster than Jim from accounting.
All right, lace him up, Jim. We're going.
Let's just start proving this.
Yeah.
And we'll wear the numbers all day long to show where we stand.
Yeah.
Amongst our peers. Anyway, please run with it. Take it if you'd like. The Kraken right now, they kind of measured themselves around the National Hockey League and found themselves wanting more wins, wanting more success, wanting more trips to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And so in a rather dramatic display at the end of this past regular season, Todd Leiweke, the most important person in the history of Seattle sports, he declared and showed himself vulnerable in doing so. It's not good enough. We're going to fix it. We're going to turn over every stone in our organization trying to figure out why we're not better than what we are right now. They did a self-audit on themselves coming out of the regular season. Well, they now have the results of that. I don't know what we were expecting to hear. I really don't. I don't know if I know what the problem is. Jared McCann. I don't know if it was going to ever be that cut and dry, and we were never going to get all access to all the information that their audit uncovered. But our own Ian Furness got the chance to sit down with the man, Todd Leiweke, this week and got to ask him about what it is that they learned from their audit. And we're going to play that entire 5-minute conversation for you right now. Here's Ian Furness with Todd Leiweke.
Well, I'm here with Kraken CEO Todd Leiweke. And Todd, just a couple months ago, you said, hey, we're going to go do effectively what would be considered a deep dive, an audit, so to speak, in terms of the organization, the hockey organization, and not so much the players, the roster behind us, but basically what it is through the whole organization to find out how connected you guys are, what maybe needs to happen. Can you walk us through what were you looking for with Sportsology that came in and did it, and what did they find?
Yeah, it was, it was another pledge we made that we were going to turn over every stone. And we looked far and wide for the right group, and I think we landed on them. What we didn't want was an echo chamber. We didn't want to round up friends or associates.
People in the hockey business that you know for years, right?
I have friends, and I got calls. But we landed on a group that had no bias, and we directed them to turn every stone, to ask the hard questions. They have an incredible track record. I know about them when I was at the NFL. We did reference checks. They came in and they did exactly what we wanted. Phase 1 is now done. We learned a lot. We came away inspired because there are things we're doing well. They believe that Samantha Holloway and our ownership have done an incredible job of giving us the resource. But there were gaps. And, the old book, Good to Great, that submits it's harder to go from good to great than it is from not good to good, came true. And it really caused us to pause and say, well, this is something that's part of our DNA. This is how we were going to go build this. we're not the best. What are those gaps? What are the shortcomings, and how do we fix it? And I want to be careful about not revealing too many trade secrets here, because what I'm saying can be disseminated to other teams. But I will go into some of that, and we can maybe talk about development.
Well, let's talk about that, because, I mean, people want to say, okay, they found some things. Probably doesn't matter what business we're in, right? You can always find improvements and do things better. And I mean, I think every year people have annual reviews or they bring consultants in, and this feels like much more of a deep dive. So a fan sitting at home right now is asking, that's great. You did a deep dive. You looked through all these things. You're not going to reveal everything, but maybe some tangible things. Your GM's in place, your coach is in place. You have made some additions. Maybe those are some of the tangible things we can talk about. Player development, all those things. But what did you see? What did you find? What did the organization find that you need to work on? And what changes do you think that can you discuss that have been made?
One area I would say was development. Because we prided ourselves. We believe that we have an excellent group of prospects. We have set it up in Coachella Valley to be the ultimate American Hockey League team. And so that whole development piece, we're pushing it. We're going to push it from top to bottom. And it's prospects who might be playing juniors, playing college. It's prospects that are at the American Hockey League level. And it's actual players that are on our current roster. And we've already started. We've added staff. You know, we have an assistant coach who had incredible success in developing players in the American Hockey League. Pascal's going to be an amazing addition to that coaching staff. We have a former player coming back, Coach Schultz now. A player becomes a coach, and he's a development coach. We're investing in additional staff positions. Out of this will be a whole number of additions we're going to make to our development team, our player development team, fitness, conditioning, nutrition, because we don't want to be good at it. We want to be the best. And to be honest with you, I think that if we had made the playoffs, now looking back, some of these challenges might have prohibited us from going deep. And now we realize that the work we've done, there is a path for us to dream about being better than we ever would have been had we not done what we've done here.
What's your message to fans now that you've gone through this process and you have, as an organization, committed to making changes and additions and doing what you can? What would you tell fans as they get ready for what should be an exciting offseason here in the next few weeks, but also the next season, which starts later this fall?
Well, we're not happy. We made promises, we made pledges, and we came up short. We owe our fans better, and we're deeply committed to getting this right, because all the pieces are here to build one of the great franchises in the National Hockey League. We believe in our fans, we believe in this market, we believe in our arena, and we actually believe in the people leading this, but they've got to do better. We've got to empower them with better direction, with more resource, with more people, and you're seeing it happen in real time. It is happening, and we have had a very, very productive 2 months since the end of the season.
And should be an eventful few weeks coming up as well as we head into the draft, free agency, and so much more. Thank you.
You bet.
That's Ian Furness with Todd Lywicki. And so those are the results straight from the horse's mouth there about the audit. What's your reaction to that, Ashley?
I mean, I wish we would have learned more, but I understand that, like what he's saying, we don't want other teams to know our play-by-play of everything we're doing to improve this team. And I do like that they're taking it seriously. I like that they are, it's like, I think, been the most publicized secret, right? Like they're saying, here's what we're doing. No, we're not going to reveal everything, but we are taking this seriously. We are not happy with what has been going on here. And I think they recognize the urgency of improving this team and making sure that this team doesn't fade into the background when a basketball team comes.
Well, my reaction is kind of three phases to that. Number one, if I were somebody that liked sports, kind of would like it more, I like going to the game, but boy, am I going to really commit to, that's a pretty expensive ticket. And I heard that, I'd be like, oh, wow, that's awesome. I think that would probably make me think, as somebody that kind of watched sports, oh, wow, that's an impressive statement. Problem is that so many of us, if you are listening to sports talk radio regularly or you are hosting sports talk radio, you tend to become jaded. And you're like, okay, blah, 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 blah. That's a lot of lip service. Proof is in the pudding. We're going to need to see the actions that you're going to take. That just sounds like a pretty speech that you're making. And I might side on that. I might actually finish there, if not for it being Todd Leiweke. The fact that it's coming from Todd Leiweke, who's kind of an unimpeachable source, that when you hear it from his mouth, when he says it that way, you're like, okay, there's a different mentality with the Kraken. And I don't think they've had a bad mentality. I think they've just misfired on some things.
Yeah, I would agree.
And they've not been terrible since they took the ice. They just right now are kind of stuck in mediocre at this point, maybe slightly below. And that, when I hear Todd Leiweke say, that's not what we are. We are out to be the best, absolute best, or I believe that. That's not just lip service. That's somebody that I've come to trust. And so when he throws his weight like that around, he throws those words around coming from his point of view. Yeah, I think it is motivating. I think it is powerful. But there are plenty of presidents, owners, general managers who, if they gave us that same speech, it'd be in one ear, out the other.
It'd be more used car salesman at that point, I think. You know, like, oh, I'm just telling you this because I got to tell you this. Whereas Todd Leiweke, yeah, I just have more belief in him.
Yeah, I have total belief in him. And that's some guy with a proven track record. And now he's trying to give the Kraken a proven track record. But if it comes, I don't know if there are a lot. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there are a lot of people say, trust us. We did we're going to fix this. I would have to see the results before I believed anything. But this guy, I believe him. All right, coming up next on the program, Seahawks 1 series recap. If you didn't hear Greg Bell breaking down Devin Witherspoon yesterday, a little bit from him and then a little bit from us. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I'll tell you what it is to be human. It's finishing 7th to your coworkers in leg wrestling.
Ooh.
And then how you respond to that. That's what being human is. And there is no wrong answer.
That's right.
Sometimes the human response is to laugh it off. Like, oh, I guess I'm not very good at leg wrestling. Sometimes the human response is to say, I am going to become the best leg wrestler, not just in this office, but of all time.
That's what it means to be human.
That's what it means to be human. Sometimes it's going to HR and saying, can you believe that Rich Strauss from sales just leg wrestled me and I pulled a hammy?
Yeah.
And he grabbed me inappropriately.
And then you say, can you cover, does workers' comp cover this?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's another way to be human.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just the human condition right there. I don't need a podcast to point it out. Good morning to you. It is Ashley and myself, Chuck Powell. And yes, we've been doing the Seahawks One series throughout the course of the month of June. That's one of our analysts in town breaking down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview. And then we also do the Seahawks One series recap, especially when the person is particularly interesting. Greg Bell brought it yesterday, our Seahawks insider. He's going to be back on today at 10 o'clock. He has his own show, you know, but still regularly as our Seahawks insider on the Chuck and Buck radio program. And we saved him for our last week of the Seahawks One series. And he was saved, Devin Witherspoon. He could not wait. He'd been doing some research. That guy went deep yesterday on telling us why Devin Witherspoon is in no way just a statistic that you can find on a stat sheet somewhere. Yeah, he had one interception a year ago, but it doesn't even come close to telling the whole story about Spoon's value to the Seattle Seahawks. Here's Greg.
Consider this. Last year, Witherspoon played in just 12 games. Well, in those 12 games, he had only 59 pass targets. What's that mean? Well, the NFL average in a game is 32 and a half passes per team per game on average. And when the Seahawks case, because they were up by often a score or two or three, it was a lot more than 32 passes a game they were facing. That fewer than 5 passes a game for teams that were throwing 32 plus times a game on the Seahawks. 1/6 of the time he was getting targeted on average, and it was usually a lot less than that. That means that 5/6 of the time, I'm starting to sound like Hugh Millen here with these numbers, but 5/6 of the time, Devin Witherspoon was shutting down his part of the field he was covering. Now, on early downs, that was usually outside at left cornerback. That means 5/6 of the time when he was outside at left corner, the Seahawks didn't have to worry about the left side of the field, from about the hash marks out or the numbers out. That's a huge advantage for Mike Macdonald. Then when you put him inside, which of course they do quite a bit as a nickel and dime when they bring in extra defensive backs, he was taking away the middle of the field or the slot receiver, which in the NFL, slot receivers are the ones quarterbacks often go to on third downs or in red zones. Think Puka Nacua, think Cooper Kupp at his prime with the Rams. And he's shutting those guys down 5/6 of the time. So if you have a piece that teams don't even want to, out of reputation and what they see on film, go at, it's Richard Sherman-esque, that teams don't want to throw at Devin Witherspoon. That is a huge advantage for how Mike Macdonald will raise the rest of his defense. It allows him to blitz Nick Eamon-Worry as much as he did last year. It allows him to mix and match 3 corners in 2 spots and move Witherspoon around like he did with Josh Jobe and Week 1 last year. It allows them perhaps to blitz up front more because they have 1/3 of the field, often deep left, taken away. But when you only have to defend 2/3 of the field schematically and how you do the rest of the defense, you had an advantage over the offense. And that, to me, is a large reason why the Seahawks led the league in points allowed last year, because of Devin Witherspoon.
There he is, Greg Bell, talking about Devin Witherspoon. He went on to add a few more really interesting nuggets. Number one, he believes in his covering of the team that Spoon is Mike Macdonald's personal favorite. Now, Mike Macdonald would never answer that question, I'm sure, but that's just Greg's assessment of somebody that's been around this team pretty much every day during the football season and parts of the offseason as well. That's his guy. That's his favorite guy. He's got a lot of favorites, but that's the number one dog Devin Witherspoon. We also talked about Devin Witherspoon and the durability. I mean, he did miss some time this past year. Now, 3 seasons, he's played 47 games. You'll take that. But he's also missed a little bit of time. And, of course, that's what we questioned when he was drafted so highly, coming out of college all the way back when Pete drafted him. And that was, man, for a guy that plays that aggressively, 185 is what the program reads. Greg said probably close to 180, 175 is what he actually weighs. I mean, how much longer can you do that, especially when, seeing Puka Nacua a couple of times per year and big physical receivers in this league, and he just throws his body around. So that's a little bit of concern, and it may be something that enters the equation when you're thinking about making him the highest paid defensive back in the entire National Football League, which they very well might do before the season gets underway. And then, of course, the third thing that Greg brought up that I think is worth mentioning is people that have connections to Illinois tend to be better than anyone else in the Midwest.
Yeah, you don't need a contest to prove that.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting that he brought that up, that he initiated that point.
Yeah, I apologize that I took out where he actually said that.
Right. Remember,
but it was just time. I had to be efficient.
Remember when he said that and he put Illinois way ahead of Ohio?
Yeah.
Remember when he did that?
It's a far superior state, and the people that come from there are leaps and bounds ahead of Ohioans.
I was touched by that. I really was. And I also find it to be 1,000% true. Greg's smart. So we appreciate Greg being a part of the Seahawks One series. And he really wanted to break down Devin Witherspoon and really did want to illustrate just how valuable he thinks that he is to this team. I don't know if Devin Witherspoon ever is going to be mentioned in a Defensive Player of the Year race. I don't know about that. I have a feeling Nick Eamon-Warry is going to do some things statistically that probably are going to end up standing out even more so than what Devin Witherspoon does out on the football field. Eamon-Warry might be headed toward a career of accolades even more so than what Spoon's going to be.
Yeah.
But I think what we take away from that is the value of this guy cannot be read on a stat sheet, and especially cornerbacks. Sometimes it doesn't even show up when you're watching it it's because of how much he's taking away and how much he's forcing defense or offenses into doing things they don't want to do because of his presence. Sometimes we don't even pick up on that. And then you add the leadership aspect of it. He might be the leader of the defense. I mean, I know they've got a lot of Ernest Jones we just talked about with Softy earlier. I know they got Leonard Williams. I know DeMarcus Lawrence has turned into quite the leader in a very short period of time for this team. But Greg even went as far in our conversation yesterday to say he might be the leader, might be the leader of the defense, might be the leader of the team. He might be the voice of the team. So, I mean, again, just kind of like a full service piece that they have in Devin Witherspoon. And if any of that is true that I'm kind of laying out there for you, you might understand why Mike McDonald makes him his favorite player.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. And I love, too, Greg talking about how he just kind of chirps at everybody and trash talks everybody and gets the defense all riled up. I think it's all great. I mean, this team, we keep talking about the personalities and the people that want to be on this team and the people that play for this team and how they all fit together, and they all have their role they have to play. And I think Devin Witherspoon plays a pretty important role for us.
Sounds like he's already taken Bud Clark under his wing.
Good.
He's the first guy to all of these workouts that they have in the offseason. I mean, it's just a really great piece that they have found. Now, they spent a lot on him. That's a big investment, top 5 pick in the NFL draft. I mean, it's a huge investment, but, man, he has been worth every bit of it, and he's going to get paid before the season gets started this year. And I'll say this, and this really does have ties to my Illinois background and his Illinois background. If I walked into to buy a jersey, and I'm not a jersey guy, I'm not Jackson Felts, but so I don't have a single jersey of any player.
You couldn't wear one for every day of the World Cup.
Right. I couldn't do that. God bless you, Jackson.
I know, he's the best.
But if I walked into a Seahawks shop and you're like, hey, you have to get a jersey, pick anyone you want. I'm getting 21. I'm getting Spoon.
We had a raffle at Mill Creek a couple weeks ago for an event we did, and there was a Witherspoon autographed jersey that was in the raffle. Oh, all the tickets went in there because there was several items up for grabs. That one was like the most coveted item of the night.
Yeah, well, if you love him, there he gives you a lot of reasons for it.
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of reasons for it. All right, one last thing comes your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. last thing to close out today's Wednesday program, and this is where we just go around the room. Kind of a small room now. For one last thing that's on our minds. What do you got, Ashley?
Well, you just mentioned you were excited for rain tomorrow, and I was thinking about this as well because we've had some hot days, and this is what I love about Seattle this time of year, right? You get some really hot days, then you get some rain, clean things out, cool things off, then you're ready for the hot weather again, then you get some rain. I only really get depressed. Like some people get depressed here when it's gray and rainy in the winter. I only get depressed when we go like 4 weeks without rain in the summer. Then I can't handle it.
I think it's long stretches of anything that's not great.
Maybe that's it.
Like even like I've not really had much problem with the weather since I moved here, but this past winter, that was a long rainy winter.
Yeah, but see, it doesn't.
But it turned into a phenomenal spring.
Yeah.
So even that was worth it. But when you get like an extended heat, where you get extended days of rain, but everybody has this. Wherever you go, every city's got this season. I was just talking the other day, like San Diego's known for, that's the perfect weather. I disagree. I've spent a lot of time in San Diego, and it kind of feels every day until it burns off.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like you're living just outside the armpit. Not in the armpit, but just like outside the armpit. You can feel the wave of the armpit because it's always like muggy and cloudy and gross, and then stuff burns out. So
you get that marine layer every morning.
Yeah. So to me, any exposure to an extended stretch of not ideal weather, whether it's too hot, too cold, too rainy, too this, you're not going to like that. But give me a little bit of taste of it. You know what we got here? Give me 3 days of heat, and then give me a few days of rain, and then give me back to 70 and partly cloudy. Yeah, I'm all in.
The only request I would have, though, I think we can make weather requests, right?
Sure, why not?
Is if we
hey, Mother Nature, first time, long time.
Yeah,
could I hear
rain on Thursday and Friday? Sure. But let's go sun on Saturday because I got a golf tournament to play in and I have to be outside all day.
Well, here's your long distance dedication.
Thank you,
Casey. Dear Mother Nature, who sounds just like Casey.
Yeah,
Casey,
that's how I picture my Mother Nature.
I am enjoying the sprinkling of different types of weather. But for Sunday and my golf event... Saturday and my golf event, could you please make it sunny and spectacular?
75's fine.
I listen every week. Thanks, Mother Nature.
That's all I'm asking.
All right, Ashley, here's your long-distance weather dedication.
I'm glad I put that request in. All right, ladies, we're going to be fine. Weather's going to be great. We got this.
All right, my one last thing. Speaking of ladies, what on earth is happening in the sports talk world that Becky Hammon is being asked to apologize for her opinion about Jalen Brunson? Okay.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere. Because she said she doesn't think Jalen Brunson will ever be able to win a championship as long as he's the best player on the team.
Okay.
And she thinks that in order for that to happen, he's too small. Like those are outlier types. Those are Steph Curry's, and those guys, let's face it, are special. And she didn't put Jalen Brunson in the special category. Well, Jalen Brunson proved her and a lot of people wrong in this postseason, and he's a great champion. And man, is he an admirable, fierce competitor. And so he won a championship, and Becky Hammon was happy for him. But now it's like people are asking her to apologize. It's like, wait a minute. She had a job as an analyst for the NBA. Mm-hmm. She's the coach of the Las Vegas Aces, by the way, but she does some NBA and analyst work. And she used to be with the San Antonio Spurs as an assistant. So she was hired to have an opinion, and she had a strong opinion about what it takes to win a championship, having, been with the Spurs.
Right.
And won some championships. So that was her opinion. We miss all the time. Fans miss, sports talk show hosts miss, coaches miss, general managers miss, owners miss, players miss. We all miss. Why is Becky Hammon, of all people, being brought to bear because she didn't, and she's since copped to it. Like, hey, I didn't think Jalen Brunson was one of those Steph Curry top outliers, but he's proven to be that. But no, I'm not going to apologize to anyone for having a strong opinion and then supporting it with details and information and facts. So I don't know why it's front page news, her criticism of Jalen Brunson, and plenty of people had that. Why is she being picked on? Why is she being made an example of? It's not fair. It is simply not fair. Get off of her back. She's really good at coaching basketball, analyzing basketball, and it's silly. She's not the only person that had that opinion, and good for Jalen Brunson. He proved all of his critics wrong.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But you can't have it both ways either. You can't have people have a strong opinion and then when their strong opinion, when they're wrong on it, make them apologize because or else they won't have a strong opinion anymore. What do you want?
Our jobs and radio, TV, if we are given a microphone and our sports opinions are put out there, our jobs are to have an opinion and then to support that opinion. Mm-hmm. And we know every time that we put ourselves out there, there's a chance we're going to be proven wrong by the sports world, by an athlete who overachieves or overcomes, somebody that we didn't think was very good and they ended up being great. Mm-hmm. You know, that's going to happen. It's never not going to happen. So she does not owe anyone an apology, but she did need to probably be asked about her comments, which she answered.
And that's fair.
And she answered them well. So please stop. Get off Becky Hammond's butt. All right, that'll do it for us today. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
turned the Mariners' 2-1 deficit into a 3-2 lead in the top of the 7th inning. 164 hitting Cal Raleigh's 8th home run of the season. George Kirby's 6th innings, 1 earned run. Andres Munoz pitched a perfect ninth, fastballs 100, 101, 102 miles an hour, blowing away all 3 Pirates, and a perfect ninth for the save. Randy Rosarina back off the IL. All in all, a good day. Positive vibes only, good vibes only for the Mariners in Pittsburgh in the victory last night. A's lost. Mariners 2.5 games ahead.
USA. So that's just underway right now as well. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll have an update with our soccer nerds. We love them, though. Anders and FIFA Felts are coming up at 2 p.m. today. The game here, by the way, has big ramifications for the U.S. and who they will see. So we'll get to that in a heartbeat. NBA. AJ DeMonsta goes number 1 overall. Darren Peterson, number 2 in the draft yesterday. The rest of the draft, too confusing because the NBA still doesn't know how to do it. Guys are getting traded, putting on the wrong hats. We'll just tell you that. But Austin Reeves, L.A. Lakers star, signed a 4-year, or is going to sign a 4-year, $185 million max contract to go back to the franchise. Player option as well. So he's got a max deal coming up. Bobby McMahon met with the media today. He'll join us coming up at 1 p.m.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, welcome in here on a Wednesday afternoon. Ian Furness with you. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line. 49451. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns, all welcome at 49451. Here's what's coming up today. Bobby McMahon's going to join us at 1 p.m. Even the casual fan, I think you'll enjoy him. He's a great interview. He's well-spoken, outspoken. We'll ask him why. Why Seattle? Why did he come back? And I say that from this standpoint. There was a lot yesterday, a lot from Kraken fans that was not great. A lot of people were upset, mad, disappointed, frustrated. They wanted more from the report of the audit back to the fans. A lot of questioning of the organization. I mentioned this yesterday. I'll mention it again. And we'll have Bobby on at 1. I think if you need any indication that they're headed in the right direction, it's the fact that a guy that could have gone to free agency on July 1st, and there's probably 25 teams that would have wanted him, depending on the price, maybe more. And instead, he said, I'm not even going to get to free agency. I'm going to sign before I open up that floodgate. And that should tell you something, but he'll join us at 1. 2 o'clock, I mentioned our soccer guys, Anders, FIFA Felts will join us. They'll give us a little perspective on what's happening in the World Cup as it relates to the Team USA. Listen, if you're way into it, you probably have a pretty good idea of what's going on. If you're not way into it, you're probably going, well, what do these games, what do these matches mean for the team I really care about? And that would be Team USA, which plays again tomorrow in Santa Clara, their final group stage game. They've already clinched the group, so they're moving on, and they'll be on to the round of 32. The question is, who will they play in the round of 32? The game here in Seattle that's just underway has something to do with that. So we'll get some context. I mentioned this with Greg. Fox's coverage has been really good for the most part. I think John Strong is maybe the most underrated play-by-play person in our country. He's a Portland kid. At least he was. He was Canzano's producer for years. Crazy. And now he's like the lead voice for Fox Soccer in our country. He does a great job. I don't think they do a great job of telling us all the time what's going on, what the context is. You know what? That's why you tune into KJR at 7 p.m. at night, right? That's the show you produce. You're there every night, 7 o'clock. They do a good job of explaining what's. I think it's important. Like what do these games mean? Like, what do they mean? Who's in charge? Like what are the ramifications? Not just for Team USA, but overall. Like I'm texting Jackson and Anders every night, going, okay, I'm watching this game. What do I want to see happen here? Do I care at all? Does it matter? Not even so much for the U.S., just does it matter, period. Like, is one team already out? Is one team moving on, et cetera? So they'll explain what all the games, 6 matches today mean, including the Canada game going on right now, the game at Lumen Field. So we'll get to that coming up at 2 o'clock. Next segment coming up around 12:20, we're going to get into a little bit of NBA expansion talk. The NBA draft day 1, first round was yesterday. I joke about it. It's just so we talked about this a lot yesterday. It's so dysfunctional, man. It's just so take a cue from the NFL. Take a cue from the NFL. And what I mean by taking a cue from the NFL is take a cue from the NFL and announce your trades as they're happening. You don't have to wait till the quote league year starts on July 1st and free agency starts. I think it's odd. The NHL does the same thing. Odd that you have free agency after the draft. I think free agency before the draft is better, like the NFL does. Well, let's just, how about this? The NFL does things just better than everybody else. That's why they're the NFL. Okay? And just, so when you have all these guys putting on hats, and I didn't even watch the draft. I tuned in a couple seconds here or there. I'm like, I know they're drafting for somebody else. Why do I care? And it's goofy. But there's a bigger story. And that would be expansion. I think the expansion part of it is really the thing that we all care about. How many more drafts are we going to go through without having a team? And I believe it's one next year for the 27 draft, and that's it. Because in 2028, we would have a team. And why do I think that? You're going to hear from Adam Silver coming up in just a couple minutes. And we'll get into that a little bit more as well. The Mariners yesterday, Cole Young, really cool story. Gets the home run in, wait for it, his hometown of Pittsburgh. A game-winning home run. Used to shag balls there and stuff. So really a cool story for him to get that 2-run home run in the 7th inning last night. Go-ahead 2-run home run. They were down 2-1 at the time. Hits the bomb. 3-run home run. Thanks for coming. They get the win, and kind of a big win for them. In a lot of ways. Pittsburgh is okay. And what I mean by okay is they're only 2 games behind Seattle in terms of what their record is this year. So they're not quite the pushover you would think, but they do have some issues. 2 of their best players are out. Those are the games you win. Cal Raleigh goes 1 for 4. And in a sense, struck out a couple times, you'd be like, okay, still struggling. He did have a home run. Solo jack, perfect. Good thing for that. That's a good thing. We will take that all day and every day. We'll take that home run from Cal Raleigh. So good news there. Tonight, Brian Wu goes, and then you just kind of cross your fingers. Brian Wu, yes, no. Road Brian Wu or the real Brian Wu? Because the Brian Wu on the road has been awful this year. So we're hoping to see the good one tonight. And again, I keep saying tonight like they're going to play tonight. They play at 3:40 our time. Okay. When we come back, NBA draft yesterday. How close are we to getting a team back? You'll hear from the commissioner, Adam Silver. And I think if you're a Sonics fan, you're going to like what you hear coming up next.
FM.
All right, we're back on a Wednesday afternoon. Ian Furness with you. Travis Moger is kind enough to sit in. Jessamine not feeling well today, so she went home, and so she's gone. So instead we have Travis, who you're not working much these days, are you? What are you doing these days?
Oh, just working 40-hour weeks, big time. Actually, 50-hour weeks.
What for folks who, we've talked about this a little bit before we get to the NBA and the Sonics and expansion, all that fun stuff in a second. So every night at 7 o'clock, you're producing the show, right?
Well, actually, Anders produces his own show.
Oh, does he?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Wow, so you're not even doing that?
No, I'm not even doing that, but I'm just doing every World Cup game.
So you're in that crazy studio in there?
Yeah.
That's wild. Wow.
Have you ever spent 12 hours with Pete Fewing?
No.
It's a lot.
It is okay. So the Seattle U soccer coach.
Yeah. Great guy.
He seems like a great guy.
He's really, really great.
Is he just enthusiastic? Is he like energetic? What's the deal? When you say, have I ever spent that time with him? I would ask, like, wow.
He's got a lot of stories. Because he knows everyone.
Gotcha.
He's been in the Seattle soccer community for decades.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
No, I love the guy.
Yeah, he's our coverage between Pete Fewing, Danny Jackson, and Steve Zakawani, right? Zach's in there.
Brad Evans,
and then FIFA Feltz and Anders. I mean, it's and you guys are doing for shows for across the country, I believe, right?
Yeah,
like 100+ stations across the country. We're doing stuff. I love the studio setup in there. It looks like I told somebody earlier. I'll take a picture and put it on Instagram. It looks like. In fact, I'll do that next segment. Mr. Social Media. Call me Mr. Social Media. My kid's in here is shaking his head no. It looks like if you're doing NFL or NHL, maybe even MLB, like the situation rooms, like the replay rooms. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Like it's got massive TVs everywhere, all that kind of. You guys are doing a great job.
It's fun.
Yeah. So I was confirming with Travis here in the break, because sometimes old man math isn't great, especially on the radio. But yeah, this I believe will be the second to last NBA draft for us here in Seattle that we're not involved with. Our last NBA draft was 2008, and the worst part about that final NBA draft in 2008, we didn't reap the fruits of the labor there, because that was 2008. Russell Westbrook went number 4 overall to, at the time, the Seattle Supersonics. The Sonics also had a second pick in the first round. Serge Ibaka went number 24 overall. And then they picked 4 other players all in the second round. Walter Sharp from UAB, Trent Plaisted from BYU, Devon Harden from Cal, and Sasha Khan from Kansas. Those guys combined to play 33 games in the NBA. So what happened after Serge Ibaka didn't matter much. Although, if I remember right, Walter Sharp, we kind of liked him at the time, but he only played 8 games in the NBA. Sasha Khan played 25, and the other guys didn't play any. But Ibaka obviously had a hell of a career. Russell Westbrook is MVP. So those 2 guys. And I remember that day, we're at the old Furtado Center, which is now gone. That is, do you know where the Furtado Center was? Are you old enough to know?
No.
It's where the Gates Foundation stuff is now.
Oh,
it's right there, which used to be like the Metro bus barn for like the electric buses, the ones with the trolleys up on Queen Anne and stuff in Capitol Hill. And then it turned into the Furtado Center was there, which was the Sonics practice facility. And we were sitting in there for that draft day. And I remember like Westbrook gets taken. There's it's funny, a couple of media guys. I won't name Percy Allen's name right now, but just ripping on like, oh my God, that's a horrible pick. I'm like, really? I think Russell Westbrook's pretty good. Like, I watch a lot of college hoops. I think he's all right. And we all say stuff like that. But I remember having that debate with Percy. I like Percy. Percy does a great job with stuff for the Times. But I remember having that debate going, well, I can't wait to say, hey, you know what, you're wrong at a game this year, like in 2008. Well, that happened, and then obviously a week and a half later, we lost the team, so we never saw them again. That was that was kind of. That was the surreal deal. And then before I get to Adam Silver in a second, that was surreal because we were sitting there that night, and I think I was there with Elise. I think Puck was with me. I know Percy was there. Art Teal was there, Steve Kelly, like a bunch of the guys that are now retired and so forth. And we're watching this thing take place. We should have figured out something was wrong. It was during the trial, first of all, to keep the team here. Second of all, we were put in this like really small little closet of a room, like 10 or 15 of us or whatever that were covering the draft at the Furtado Center. No food, no water, no nothing. It was just like we're there. And it was in contrast to the year before, because the year before in 2007, that draft was held on the grounds right by the Mural Amphitheater outdoors at the Seattle Center. And we did a huge show. I did a show there that night. Kevin Calabro was on with us most of the night, Gas. And that was when they had the number 2 overall pick, and it was Kevin Durant. That was a big thing. Do you go Greg Oden or Kevin Durant? And all along, we kind of had a feeling. Kevin Pritchard was pretty much the GM at the time of the Blazers, now in Indiana, was pretty much in love with Greg Oden. And as much as they got criticized harshly for taking Oden and not Durant, most teams would have taken Greg Oden, not knowing that he was going to fall apart and everything was going to break and stuff like that. But we had that draft party up there, and that was like it was like our last, the draft day in 2007. They also took Carl Landry, by the way, out of Purdue. They ended up trading him and Glenn Davis out of LSU. But that was kind of our last real basketball celebration in our city. Like the last time we really got to celebrate basketball was that day. And for me, I had been at KJR for less than a year at that point. So like I got here in September of 2006. Feel free to get me a gift for my 20th anniversary this fall.
Congrats.
Yeah, well, I'm not there yet, buddy. And look at the trades. we got a ways to go. We're limping to the finish line right now. Anyway, that was but I'd been here less than a year. And I remember sitting up there and doing that show. And I do remember we broke a story. David Locke and I were working on a story back then. We had a couple of guys that I was really close to, a guy that passed away a couple of years ago. Mark Workentine was a GM of the year for Denver, worked in Portland. And we had the deal that Jeff Green was coming here. We broke that on the air live. It was a really fun day. And I remember the celebration when Kevin Durant got drafted up there at the Seattle Center grounds. And I'm like, God, this is so awesome. I'm back in my hometown. My first team, my first love, my first sports love was the Sonics. Period. End of story. They were the only pro team here until the Mariners came in 77, or 77, the Seahawks in 76. That was it. We're a Sonics town. And I'm like, this is awesome. And we just got Kevin Durant. My God, this would be awesome. Can't believe it. And KC was on us, Calabro, and he's breaking it down. This guy's going to be this, and he was right. And we're all excited in the party. You know, a year later, the team was just awful. Case in point, 4th overall pick, lottery team again. And that was it. I really don't think we got to celebrate Kevin Durant being a Sonic.
No.
There's a lot of people that will look back fondly and, Kevin Durant and Sonic's time. And because on occasion, he'll say things. Yeah, he'll say nice things about Seattle, which is great and appreciated in a sense. I think they're somewhat hollow and empty words. He was here for a year. It was an awful experience on every level. Basketball team was bad. Ownership was moving out. They were getting ready to sue the city, which they did later on, and the whole 9 yards. That lawsuit started spring of 2008. We never really got to celebrate Kevin Durant here at all. And I remember going down and he played a game, the first game they played in Portland the next year. He and Jeff Green were at, and I remember going and interviewing in the locker room. And I can just tell you, they were very dismissive. They didn't care. They honestly didn't care. So for all those that say Durant's a Seattle guy, he says the right things. In the moment, at the time, he didn't care. He was in Oklahoma City. Just didn't care. And honestly, I can't blame him for that. He was here for a year. It's not like he had any type of connection to our city. But as I'm watching from afar, not on TV, but just kind of follow on to the draft last night, as I'm going through that, I thought, God, the last time we really celebrated the NBA in Seattle with any kind of backbone, anything that mattered, was draft day 2007 with Kevin Durant. And little did we know a year later they would be gone. We were worried. There was thoughts. The whole nonsense with Clayton Bennett thinking he's going to build a building in Renton or Tukwila or someplace, whatever. But that was the last time we got it. And I'm not one who counts a celebration being a preseason game. We're not a preseason NBA city. If you think we are, God bless you. Go to the game. You go watch a bunch of guys that are going to be playing in the G League this year. I do that. That's fine. Softy won't go to Starbucks. I won't go to an NBA preseason game in Seattle until it's a team wearing green and gold. Period. End of story. That's just that. I'm not going to do it. I've had that debate with Purple Sheep before with Rich. Like we've kind of helped try to support these things. Like I'm not supporting that crap. My other employer brings them to town at Climate Pledge. I'm not supporting it. We're not an NBA preseason city. We're an NBA city. So how close are we to getting it back? And I asked Travis earlier, I go, this is it, right? If I do the math, the 2026 draft is over. There's the 2027 draft next spring for the 27-28 season. The 28-29 season, draft in 2028, that would be our first draft in theory if we get a team in 2028. In theory. Dan Patrick's show yesterday. Adam Silver was on. Here's what he said.
We're looking at 2028. Seattle and Vegas still the leading candidates for expansion. And if so, Memphis or Minnesota going to the Eastern Conference. Does that sound fair?
So if we expand, at least we're thinking 28, 29 season. The only two cities at the moment we're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. We haven't had a vote on it. It's not a foregone conclusion, but we're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those two cities. And then, yes, and then we'll if we do add two teams, we'll want to likely even out the conferences, so there will be some movement then.
But if you're looking at two teams, not either Seattle or Vegas.
We're currently looking at two teams, but what we've said is it's possible we won't expand at all, and we could expand to just one market. But we're officially looking at both those markets right now.
So, kind of reiterating, but I think going a little deeper in terms of his comments from back in March. We know it's those two. We believe it's those two. It's going to be those two. There was a story yesterday that Bill Foley, who's the owner of the Vegas Golden Knights, is kind of, we're hearing it more, launching an NBA expansion bid. He announced that Monday that he's officially announced he's launching a bid to bring the franchise to Vegas. Board of Governors, if you want to go back in late March, explored the bids for expansion franchise and said that we will indeed explore expansion. So you need, the owners to vote on this, and we think that could happen this fall. Foley is only worth $2.6 billion. I say, how dumb does that sound? By the way, he's only worth $2.6 billion. But we're talking about a franchise value for an expansion that's probably hovering around $6 to $8 billion. So he'll need other people to come on board. He said he's got a limited number of strategic and minority partners, et cetera. But he kind of made it official. He's out there. They're exploring it. We know here in Seattle what's going on, and that is that the Kraken ownership group, One Roof Sports and Entertainment, led by Samantha Holloway, they added Melinda French Gates, who's worth $30 billion to their portfolio and their ownership group for the Kraken and One Roof here about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So they're on board. So when you hear Adam Silver say that, like that really caught my attention. I know he had kind of alluded to, in a couple of years and 2028. I mean, that was about as definitive as it gets. I've said all along, and I truly believe this. I've been talking about for a while. 2028 is the target date that makes sense for everybody. Makes sense for the league. Makes sense for the ownership groups. You want to have at least an 18-month rollout to get teams and JMs and everybody ready. So if it gets approved by, I don't think it'll be All-Star Weekend or Summer League, which is coming up in July. I don't believe that'll happen. I think we're looking more at the fall. But that gives everybody 18 months to get ready to go. And there is a difference, I think, an inherent difference that needs to be pointed out between an expansion NHL franchise and an expansion NBA franchise. And really specifically, for lack of a better term, it's easier to launch an NBA expansion franchise. The infrastructure is far less. The NBA, first of all, smaller roster. The rosters are half the size. You don't have, all due respect to the developmental league, to the G League. You don't have a minor league system. You're not having to build out a minor league program with, like in the case of the Kraken, Coachella Valley, the coaches and all that. You're not drafting kids like Major League Baseball, which you do in hockey, that are 3-4 years away from playing and really kind of build your pro. You draft and guys come in and make a difference right away. I mean, that's how it works in the. I mean, Darren Peterson, going number 2 overall, is going to start day 1 for the Jazz. AJ DeBonsta is going to start day 1 in Washington. All of these guys, Cameron Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Keaton Wagler, Mikael Brown Jr., Darius Acuff Jr., Kingston Flemings, all these guys were drafted in the lottery yesterday. Merez Johnson Jr., Braden Burris, Axel Lendenberg, all these guys, they're all coming in to start day 1. They make an impact. You draft a guy in the NHL draft, you're a couple years away. So there's a little bit more of a build-up. There's a little more of a process. There's more layers involved. We just found out yesterday with the audit, there's 14-plus different departments in an NHL organization. The NBA isn't quite that extensive. Coaching staffs, etc. So 18 months is fine. So that's where we're at. So think about this. Just put this in perspective for just a moment. We only have one more NBA draft that we're not a part of. And I'm listening to Adam Silver, knowing what's going on here in this city, behind the scenes, the fact that Bill Foley finally came out and publicly said, yes, I'm pursuing an NBA franchise in Vegas, the owner of the Golden Knights, the guy that runs the arena. This is happening. This is flat out happening. It's not a question of if, and you know what? Listening to the commissioner right there, it's not anymore even a question of when. It's happening. Guys, the NBA's coming back. You heard Adam Silver there. You've heard the insinuations behind the scenes from Lewicki, Samantha Holloway, now Bill Foley in Vegas. I don't think there was any appetite or desire, even though it had been alluded before, and Silver himself has said, well, maybe we just expand to one team. No. You're not doing that. You need to. And then I love Dan Patrick, his question. Think about that for a second. He's asking about realignment. That's how far down the road people are thinking about this. Because, yeah, you're adding 2 teams in the West, 2 teams in the Pacific time zone. So, yeah, you're going to move a couple teams back to the Eastern Conference. That's how far down the road we are. We only have one more NBA draft that will not involve Seattle. That's a damn good thing. Last night was actually a better day than you thought. If you're an NBA fan or an NBA fan to be in Seattle, it was a better day than you thought. 49451, that is the Tacoma Dodge text line. 49451, your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns. By the way, no score. Switzerland and Canada. What's the other one? I got to see. What's the other score? Hello. We have scores. We'll update you on the other game in a minute because it does affect what happens with Team USA. And then we'll hear from Bobby McMahon, top of the hour, 93.3 KJR FM.
The moment we're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. We haven't had a vote on it. It's not a foregone conclusion, but we're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those two cities. And then, yes, and then we'll if we do add two teams, we'll want to likely even out the conferences, so there will be some movement then.
But if you're looking at two teams, not either Seattle or Vegas.
We're currently looking at two teams, but what we've said is it's possible we won't expand at all, and we could expand to just one market. But we're officially looking at both those markets right now.
Officially looking at both those markets. Just give some thoughts, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. I just feel like that was maybe one of the more substantial things that Adam Silver has said. I feel like that just I mean, I'm about as confident as can be that they're going to have it, that we're going to have NBA here in the fall of 2028. I'm really confident that that's going to happen. Like, very confident. But hearing him say that, a guy that's kind of tap danced around the whole process for a while, like he's really tap danced, and up until March when they said they're going to explore, we're going to explore expansion, Seattle and Vegas. He says it again. He says it's not a foregone conclusion. Boy, listening to him, it just feels like, and knowing what's going on here, I think the Bill Foley stuff in Vegas was significant. I think the Melinda French Gates was significant here because I believe that really just kind of takes out any questions of, is there a rival group that would try to come in? And I know what people are going to say on the text line. I've seen the text before. I understand it. Yeah. We don't like the way that the hockey team's projecting in terms of wins and losses. They're going to run the basketball team. I want different owners. You're not going to get different owners, guys. And here's why. They run the building. They being Samantha Holloway and the One Roof Foundation group, they run the building. Bill Foley runs the building in Vegas. That's a significant part. When you're paying up to $6, $7, $8 billion, whatever it might be, billion, that's with a B, for an expansion franchise, you sure as hell better have all the revenue streams available at your disposal. Like, you better have everything at your disposal. You better be able to sell the suites and revenue and all the revenue streams that come from a franchise. You better not be sharing that as a secondary tenant and just someone leasing out the building. You better control the building. That's why the Foley stuff was significant. And I think that, I don't think it's any doubt that Foley came out probably at the request of the NBA, hey, let's make this public. You're the guy. You're taking, because there would be maybe some people sniffing around, but they're not going to go cut a deal with him to get dates in the building when the Vegas Golden Knights are there and other stuff's going on there. Same thing here. Doesn't make any sense. So we're going to see NBA basketball here in 20. I felt yesterday was a fun, cool day. 49451. Your thoughts on the Tacoma Dodge text line. I thought yesterday was a very significant day. Listening to Silver's comments there. They do pre-interview stuff. Dan Patrick asking about that. I look at the little things. Maybe I'm just crazy. I'm too much minutia sometimes. I look at the little things. Dan Patrick not even asking about the thing is it going to happen. He's just like, no. So we're doing realignment, right? We're going to realign. Like, he went well past the awarding of the franchises when he asked that question, and that's a guy that knows what the hell he's doing. So, cool stuff there. By the way, 2-1 now. Bosnia and Qatar at. Softy keeps saying he's going to get in trouble for this. I'm going to say Lumen Field. I'm looking at ESPN.com on the scores. They call it Lumen Field, Seattle, Washington. They call it BC Place, Vancouver, Canada. Later today, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Atlanta, Georgia. Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Gardens. Can't pronounce the name of the stadium in Mexico City, but we'll just say it's up there. Same with Guadalajara. ESPN's giving a middle finger to FIFA. Oops, I just did that. Are we on YouTube?
We are.
We are on YouTube, right?
Yes.
How do you get a shot of the kid? I got a kid grinding in here studying. Can you get a shot of
yeah.
can you switch it?
Yeah, I can.
Better smile, Keith. The camera's right there. Now, I want to know if you're watching on the YouTube. Who's
there
better?
You go.
Who's better looking? That one or the older one? Huh? This guy? That guy? This guy? Huh? We don't look the same. I'm a lot better looking. Better hair. All right. Listen, coming up in just a couple minutes, we'll check in with Bobby McMahon, but and get that. The Bobby McMahon interview, we're going to talk to him about re-signing with Seattle. Yesterday was a rough day. in some senses for the Kraken, in the sense that I think the attempt was to be as transparent as possible. I think people wanted more than they got as far as the audit, interview, questions, what have you, answers. I'll go to my grave saying this. I don't think that they, frankly, owed anybody anything in terms of an explanation, Todd Lewicki, but he is very in tune with and keen on the importance of the fan base here. And he gave you what I think he probably should and could have given you publicly. And that was audit complete. We've taken a deep look at things. Changes are being made. We can't really tell you what those are because it's proprietary information, trade secrets, however you want to phrase it. But rest assured, we're committed to winning. And I think he said what needed to be said yesterday. Now, I know people wanted to have, and I just think this is the strangest thing. People wanted to have like a detailed line item explanation of everything they found in the audit. Like, did anybody really ever think that was going to happen? And what business in the public eye would ever do that that's in competition with other businesses? Like, there's like a lack of common sense sometimes. I thought he was very, very good in how he articulated what they're trying to do, what the priorities are. But one of the things that came out of that was, how committed are you to winning? And I'll ask Bobby McMahon. I mean, he re-signed here. My guess is he probably feels like they're pretty damn committed to winning because he had the pick. He could have gone to a lot of places. He could have gone to a lot of teams that were a postseason team, playoff team last year. The teams are on the rise. He could have gone to teams with other players that probably could have allowed him a little more skill around him than Seattle currently has. Doesn't mean they won't have that, but more established players. He decided not to do that. He wanted to stay here. And know this, in this sport with free agency, winning does mean something. In a day and age in which the players in the NHL dictate where they go more so than any other league in terms of no trade clauses and no movement clauses, that's important. You're going to get paid. And I'm assuming that McMahon's going to tell us that he feels good about where Seattle's going. So we'll hear from him coming up in just a second. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. 2 o'clock today, FIFA Felts. We'll roll in here along with Anderson Hurst. We'll check in with those guys. All coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Later this afternoon, M's have their second game in Pittsburgh against the Pirates, 3-game series. M's a winner yesterday thanks to Cole Young. 7th inning, go ahead, 2-run home run gives the M's the 3-2 victory. Back at it today with Brian Wu on the mound against Braxton Ashcraft. Cal Raleigh did hit his first home run since coming back from the injured list. That's a good sign. He was 1 for 4. Randy Rosarena off the injured list was 0 for 4, but he is back. Loving the fact he's back. Still hitting .287 this season with 7 home runs, 33 RBIs, getting on base at a .373 clip and an .814 OPS. They needed him back. He's their best offensive player this year, without a doubt. World Cup continues. We're at halftime of the 2 games that we care about. BC plays Switzerland and Canada for the Group B title. They are scoreless in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada A. And Bosnia leads Qatar, or Qatar, however you want to pronounce it, 2-1 at halftime down at Lumen Field. That game has ramifications for the Team USA round of 32 game. We'll get to that coming up at 2 p.m. today. NBA draft last night. A.J. DeBonsta from BYU going number 1 overall. Darren Peterson, Kansas point guard, going number 2 to the Utah Jazz. Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, and Keaton Wagler round out the top 5 for the draft. Second to last draft without Seattle involved. Going with that. Also, Austin Reeves signed a 4-year, $185 million max contract. Speaking of drafts, NHL draft coming up on Friday. We'll have coverage for you right here on 93.3 KJR FM. That'll be a fun day. Softy and Fane will do the show from 12 to 3 that day. And then Mike Benton anchors our coverage from 3 until the end of the first round Friday from the 32 Bar and Grill. I'll join him along with Everett Fitzhugh and Al Kaniski. So flipping things around a little bit. Can't wait. Come on by 32 Bar and Grill on Friday for our draft coverage for the Kraken 2026 NHL draft. They have the 8th overall pick. Should be a lot of fun. 7th overall pick, sorry. 7th overall pick on Friday. Speaking of the Kraken, Bobby McMahon standing by. All right, welcome back in. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM, 1 o'clock hour. Here we go. Ian Furness with you, and he is waiting on hold patiently, but I wanted to set it up this way. April 22nd, end of the season for the Kraken. I sat down at the 32 Bar and Grill that day, talked to Lane Lambert, Jason Botterill, and a couple players as well. Brandon Montour stopped by, but also a guy that was probably the most important piece in the offseason for Seattle, at least internally, and that was Bobby McMahon, who was traded from Toronto to Seattle right around the deadline this past season. Came in, 29 goals, had a hell of a season in Toronto and Seattle, but a pending free agent. And I asked Bobby about his thoughts on staying in Seattle as he entered free agency.
Yeah, it's weird because I've always been my whole life on that side of working towards something. And now that this season's over, it's kind of like you transition to maybe looking at the contract side of it, and it's a weird thing that I haven't really had a chance to do yet. But this is definitely an organization that has treated me well coming in. Super warm welcome. Enjoyed the time with the guys, the coaches, the management have all been super nice. So it's something that I'm going to have to look at really seriously, obviously. It's a point in my career where I want to make. It's going to be some big decisions. Obviously, I want to make the right one. So it's a city that I've got to know a little bit. Didn't know a ton coming in. Enjoyed my time here, and I feel like it's definitely a spot that I could see myself ending up at.
Where does Lane fit into that? Lane Lambert. And we'll ask about that in just a couple seconds because he joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, Bobby McMahon. And when it was all said and done, you left us with some hope. And you gave the Kraken fans something to be excited about. You're going to be a member of the team for the next 6 years, signing that contract. Congratulations, Bobby.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you. I'm going to get into the whys and all that in a second. And you did a conference call with the media this morning. I thought was really insightful just about the direction of where you see the organization is going. But let me just ask you, like this is a different thing for so many people, but for a free agent in any sport, you have decisions to make. There's probably a lot of pressure, both from your teammates or other guys around the league, family members, etc. Now that it's done and you're not going to have to worry about it after July 1st, what's the main emotion you're feeling right now? Is it relief? Is it excitement? What are you feeling?
Probably one, excitement, a little bit of relief as well. It's a little bit hard to sit in limbo, just kind of waiting to see, thinking maybe I'm going to go to free agency. Maybe I could be with any of the 32 teams in the league, could be living anywhere in North America. That's always a little bit unsettling. So definitely some relief, but more than anything, excited to get rolling with this group, try and build something special, and try and build with the guys that are there right now.
What was the process like? Because when I left you and you left us on the 32, I think there was a golf trip planned for you. I think Cale Fleury and some others were going to go play golf. I know, talking to Monty and some others, there was some recruiting going on. So what took place? How hard did guys recruit you just from your own team with the Kraken?
Yeah, it started kind of right near the end of the season there. Rolled right into that golf trip. I think it was like 12 of us went out for a golf trip there. That was really fun. Got to know the guys really well. Had a great time there. They were all kind of throwing jabs or throwing out hints that they wanted me to stick around, which was really nice. Like they were all great friends, teammates. They were all trying to get me to kind of stick around, which was great. And then it was transitioning to then talking to Bots, talking to Lane. What's the vision for this team? Where's this organization going? I think I was kind of pressing them a little bit about how do we get this organization, or what's, I guess, their plan to get this organization on the right track. We didn't finish last season where we wanted to, didn't end up making playoffs. So how do we get this organization to a spot where it's a winning team and a consistently top organization in the NHL? So I think that was my biggest questions for them. We talked extensively about it, a couple phone calls with Bots, a couple meetings with Lane before I left, all things that were important to me to understand where's this organization going. And in doing that, we talked about what prospects we have. That was kind of the biggest thing as far as where this organization is going. A lot of great pieces in Coachella Valley where guys are young still, but can step up and be legitimate contributors and NHL players in the Kraken organization and a part of this team. So that was probably the biggest thing that was pushing me to be like, okay, this is a great spot to be. It has the potential, has the future. It's going to take the work, but I think the pieces are there, and this organization is willing to put the work in to get to that spot.
Bobby McMahon joining me. Listen, the money was going to be there, whether it was Seattle or another team, another one of the 31 teams around the league. You've earned that, and there's no doubt you've earned that. It's a remarkable story, undrafted, all the things that we know about you coming in and to get to this point. It's just a great story, and it's pretty cool for you and your family. But let me go back to what you said. The money's going to be there. So we know that you know you were going to get paid. You knew probably halfway through last season, maybe even entering last season, your final year, your free agency season. You're probably like, I'm gonna probably do okay. You're going to have your choice of where you want to go, more than likely, and all those types of things. But money aside, you had to believe. What makes you believe in the organization? We'll just start with Bots, because you said you sat down with him. So the conversation with Bots, with Jason Botterill, the GM. What made you believe, and what was the vision that you heard and saw from him?
Biggest thing I could hear it in his voice and the way that he wanted to approach things was that he wanted to do everything he could to make this organization better. I thought it was sincere. I think every GM's trying to do that, but I think that the way that he's approaching it, through ownership, with himself, in conjunction with Lane, there's a big push here to make this team better. And then it was, okay, well, how do you do that? And then we were talking through the pieces that they have. So draft picks, prospects, players that are here, ability to try and acquire players, his drive to try and do that if there are players available that are out there. I think all those things were huge for me, in that knowing that this place is going to be a place that's at least pushing to be a top team in the league eventually. And that's what got me excited. But also the thought, and then talking with Lane a little bit about the legacy that can be built and building it kind of from the ground up, and knowing that it's a new organization and how cool it would be and how satisfying it would be and how good it would feel to build this organization to a place that's competing in the playoffs and pushing to be one of the best teams in the league.
Let me start with the one acquisition they've made, and you played against him in the East probably more than we've seen him out here. Mackie Samoskevich, they picked him up from Florida on the same day. It was an eventful Sunday for those of us that were trying to enjoy Father's Day. Bobby, it was an eventful day for news to be coming out. But what do you know about Mackie? You must have seen him. He sounds like he's a guy that's got a lot of speed and just kind of stuck in a depth issue in Florida. But what do you know about him? Because I think that's kind of the first step along the way, trading a couple draft picks and bringing in a kid that probably is ready to take the next step, maybe like a Bobby McMahon was a couple years ago.
Yeah, you could see that. Obviously, they have a great team in Florida. They had some guys that were playing some big minutes, but playing against him, he plays with great speed. He is able to control the game. He's got good skills, good puck skills. He plays hard too. He's difficult to play against. So seeing that was huge. That was cool to also see that on the day that I signed the contract and see that he's going to be there as well. We're already adding pieces and it's already looking like a bit of a different team. I think that gets me excited and hopefully him excited as well. And I think everyone in the organization was excited to get him there because he's definitely going to be a contributing piece.
Bobby, let's go back to the organization. Something that just jumped out at me today with your earlier conversation and something that, we discussed, that I discussed with Todd Lewicki with the audit and everything else, the commitment to win. It's every GM probably wants to push to win and they have it in different ways. You mentioned the vision that Bots has. You've got to have the support from above and management. I'm assuming you are convinced that whether it be Samantha Holloway, the leadership group, winning is important and they're going to do everything they can to help the players get there. Am I right in assuming that?
Yeah, absolutely right. Met with Samantha when I was there. She's great. She was able to, ease any questions that I had, address anything that I would want, I guess, in the organization. They already have so much infrastructure and systems in place in this organization to make guys the best players they can be. And that's all you can ask. You got to provide the opportunity, let the players take advantage of it. And that's exactly what they're doing. They provide strength and conditioning, nutrition, on-ice coaching, performance stuff, video, all the things that you need to do to be the best player that you can be, and then ultimately contribute to a winning program. And that's what I liked coming in. And that's what I continued to look for and saw all the way through my time there. And that's what gets me excited about, one, pushing myself to be the best that I can be and taking advantage of that, and as well as the players around me and the new guys coming in terms of prospects and younger guys that can take advantage of that and be the best players they can be.
It's interesting. I didn't know you met with her. I think it's an interesting dynamic that she has. It's, when people that it's funny, you'll see her walk through the 32 Bar and Grill, go grab a coffee at Starbucks, what have you, come back. She's there every day, or most days if she's not out of town at meetings, but she's there all the time. There's that fine line between an owner who meddles too much, right? And is like, in the room or in the GM's office going, hey, I don't like what I see on the power play. What are we doing here? All these things. But yet someone that takes the time to talk to a player, I have to think that means something to you, that because she's not the meddling owner, but she's obviously an owner that wants to be hands-on when it comes to making sure the players are treated right. That's got to mean something to a hockey player, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely means something. It's huge knowing that you are feeling welcomed, you're cared for, that you're an important piece of what's going on there. And I think she does a great job of that. And I could also get the sense that she just wants to provide the best for the players, understanding that there's the hockey side of it as well. And that's something that the players take care of and management and things like that. But she wants to, one, challenge everybody to be at their best, but also make sure she's, more than anything, providing everything that we need to be at our best. And I felt that from the second I saw her, from the meetings that we had, and just chatting with her after the season here too, getting a few text messages from her, knowing that she's in full support of having me there and having an organization that is continuing to strive to be the best.
What does Lane Lambert mean to this process, and what did he mean to this process for you? And did you talk to him quite a bit? How did that go? Because you had him as, for folks who don't know, he was an assistant coach in Toronto when Bobby was there 2 years ago, and obviously came here last year as the head coach. But what did Lane mean to the process, and how did that work?
Yeah, he was big. We met a few times. I went over to his house after the season. We had a bit of a meeting there. couple calls, just kind of discussing, one, the trajectory of the team, but two, a little bit of my role as well. And how do I fit into this team? And I want to make sure that it's a good fit. And it felt like it was a good fit, but we continue to talk about that and how I can help contribute to this team and how I can also get my game to the best that it can possibly be. And that was big for myself personally, because that's something that gives me a lot of joy and gives me a lot of satisfaction in my life, is to get something that I love to do, which is playing hockey, and get that to be the best that it can possibly be. And he was in full support of that. He was excited about getting me to that point, and we kind of talked through that, and then obviously talked about the organization and how things were looking and where do we improve and how do we do that and how do things get to a point where we're continuing to be a playoff team every year in the future.
I thought it was interesting you mentioned today, Bobby McMahon with us for a couple more moments, the young guys. You're very keenly aware of the organization. I'm sure that came from not just you observing it, talking to bots as well, but you talked about the young guys. We saw some of those young guys this year, Oscar Fisker-Molgaard, Yanni Newman coming up, Berkeley, obviously a young guy. There's a lot of guys, that are in this organization, either in Coachella or here, but you mentioned the young guys and wanting to be a part of something from the ground up. How do you see your role with some of those young players? And what would you tell fans about what you, as a guy that understands a lot more about the young talent in the system that you've seen, whether in Coachella, guys up and down, or guys currently here?
Yeah, so you see the talent that they have. A lot of times you get guys that are draft picks and they have that young talent. And then it's how do you utilize that and how do you maximize that and how do you get those guys to feel comfortable with their game playing at the NHL level? Because it is a big jump coming from the AHL to the NHL. And you look at these guys and you see they're great people. They want to be there. They want to be in the NHL. They want to be a part of this organization. They want to be contributing. And it's looking at how do you do that and how do you get those guys to that point? So for me, I think I've had to go through that process. I started in the American League, played in the East Coast for a while, even had to work my way all the way up. So I was trying to take pieces from every guy that I had played with and try and pull, okay, what's going to work for me? How's this going to improve my game? How can I get to a point where my game's optimized? So then I'm looking at these guys coming in, and it's like, how do I try and give them enough guidance and tell them about my experiences or show them or lead by example in the way that I carry myself or take care of myself or train or work on the ice. All those things are huge, I think, for just establishing a good culture and trying to help those guys get to be the best that they can be. And if I can do that, I feel like that would make me feel great. Hopefully that would make them better players and hopefully make them feel great about their games.
Tell us about Seattle. You made no bones about it. You're social media, from what I understand. You're showing you were actually you're not even a tourist. You were the tour guide for the area around here, whether it be Seattle or the hiking trails and so on and so forth. What did the area, the city? You definitely did some exploring after the season. How much did that mean to you?
Yeah, that was big. Not knowing a ton about Seattle coming in, I didn't have a ton of chances to do that while the season was on. So kind of took the opportunity after the season to get out, explore, see what the city had to offer, kind of checked out most aspects of the city, spent some time in Ballard, went to Bellevue, Kirkland, saw the great neighborhoods, talked to some great people, couple pizza joints, love a good pizza.
Nice.
Was just able to kind of get out, get some good coffee. And then went on a hike to Twin Falls. That was a highlight. Got on Lake Union in a hot tub boat. That was really fun. Got to see the city from a different angle. So all those things were huge, and kind of just exploring the city, seeing what it has to offer, and realizing that it is an exceptional city with great fans, great people, and a spot I wanted to be long term.
The hot tub thing, you did the hot tub on Lake Union, is that right? Was that the highlight?
Yeah, that was definitely the highlight or one of the highlights. That was fun. I think the water was, 45 degrees, yeah. It felt like. But jumped in a few times, but then got back in the hot tub boat. It was 101 or 102, so it was definitely hot enough.
I love that along the way. Listen, the fans are excited. What would you say about, and you're kind of in that position now to recruit, right? Like free agency's coming up. There's everyone in the league has a no movement clause. I'm sure you have one now. I think you do. Like everyone's got that new movement clause. So what would you tell guys around the league as they say, well, what about Seattle? Whether it be facilities, the city, the fans, the Climate Pledge Arena, the practice facility, what would you tell? Because I think that's the thing that you guys are fighting here right now, right? It's just perception and getting to that next level. It's the chicken or egg. Like, you want good players, but good players want to go where they can win. If they don't know something about a city, maybe they don't know about the facilities. What's your sales pitch to other players around the league?
I would say as soon as you come into the city, you see the beauty, you see the mountains, you see the water. It's a very pretty city. There's great neighborhoods to live in. You look at that, then you look at the organization. They're willing to offer everything to you to get your game to the best that it can be. And I think that if guys start to take advantage of that and realize that this is a place where you can optimize and be the best player you can be, then guys would want to come here and be a part of it. And I think it starts, you got to establish, it starts with the group that's there, and you got to establish a good culture and a winning culture. And guys want to go oftentimes where things are already established and it's already shown to be a winning team. But you also need a group that's going to get the organization to that point. So I think that the group that's here is excited to do that. And I think that anyone out there should be excited about going to Seattle and playing there long term.
A little birdie told me that the captain, Jordan Eberle, wrote a little message to you on a stick. How much did that mean?
Yeah, that was cool. I grew up watching him playing for the Oilers.
Oh,
so
God, did you tell him that too? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. His head wasn't quite fitting through the door that day, but he was able to sign a stick for me, and wrote a little message about how he wanted me back and to be a part of the team, which means a ton. It's so cool to be playing with a guy that I grew up watching, and then have him trying to get me to come back was pretty special.
Did I think the last I talked, did Fleury give you some strokes? Did Kale give you some strokes at I think you guys went to Gamble Sands. Did they give you some strokes? Did you get some? I mean, that's the way you're getting into a guy's kitchen at that point. You got to get some strokes if you want him to come back. Did they take care of you in that regard?
Yeah, they gave me some strokes for sure. I was playing with some I didn't have my clubs with me, so I was playing with some rentals. So it's like you guys got to give me something. But yeah, I think Ebbs and Maddie kind of edged us out at the first round of that one. They kind of got us at the beginning. I was hoping they were going to throw me a bone there, trying to get me to come back, but no, they're competitors and they fought it all the way through.
I love that along the way. Maybe my Callaway guys are listening right now. If they are, we'll try to get you hooked up a little bit, although you can probably afford some new sticks. Listen, congratulations. I think this is a great thing for the Kraken. It's a great thing for you as well. I think for nothing else, Bobby, it's a great sign for the organization that someone that could have, and just real fast, I'm sorry, I kept you long. Why did you decide not to go to free agency to July 1st? What made that decision for you?
Yeah, it's hard because I think anybody who looks at it thinks like, okay, you get to free agency, there'll be all these teams offering, but at what point is it enough? Like, at what point do you want to be like, this is a spot, this is all I've wanted, this is a spot that has everything to offer, has an organization that can get you to the best it can be, has a ton of potential ahead of it, has great people, has great fans, it's an exceptional city. There's all these pieces that are there that why would you ask for anything else? And if a team's willing to commit to you long term and give you a chance to be the best player you can be, which is everything that I want in my hockey career, it's pretty hard to say no to that. So I'm super excited, and I think it was a no-brainer to end up in Seattle.
We love hearing that. Congratulations. Welcome back. Fans are excited. Us in the media that are there every night on the Kraken Hockey Network, we're excited as well. Can't wait to watch you on a nightly basis. And thanks for jumping on. I know you've done a lot of this today, but we appreciate you talking to the fans here on KJR today. So congratulations. We'll see you in a couple months.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ian.
All right. That's Bobby McMahon. We'll take a break. Come back with more 93.3 KJR FM.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Show brought to you by Snoqualmie Casino. SNOcasino.com. Sales closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Book that room at SNOcasino.com. Thanks, Bobby McMahon. You said something interesting to me.
How could you not like that guy?
I think he's got a chance to be a real face of the organization and the franchise, to be honest with you. I really do. I think he's got a very, very good chance to be that guy. And, along with Brandon Montour and some other guys, but the personality, the leadership, just wants to be here. Just wants to be here. And that's a good thing. Like all the stuff from the audit that we heard and all that, he wants to be here. And that's the most important thing. And I think when you listen to why he wants to be here and the belief in the organization and ownership and management, God, I saw something a minute ago. I don't know why I do this. I go down the road of looking at some stuff on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, what have you. Sell the team, horrible ownership. Does that sound like a guy that he just signed for 6 years and could have signed anywhere? Doesn't sound like he thinks it's horrible ownership. I don't know. I could be wrong. I want to get into a little college sports just for a second for the final few minutes of this segment. A couple things going on in college athletics that are noted. Ross Dellinger from Yahoo wrote a story a moment ago, and it's an interesting one because the Protect College Sports Act, which is co-sponsored by Senators Ted Cruz from Texas and Senator Maria Cantwell from Washington, is being debated in the legislature right now back in Washington, D.C. One of the things that is in there that people are kind of discovering now is there is a component of it that would basically stop any sort of realignment for the near future or the foreseeable future. Now, before all my Wazoo friends get all fired up going, yeah, if you have dreams of someday becoming a member of a Power 4 conference, first of all, I believe that ship has sailed. So I wish it hadn't, but I don't know if that's going to happen anytime in our lifetime. But the ones that are interesting to me, the ACC they've got a lot of members of that conference that want to get the hell out. Clemson, Florida State, Miami, all have dreams of being somewhere not named the ACC. There's probably a couple of Big 12 teams that think that perhaps the Big 10 would be more to their liking as well. And if this was to go through, there would be no adding to the Big 10. There would be no adding to the SEC. It's what you see is what you get. Now, there's so many different layers and so forth that you peel back the onion layer, the skin. There's a lot. Okay, there's a lot. But as far as the realignment part of it, if that were to go away, because there's talk about, well, we'll do relegation and different things like that. There's so many different ideas. Everyone's got the relegation has been talked about as they have in soccer in most countries, not named the MLS. There's been talk about, let's do relegation in college athletics. It sounds cool, sounds fun. It's just not realistic because these contracts that pay these schools billions of dollars, they're all based on the member teams in the conference. God forbid somebody has a bad year that's a marquee franchise or a marquee school and they drop down, then ESPN or Fox is going, well, wait, whoa. We didn't sign up for this. We didn't sign up for school A not being in this conference and school B taking their place. This isn't Chelsea replacing Tottenham. I don't know, whatever the soccer now comparison would be.
I mean, Tottenham almost did get relegated for
right?
what it's worth.
Yeah. So that would be it. Like it's a different deal. It's apples and oranges. So yeah, Fox goes, well, wait a second. So Michigan just was awful this year in football, probably because Kyle Whittingham decides after a couple of years to leave and they hire another knucklehead to be the coach like they have with Sharon Moore or something. Let's just use Michigan. So Michigan now is part of the MAC for a year and Bowling Green moves up? Like, come on. And you're going to say, well, it would never happen. Washington went 0-12, guys. Anything could happen in college sports. It's not that. So the realignment part, if that were to change, like Miami's ADs come out and said, yeah, we're positioning ourselves. We're going to be a part of whatever. Oh, you are? Okay. Well, maybe not. The other news that came out today, which I love, I absolutely love this. The new eligibility rules for the NCAA, basically 5 to play 4, 5 years to play 4. Clock starts ticking, first practice, first time you're on the field, or when you're 19. Also, they're going to try to prohibit having professional players play, which has become an issue in basketball specifically. Whether it's the European element, a lot of these schools are recruiting these kids that played professionally, Europe, Australia, what have you. And I'm not throwing stones just at Danny Sprinkle because he's got at least one, maybe two of those guys. We've done the same thing at Wazoo. The problem is our guy last year was awful. Like, someone actually paid you to play somewhere. Like, you were awful. Like, you might be, I don't think you start at PLU, UPS, or any D3 school. That's how bad this kid was. But there are guys that are starting to recruit these pros. Come on. You collected a paycheck to play that sport. It's one thing if you're a baseball player and you played a minor league for a year or two and then you're like, I'm not good at baseball. I'm going to go back and play football, right? That's a different deal. You're pro. If you're pro, you're a pro. But the problem is, we'll see where that ends up going. But basically, they're trying to keep guys that are in their mid to late 20s out of college sports, which is a good idea. Because I know college sports have turned pro as much as they have, but you don't need that. The only problem with that is there are exceptions for pregnancy, active duty military service, as long as the athlete does not participate in organized competition, and talk about making sure that we bend over backwards for one school, official religious missions. Because the biggest offender of having guys that are in their mid to late 20s play sports forever has been BYU football. Yeah, First of all, you graduate from high school, you're 19, because that does happen. Then you go on a 2-year mission, you're 21, and you come back. Well, then you start your calendar. You're 25, 26 when you're done. This does nothing to help the problem. More and more, you just feel like everything about college sports is broken. And no, I don't know the answer. Nobody knows the answer how to fix things. But every day it feels like more things are broken than they're fixed in college athletics. We'll come back, quick daily power play, then we'll get our soccer guys on coming up at 2 o'clock. Give you an update. Bosnia is still up 2-1. That's a good thing for the U.S. Is Canada still down 2-0?
2-1.
Oh.
They scored a nice, beautiful goal.
I got to switch back.
Yeah, get back on there.
I got to get multi-screens going here, Trav. All right, we'll do that. Coming up 2 o'clock, 93.3 KJR FM.
shoots and scores! 3-1 Seattle. Here's that one back for Newman. He scores!
This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
On your home for the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, your daily power play brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota on your home for the Seattle Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Well, you could take somebody else off the list as far as potential, wouldn't be a free, I guess it's free agent coming to Seattle. Alex Tuck from the Buffalo Sabres, a 60-point guy, 30 goals, 30 assists last season, was going to hit the market no more. Buffalo sent him to the Washington Capitals in a sign-and-trade. God, I haven't heard sign-and-trades like that's an NBA term. I guess it's turned into a hockey term these days, too. Anyway, sign-and-trade, 8 years, $10.5 million a year. So over $90 million for Alex Tuck, who is 30 years old. I'm going to tell you right now, that contract is not going to age well.
No.
6 years for a 30-year-old, McMahon, for example. You're kind of pushing it. Last couple of years, 8. It's not going to age well. It seems a little rich for my blood, but I would have liked to see him here. He's not coming here. People will be mad. That's another thing for Kraken Twitter to get mad about. I got to check with Fane earlier. Remember, Fane used to just hate Seahawk Twitter. I think Kraken Twitter is more toxic than Seahawk Twitter, but yeah, there'll be something for them to hate as well. Canada. Oh. I'll be honest with you, I'm distracted here. I'm very distracted. 2-1, Switzerland leading Canada. They're in extra time. They got about 5.5 minutes. What's our Bosnia score, by the way? I'll get back to hockey in a second. It's over. Well, not over, but it's 3-1, Bosnia. So that's good for the U.S.
Yeah.
Right? That means I think that's who they play.
I'm not entirely sure.
Well, you know what? We'll find out at 2 o'clock because we got Soccer Nerd 1 and Soccer Nerd 2 coming in. And I say that with all love and respect for Jackson, a.k.a. FIFA Feltz, and Anderson Hurst. So that's one story. The other one, we had Bobby McMahon at 1 o'clock. If you missed it, go ahead and feel free to listen to the podcast later. Kraken did announce today their preseason schedule. If you're so inclined, they will play only 4. You're loving this, Trav. Only 4 preseason games this year. For people to know, Travis is the producer for most of the Kraken games.
Beautiful.
Only 4 preseason games, but 84 regular season games now. We've added 2 regular season games. This is a very NFL-like move. That's what the NFL should do. Well, the NFL doesn't need to do any preseason games, but owners make money on preseason games in the NFL, on local media rights and so forth. That's why they do it.
Right.
For anybody that thinks it's for any other reason, you're nuts. I mean, I can tell you the Seahawk roster. I might do that exercise next week. I can give you the Seahawk roster right now. Probably at most, I'll miss 4 guys. And I'm not the smartest guy in the world because Greg could do that. Bob could do that. Like all of us could do that.
Yeah.
You don't need preseason football anymore. But they took the 1 game away, added the regulars to go to 17. So 3 went from 4 to 3 and 16 to 17 for the NFL. The NHL is kind of doing the same thing. 4 preseason games, 2 at home, 2 away. They'll play home games against Vancouver and Calgary. They'll play road games at Calgary and at Vancouver. So you just kind of stay in your own little region, your own little bubble. And the final preseason game will be at Vancouver on the 26th of September. I thought for some reason that might be the opening weekend of the NHL season, but obviously it's not. It'll be coming back next week. Oh, Canada! Oh, great save. Great save by the Swiss goalie. Oh, Canada's keeper, awful, by the way, today. Just awful. There should have been a foul. All right. But yeah, that's your so 4 preseason games, and away we go. Just a quick shameless self-promotion coming up Friday. Mike Benton anchoring our coverage from the NHL draft. We will be on the air starting at 3 o'clock. Softy and Fane doing the show from 12 to 3 on Friday. And then Benton, Everett Fitzhugh, Al Kaniski, and me will be on the air from the 32 Bar and Grill on Friday. By the way, weather not very nice on Friday, so why don't you come on out, grab a beverage, grab some food, hang out with us for the draft party at the 32 Bar and Grill on Friday, starting at 3 p.m. We hope to see everybody out there for that. All right. 49451, that is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns. We'll take those coming up at 2:30 today. We got some good text coming in. Got some really good text coming in. Yep.
People definitely feel a certain way about the NBA.
Yeah. We got a lot.
One way or the other, they feel it.
We got some NBA text coming in. We got some NHL text coming in. We got some I'm mad at you, Ian text coming in. I like those. Those are always my favorite.
Keep them coming.
Keep them coming. Yeah. Go ahead. Anger away, man. Anger away. Come on out. Be angry. We'll get to those coming up at 2:30 today, and then Softy will join us for Crosstalk. He's already made a quick appearance in here today, so we're already kind of at our Softy limit, but he'll be on the air coming up at 2:45. When we come back, Jackson and Anders will join us. We'll check in with those two and find out exactly what's happening as far as the World Cup, the USA. Christian Roldan update as well. May know now why. I remember we talked about this the other day, why he didn't play here in Seattle. Hopefully he can play tomorrow. He would be slotted to be in that game, the Sounder, former UW star as well. He would be if he's healthy, he'll play. We'll talk about all that. The boys coming up to talk some World Cup next. to the mound tonight. Hopefully we get home Brian Wu on the road and not road Brian Wu, because that has not been good. Pirates game 2, 3:40 later on today. We'll get to the World Cup in a second. We have some finals. We're going to get to all that in just a couple seconds. NBA draft, day 2 coming up later on this afternoon. Day 1 of the NBA draft. No real surprises early in the draft. A.J. DeBonsta, BYU, goes number 1 to the Wizards. Darren Peterson from Kansas. He'll probably tap out of a few games with the Jazz with dehydration, fatigue, or whatever else he gets sick with all the time. Actually, if he ends up being this, I'm going to tell you right now, that could be a Kevin Durant second overall pick if he decides he wants to play. Or he could always just tap out like he did against Arizona last year. We'll see. Cameron Boozer, 3. Caleb Wilson, 4. Keaton Wagler from Illinois, number 5. All right. Also, Austin Reeves signed a 4-year, $185 million contract extension. Kraken announced that they will play 4 preseason games, 2 on the road, 2 at home. The only opponents they'll see in the preseason, Calgary and Vancouver. Remember, it's only 4 preseason games this year in the NHL, thank God. They're playing 84-game regular season schedule. Very NFL-like along the way as well. Speaking of World Cup, let's get to hour number 3. Oh, nice. Nice touch, Trav. Nice touch. All right. I needed a little bit of information. I mentioned this. I don't know if I mentioned it to Anders last night or somebody. Maybe it was both of you guys last night. It was both of you guys last night. I think by and large, Fox done a really nice job broadcasting-wise.
Yeah.
The fact you can watch games in 4K is pretty cool, depending on what service you have and what your TV is. So, I mean, that's incredible if you have that opportunity. Showing every game, every second. This is the first time, I believe, today when the 2 matches concluded that we really had some crossover games. Most of the time they've been kind of standalone, right?
Yeah, because pretty much what you do with this third group stage day is you stack the games that are inside each group so that nobody can mess their results up by looking at them.
So, like week 17 in the or week 18 in the NFL.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. So that's what we've had today. We'll get to the outcomes in a second. That's the voice of one Jackson Feltz. I used to know a guy by the name of Anderson Hurst. He used to work with us on this show. I haven't seen him for months. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know how it goes, Ian, when you have a big project like this, and you're also taking care of a 4-month-old when your wife goes back to work. I'm unable to be there at all parts of the day. So I miss you too, if that's what you were saying.
And I didn't say I was missing you, but no, I do miss you. I do miss you. And you're moving. You bought a condo. So it's like, that's good. It's good timing on your part. All right. Let's get to the results from today, fellas. There's 2 in there. I'll start with you, Jackson. Before I get to the one that really affects the U.S. Let's go with Switzerland, Canada. That was for Group B, really Group B supremacy. Mm-hmm. And Switzerland in Vancouver wins 2-1. I'm not sure if you could have a more disappointing result than Canada just had.
Yeah, there's a few points to this. The first point is that Canada is playing in their home site. They're training out of Vancouver, so they're playing in front of the home fans in their home site, and they looked terrible, Ian. They just played not on the front foot at all in front of their own fans. Really a disformed way of soccer. You pretty much let Switzerland just jump on you, and then Maxime Crepeau, who's been obviously a long-time MLS goalkeeper, probably the mistake of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Because if you get a 1-1 result, Canada on goal differential win the group. But I mean that goal, the second Switzerland goal in the second half, that is abysmal by Maxime Crepeau. One of the worst goalkeeping moments I have seen at this level of a World Cup in that kind of a moment in a long time. That is flat out embarrassing for Canada. I mean, God, I can only for you. Like,
I hated it.
For every Canadian, like you,
I hated it. Well, first of all, I think a good high school goalie in this state makes that save without a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, I think without a problem. Anders, Jackson and I were talking about Canada earlier in the tournament. There's just something missing with them. I guess it would be a simple thing called skill. But that is, I mean, how disappointing is that for Canada? And what's next for Canada?
Yeah, I mean, this is only their second World Cup appearance, so I think it's worth pointing out that, maybe we're used to seeing Canada, whether it's in other sports, Olympics, hockey, other international sports, are kind of a mainstay, but in soccer, they really haven't been, so they're kind of still on the up and up in terms of trying to really provide their country with something positive to get behind. But you can just tell that they lean into it. They know that they're not going to be the most skilled team in the tournament. But the fact that they just can't even complete a 5-yard pass. And they're that high school team that plays for free kicks, fouls you every time in the box, has a long throw specialist, which you never see in soccer. It's just they try and do everything they can to just nick a goal here and there. And it's honestly, it's ugly to watch, but some people are into that. So it is what it is. But it is now super disappointing for them because they're not guaranteed to play knockout stage games in Canada anymore. They won't. They possibly would have to come to the U.S., which would be very, very tough on their part.
That is odd.
Yeah.
Like you're playing in that. Like, what are the chances, Jackson, of that happening? Do we know? Is it
because they finished in second and they're high chances? Anders is right. I mean, we'll see what that round of 32. I haven't gone into where they are on the. I think their spot in the bracket is actually already set. So actually, we can, now that I think about it, look up and see where the Group B runner-up is going to play. So let me get that for you here in just a moment.
Okay. Well, let me just jump in and just say while you're looking that up, Jackson, it's what you get for finishing second in your group when you have Switzerland, Qatar, and Bosnia of all the teams to face. So it's just like, come on, guys.
So there it is. It's going to be this Sunday, June 28th. It's the Group A winner, the Group B runner-up versus the Group A runner-up, and that will take place at Los Angeles Stadium. So they do have to come south to LA.
Hilarious. Oh my God, how bad is that? Oof. All right, let's get to the headline. That would be what's this is so odd to say this. The headline would be what took place today at Lumen Field, and not because it's not a headline because it took place at Lumen Field, Seattle Soccer Stadium, whatever the hell we're calling it these days. But it's the headline because it has ramifications for the U.S., which plays its final group stage game tomorrow. For people who don't know, they've already won the group stage. They're in. Here we go. They're in. They're into the round of 32. So tomorrow when they play Turkey, it means nothing in a sense. So we're waiting for that. But what we're waiting to find out is who we will see, the U.S. that is, in the round of 32. Jackson?
Bosnia and Herzegovina. That will be very, very, very likely the opponent for the United States, July 1st, 5 p.m. at the stadium in Santa Clara that we all know as Levi's. And they got a big win over Qatar today, but listen, Qatar is probably bottom 3 teams in this entire tournament. I don't put any stock into a 3-1 win. Bosnia, I mean, Anders can chime in too. They're fine. They're fine, but they're not. Yeah. They're not anything close to the United States, who should have Christian Pulisic back. He's back in full training, and I look at this for the United States as just keep it going. Don't let the train stop with a weird loss to Turkey. Keep moving, and I have no doubt that this team can get past Bosnia. They don't. From what I saw today in Seattle, they don't scare me at all.
Anders?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the way to look at it. Anything can happen in knockout stage soccer. Like a team can, whether the U.S., if they don't get that early goal like they've gotten in the first couple games, they could, the more frustration that builds up. We've seen that with a couple other teams in this tournament. Spain, Cape Verde is the first thing that comes to mind. An obvious situation where you expect Spain to blow them out of the water, but because they don't get that early goal, it just, for whatever reason, momentum builds, and then once you get to extra time, you can kind of play for penalties, and then penalties, anything can happen. So I'm not like marking this as a for sure win. If this is who the U.S. faces, as Jackson mentioned, it's more than likely that will be the case. There would have to be so many other results to make that change. So you're really looking at USA Bosnia in that round of 32, and kind of what he said, just do what you've been doing, right? Trust the process, I guess, is what you could say. But I think the big thing for this Turkey game is you're gonna want to kind of keep as close to your starting 11 that you're gonna want to use in that round of 32 as possible, so that they get more time playing together. They can kind of build momentum, build some team chemistry, because we've seen it so much with international soccer. They don't get to play a bunch together, and with some of the other bigger countries, Argentina, France, Spain, They all have players that play at clubs together, so they know each other and they played on the same national team for a long period of time. That isn't the case with this U.S. team. It's a bunch of different guys from a bunch of different clubs. And yes, Mauricio Pochettino has them playing like a team right now, but the more time you can play together on the pitch is the way to go. So I wouldn't do like a full play your entire bench against Turkey because it doesn't matter. You want to, as much as you can, play the guys that you want to start. Obviously, yellow cards and injuries are taken out of that. That definitely you want to rotate in that area. But playing almost as much as you can of that starting 11 that you want to have, I think would be the right move.
What do? You play, so tomorrow's match at 7 o'clock in Santa Clara. Jackson, do you play 7 of your 11 and the 4 guys that have the yellow cards you don't play, right? And for people to know, if you accumulate 2 yellow cards in the 3 matches in the group stage, then you're sitting out the next match, which would be the round of 32. You don't want to do that. So you don't want to risk. And a yellow card, it can happen unintentionally. Yeah. So you don't want to risk that. I would assume those guys, you sit them.
So everything you just said, Ian, let me just quickly say, we think. So FIFA has put up a page on the yellow card rules situation for this tournament. And as Anders and I have been texting for the last hour and a half, we are so furious with FIFA for the lack of clarity in their yellow card rules page. Because the exact terminology that FIFA have in this is very uncommunicative, to say the least. So basically, what they've done is, in previous World Cups, they have that situation where back-to-back yellow cards, you're suspended for the next one. That got wiped after the quarterfinals previously. Now they're wiping it after the group stage. But the exact terminology they have on this page makes it very unclear if when they say, okay, now we're also wiping single yellow cards after the group stage. It's very unclear if that means if players get a yellow card in group stage match day 2 and then 3, are they or are they not suspended for the round of 32? This page that FIFA has created does not make that clear whatsoever. And Anders I think he's right that they are wiped, or sorry, they are not wiped. If you get back-to-back yellows, you are suspended. I have no freaking idea because FIFA has been completely unclear. I have an email out to a FIFA person, and hopefully they get back to me with some more clarity. But that changes everything for Mauricio Pochettino to start the guys who have yellow cards or not. So who knows?
Anders, Jackson sent an angry email to FIFA. How long till he gets that response?
Probably considering our stuff that happened before the tournament, probably quite a bit. But yeah, to my understanding, the wording that is used in the website that Jackson is referring to says single yellow cards are wiped. So, for instance, if you have a yellow card in the first 3 games and then you get one in the round of 32, you are not suspended for the following match, right? So the single yellow card is wiped after the group stage. But if you accumulate one in the first 3 games, or the first 2 games, and then you get one in the 3rd game, you still have to serve that suspension in the round of 32. So that's my understanding of the rule. That would make the most sense to FIFA. I was pretty surprised, kind of hearing that they were going to add that second, yellow card reset. But I think obviously the teams know this rule, so they know what's going on, and they've talked about it a bunch too. Yeah. So I would assume that would mean that is definitely something in play here for the last game.
Whether I get the email back from FIFA or not, I think we get the answer to the question when we see the lineup for the United States tomorrow. Yeah. When that comes out at 6 o'clock, if Tyler Adams and if Florian Balogun are in there, then we know that they have no issue whatsoever. But if they're not in there, then I think it's clear that. What's ridiculous is that this is what we have to go off of.
Well, but in an ideal world, the most important thing I think Anders mentioned too, right, Jackson, is the ideally that is what happens, and you're able to play your starting 11, but probably rest them at some point.
Yes,
right. Like get your starting 11 some reps, get them in there, get them sharp, and then get them ready for July 1st. For the round of 32, and then away we go. So again, tomorrow means nothing outside of whatever happens yellow card accumulation wise. So let's just look ahead, because the main game here is this.
Yes.
We want to see Team USA back in Seattle on Monday, July 6th in the round of 16. And I've asked you this before, but now that you have a better handle, Jackson and Anders jump in afterwards, a little better handle on who they're going to see, more than likely Bosnia. What are the odds? What are the percentage chances you think we're going to see a team here called Team USA on Monday, July 6th?
I'm going about 70% now. I think maybe even higher to beat Bosnia. I have full confidence that they're going to take care of, I think, an inferior opponent. And then you're coming here on July 6th, Ian, and you could be facing a Belgium, an Egypt. I mean, the list is long. Ivory Coast, Ecuador, Uruguay.
Wouldn't Egypt, in a sense, be a marquee matchup with them training in Spokane?
Yeah.
They've got a superstar.
Well, even Belgium would be awesome, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
There's a lot of either way. I was going to give the long list. I don't even need to. I'll make it very simple. When the United States, and I think they will, play in Seattle round of 16 on July 6th for a trip to the quarterfinals, which is the height of the program in the modern era. They got there in 2002, haven't been back since, or before that, third place in the inaugural World Cup in 1930. Let's just wipe that. So they have a chance to then get to the height of the program, the quarterfinals, and they will be favored, Ian, against every single team they could possibly face in that game in Seattle.
That's insane. Okay, Anders, what are the chances are here in Seattle?
Yeah, I think it's pretty high. I mean, if things go the way they should, which we know doesn't always happen, then the U.S. should win that game. But like I said, there's so many ways that Bosnia can, frustrate the U.S. They have a decent, long tenured striker. I'm not saying that's a for sure thing, but do your job. You don't have to do anything special to get by these guys. I think Australia is probably a better team than Bosnia. I'd even say Paraguay is a better team than Bosnia. Yep. Hell, even Turkey probably would be a better team than Bosnia at this point. So I think you definitely are looking at a very high likelihood that the U.S. is back in Seattle for the round of 16 match. And I think I mostly agree with Jackson. Whoever they would face in that would also be favored. But like you said, that's kind of, I don't want to say the end goal, because the U.S. has higher expectations than the round of 16 at this point. But for us locally here, that's the ideal scenario.
I can't even fathom that. I can, the scenario of playing out, but what it would be like here.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it would be interesting, Ian. It'll be
a 5 o'clock game?
Yeah, it is. It'll be so different than it was for the Australia game on the 19th, because the Australia game on the 19th was such a celebration of the United States playing here, the World Cup here and all that. People had travel plans for months to see this game. You had, a good 8,000 Australian fans, packing the stadium. I don't think it'll be anything like. I think it'll be a far more serious, competitive, intense, less a celebration and more just the furious intensity to get to the quarterfinals in this game. It'll be against a better opponent than Australia. I think that's almost assured. And I have to look at the schedule, but I think by that point we will know who the quarterfinals opponent would be. Right now, it's likely to be Spain, but if somebody upsets Spain, then you could be facing another inferior team in the quarterfinal, which, as Anders is talking about, the expectation is right now sort of, okay, the expectation is quarterfinal.
Have they changed? Has the expectations for the U.S. changed?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, the expectation was round of 16. Now the expectation is quarterfinal. And my God, if Spain get upset, if they have another bad offensive day like they had earlier in this tournament, and they get upset in the knockout round somewhere, and they win their group, they get upset, then the United States could very easily be looking at a semifinal, which would just be absolutely insane.
Anders, have your expectations changed?
I don't want to be that guy, but I also was kind of the one to say that the semifinal run was on the table before this tournament started. But in terms of expectation, I mean, I'm just looking at things from a macro point of view. Jackson can do all the mapping out of trying to find the best, opponent that the U.S. would face. I just look at it this way. I don't think there's 8 teams that have looked better than the United States through their first 2 games. Yep. So just by saying that, they are one of the 8 best teams in this tournament. They should get to the quarterfinal. Of course, you never know how the draw is going to, play out. There could be multiple really good teams on your side. There also could be a couple upsets where you get an easier path. But I'm just looking at it from the macro point of view. The U.S. has been at least one of the best 8 teams, if not possibly even one of the best 4 teams in this entire tournament.
Germany, Argentina, France. Who's the true wagon right now?
I think France. I don't think anybody's looked better than France so far, but Argentina has looked really good. They just haven't played anybody, I don't think. But France, I mean, Mbappe is on point. That entire team is right now really on point. You could make a case, I think, for Argentina, but France just has the higher level of opponent so far. That's the only difference.
Anders, go ahead and make the point for your wife's home country.
Well, no, I'll just say I don't think France has played anyone either. I think Germany, if anyone, has kind of shown the most, which is a surprise to me. I didn't really consider them. England stumbled yesterday, so that really kind of took them out of the picture for me in terms of. But you never, again, you can always find it later in the knockout stages. It's tournament soccer, guys. It's not. I know I just made the point of the U.S. looking the best, but that's not how it plays out a lot of the time. It's about, doing what you can to continue to move on, right? And I think as long as Argentina are in this with the greatest player of all time, playing at still for somehow, he just turned 39 today, by the way, it's still playing at this level. It's hard to count really anyone else out. And I still think that Argentina's team is more balanced than France. They still have the firepower France does, but Argentina has a more balanced team. So I'll say that for now. But Brazil also today has I think their second game really kind of proved some doubters wrong as well. So there's a lot of really good teams that are still left in this tournament. So you can kind of figure out what happens after the group stages.
Brazil playing Scotland here in just a few minutes, top of the hour at 3:00 this afternoon. Scotland's already got they're 1-0-1. Are they need a win? Do they need a draw? What does Scotland need? They could actually advance, couldn't they?
If
absolutely
they get a draw, they should be through.
Yeah.
If they get a draw, they should be through. Even the loss doesn't necessarily take them out of it either.
Yeah.
Man, Brazil, Scotland in Miami. I mean, come on.
And you saw the Scotland fans filling their baseball stadium last night. I mean, it was. I mean, yeah, that wherever they're traveling, it's amazing.
I'll wrap it up with this. I think here in Seattle, even like non-soccer fans, just sports fans, just casual, whatever, it feels like this thing has become more popular, more important, bigger than I think any of us, than I imagine. What about you, Jackson?
Yeah, I think a lot of that's because of the United States and just how good the U.S. has been. I think Anders is right. We're easily one of the top 8 teams right now playing in this tournament. And I think your casual American sports fan has seen that. They felt that. And I think you have the crowds. Everybody wants to be part of a party, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to be left home while the party's going on. So right now, the United States soccer is a party. And I think anybody, sports fan, casual, whatever, wants to be part of the party. And this team is going to make a run, I think. They are going to, I think, get to the quarterfinal and, they could make a semi. And that is going to be, if the semifinal would be at Friday, July 10th at noon in Los Angeles, if they are playing that game, I think that you have more people taking off work on Friday, July 10th than any single day in American history.
Mayor Maple Valley Open Day that day. So
how about that?
Can't wait for that action. All right, Anders, final word on what Jackson just talked about.
Yeah, I think if the U.S. were getting people in the door, the rest of the teams and stars and it's definitely surpassed my expectations, but everything else has, gotten people to stay. I think if you're a casual soccer fan in America here and, you watch the U.S. whenever they play at the World Cup, cool, whatever, and then kind of, put it away for a little bit, you're now seeing what you were missing when you don't do that because these amazing players, Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, Haaland, Kane, Vinicius Jr. for Brazil, there's just so much firepower and star power, and all of them are showing up at the perfect time at this giant World Cup, which I think has been a huge success too. The expanded format, I had a lot of doubts about it, has been nothing short of amazing. So, if the American team and their success is what's getting you in the door, stay for the rest of the world and what kind of amazing talent that is on scale, and watch some other games. Like I said, Brazil, Scotland in Miami. Watch that spectacle that's about to start, and we'll be very excited. I promise you.
Anders, you're on tonight?
Yes, we are. We're doing Mexico, Czechia. Myself and Brad Evans, I believe, is my analyst for the evening. 5:30 pregame, 6:00 kickoff on 950 KJR and the iHeartRadio app.
Love it. Great job. You guys are doing a hell of a job, both of you. Great job. We'll take a break, come back. We'll check the text line next.
Ness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Got a lot of texts, a lot of Sonics texts, some hockey texts, some other things we'll get to. I'll go hockey, then basketball, and we'll see where that takes us as well. The guy with the 206 area code, I believe. Let me double check this. Hang on, bear with me. Yeah, 206. 206 area code. Last numbers on his text line are 63. All right. The audit, LOL, is not hard to figure out. You completely drop all expansion draft, burn through coaches, refuse to sign an actual star, keep a coach on because she's female, even though she was in charge of the worst unit. Don't need an audit, need new management. Blow it up, it's a laughing stock. These are all the same guy or one. But we will just get lip service. Excuses. Quote, dude, I'm Ian Furness. You know nothing. I know what they want. I know they want to win. LOL. Put want in one hand, results, only results. Quit the insulting lip service. Not you, but you do get defensive, understandable considering your position. But Ron and the rest, shut up about how great your people are, how the desire to win is so strong. The people aren't great. Your franchise is not good. Are we supposed to assume other teams don't want to win? Come on, man. Same guy. Well, maybe you should try not wanting to because your organization sucks. On the ice, kudos to the community, but that's what everybody else does too. Yes, I'm angry. I bought season tickets for 4 years. Not this year. It's a waste of money. He goes on. I'll answer with this. Yes, most teams want to win. I think we talked about it with Joe Sheehan yesterday, and I'll use the Pittsburgh Pirates as an example. I said, do they want to win? He goes, well, yeah, players want to win. Manager wants to win. Baseball ops want to win. Does the owner want to win? Not necessarily. Franchises don't lose money because they appreciate in value every year. I think you just need to look north to Vancouver with the Canucks. An incredibly rich owner and the Aquilini family. They're in real estate, yet they don't want to invest, although it sounds like that could change. They don't want to invest, haven't wanted to invest in a practice facility, which comes with a whole bunch of layers of new people you're hiring. So when I see the investment here, I can tell you that, yes, they do want to win. And I say they, ownership, specifically Samantha Holloway and her owners and the other owners, they want to win. They invest in the product. Have they done so yet? No, of course not. No one's naive to think that. Sign a star is one of the and blow it up and sign a star. I've challenged people again. You tell me. You're going to blow it up what? So you're going to trade what? Trade who, for what, and what's blow it up mean? You're already one of the younger teams in the league. I mean, if you take Eberle out of the equation, you're like top 5 youngest team in the league. I think you're still 6 or 7. So you want to trade Berkeley Catton, Jake O'Brien, Shane Wright, Matty Benier. Like, who are you going to trade? Like, what do you mean blow it up? I don't get blow it up. You don't have aging. You're aging guys. You're not bringing back Alexiak. You're not bringing back Schwartz. You're moving on from those guys. But what you say, 206 with the 6-3 at the end, what you say, yeah, man, they got to prove it. They have to prove it. But signing a star is not easy. If you could just sign if there was no salary cap, we've talked about it. Great, go sign a guy. Pay him $1 zillion. Overpay him. But all day yesterday, I see stuff on social media. People were mad because they signed Bobby McMahon, say they spent too much money. There's people that would be pissed if they didn't sign Bobby McMahon. Trade Shane Wright. Don't trade Shane Wright. The only thing that will fix the perception of the organization is if they win. Next couple weeks are very important in that regard, for sure. But yes, they got to win. So I don't want to insult anybody, but yeah, I do know how committed they are and how hard they're working. It's not easy. Just is not easy at all. Okay.
Feel better?
Feel better. Okay, Silver still dodging. Did not say anything different, Ian. He was a little bit more concise, I thought, with a 2028, 2029 is what we're targeting. He said that. I got a different vibe from that conversation with Dan Patrick. It felt very much like it's a done deal. They're just going through the process. I think the only thing that holds it back is right now with the expansion is the other owners of the league. And, does he have some guys, does he have some people on the fence about voting yes to get the necessary votes to expand? I think that's probably the only question out there. I would think with the expansion fees being what they are, that they should be able to get that through. I don't think that's an issue. I don't think he would have gone down this far down the road with what he said without thinking they've got the votes in hand. But we'll find out probably in the fall. Probably in the fall. Let's see. I had the other one. Somebody said this, which is interesting. When they do come back, if they do come back, is it guaranteed they're going to be the Sonics? Yeah, they're not going to do that dance. This isn't going to be. That was what Adrian Hanauer did when he brought the Sounders back, and the Sounders didn't have nearly the history or the longevity or the market equity and value that the Sonics had. But I do remember, God, when was that? Like 2008, I think it was, when they got awarded the franchise for the MLS. And we had Adrian on the show. It might have been Elise and I maybe back then. And I remember him being on the show, and he's like, well, I'm thinking about, we're going to kind of open it up. And I'm like, what? Like, no. And he got hammered for that.
Did they not have a vote on the team?
They kind of finally did. And then his, like, kind of the way they did, technically the team is Sounders FC.
Right.
Whatever. No one uses Fs. Maybe Jackson does. It's the Sounders. It's the Seattle Sounders. That's who they are. They're the Sounders. You're not going to do that with the Sonics. They're not going to do that dance. God, that would put Simply Seattle out of business, man. They got all that Sonic stuff. No, they will be that. Let's see. I'll care about the basketball in the NBA when they put an embellishment penalty in. It's like soccer on hardwood, soft. Some guys are. The Vegas market is way more attractive. These greedy owners don't want to share anything. You think there's going to be one team? That guy's insinuating there's going to be one team. If there's one team, it ain't going to be Vegas. It's going to be Seattle. Staying home for this party, talking about the game coming up here, the round of 16. God. Well, you might actually be in the same boat as me. I don't like dealing with that kind of stuff. I have a bad feeling that we're going to have to be doing a show at Jimmy's that day. I want no part of it. I don't even know how to get there. Like, I don't live in a place that has light rail or any of that stuff, so I don't know how to get there.
You're going to have to park there at 5 a.m.
I'm not going to do that. I'll probably maybe I can ride a bike or something. I don't know.
There you go.
My kid's laughing.
Scooter.
You don't think I'm going to do that? Oh, he's got a scooter. I'll just take your scooter. Well, I'll just grab your scooter. Put it in the back of my car. Is that thing charged? Is the tires pumped up? I'm going to take a scooter. God, my chances of surviving a scooter trip, like wherever I'd have to park, like going down First Avenue or something, zero.
Oh, God.
Zero chance. Zero chance. I should park here and then go there.
And then it's mostly uphill.
That's just not going to work. I want to watch the party from afar. That's where I'm at in my life these days. Softy joins us next. You know, you're going to say something later.
Who, me?
Yep.
Or him?
You. Well, he hasn't said anything yet today. He's been quiet.
Mr. Mute over here?
He's been quiet.
You put him on the air, man.
He's got nothing to say.
Come on, you bring your fantasy football geeks in here. Why can't you bring your kid in
Who do
here?
you think would do a better show? My fantasy football guys or this guy?
Oh, definitely him. I just want to hear him rip your ass for 3 hours every day.
Grab the mic. You can grab the mic if
Go
you
ahead,
want.
jump on the air.
Yeah, grab the mic. That's all right. Yeah.
Tell us something about your dad.
Tell people who is here.
Kiefer Furness, Ian's son, has been sitting here for the last 3 hours doing I don't know what.
He's job shadowing me.
Yeah,
today.
right. Yeah,
Are you job shadowing me?
Yeah, just really inspired by you.
So, exactly. Inspired to do nothing.
What a
right?
jackass.
Inspired to sit in a chair and just run your friggin' mouth for 3 hours a day. It's a hell of a job, is it not, right?
Yeah, it's pretty
okay.
good.
I mean, if you get a gig like this, right, goes on TV every now and then, he gets to hang out with a bunch of hockey players and accomplished TV, Emmy Award winning broadcasters. I mean, look at the guy, man. Just look at him. It just
an Emmy.
This
Got an
thing
Emmy.
over here,
Yeah.
what he's turned into is unbelievable.
Pretty wild.
If he can do it, anybody can do it. All right. There's hope for everybody.
The funny thing is, I always said that about you.
Yeah, exactly.
And here I am.
Exactly.
No, I didn't hear that growing
Yeah,
up. I didn't
yeah.
hear, Softy's so great. That's so
Well, it's
weird.
because we didn't live here.
Oh, okay.
You were in Salt Lake. You were a Jazz fan down in Salt Lake.
Oh, were you now?
Big Jazz
So
fan.
you're probably singing the praises of David Locke and Hot Rod Hundley, right down there in Salt Lake City.
He was one.
Well, I don't know, man. I just
you want to break down any offensive line stuff?
I want to know more about you. I think we talk about you. Let's talk about your dad. All right, let's talk about Ian Furness.
Okay.
All right, give us a story. If we were sitting here and talking about your pops, you know, I'm not saying he's gone or anything, but
God,
you know,
what's
we're
going
just,
on
you
here?
know, talking
What the
about
hell?
him. We're all sharing a beer, and it's got to be something funny about him that we don't know. That would. I want you to tell a story about your dad on the air that would make him blush. Do you have any like that at all? Does he sleep in the nude, for example? Right? You know, anything, right? Does he still watch cartoons, right? Whatever.
No, I actually don't think so. I don't have anything to embarrass him.
Nothing. Unbelievable.
That's
Good
how
kid
good,
right there.
Yeah.
My God.
That's a good
He
kid
pays me
right
under
there.
the
Are you
table.
kidding me?
That's a good kid right there.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's
No,
a good kid.
So he's Mr. Perfect, is what you're saying.
He is.
Okay.
He is.
That's fair. That's fair.
Emmy winner.
Wait a minute. Are you still living under his roof?
I might be.
Okay, well then I'd shut my mouth too.
Yeah.
Okay, if I were you.
He's trying to get a job. He had a job.
I'm
he had
trying
a-
my best.
You should have seen him. He had a job interview.
Where?
He had a
Here?
suit.
I was full suit.
He had a
Really?
full suit, tied his own
Wow.
tie and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, did you borrow your dad's suit? Did he wear it for the hockey games?
No, my suit.
No, he got a suit last year when we were getting our stuff with our friend Darcy.
Right.
I said, hey, can I bring my kid up because he's going to do some job interviews? He's graduated, needs a suit, right? So we brought him up, and she got him all decked out in a nice little well-fitting suit. It was fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah. Then she's like, well, he probably needs these 4 shirts and these
Right.
3 ties and all that. I'm like,
Right.
no. He needs a suit and a shirt.
Yeah.
I've got a zillion ties.
That's
He's
right.
good. That's
That's
all
right.
he needs.
That's right.
When
Well,
you move out, I'll give you a couple ties.
Yeah, let's
very kind of you.
Let's
Yeah.
get you an endorsement for the Men's Warehouse, and let's
Yeah.
get your kid all taken care of. What the hell? Why not?
Yeah, we're all
Anyway,
good. Yeah, we're all
right,
good.
So, now, so you're done playing football, obviously. The football career's over.
Yep,
right. You've
very
lost a
much
little
so.
weight. Not as fat as you were last time I saw you. You're looking good, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Not as chubby as you were last time I saw you. When you're pushing carts around MVCC last summer. So it's over. Now you got to be a real human being. You got to grow up and get a real job. And the first time in your family since your grandfather that somebody will have a real job in your household, right? So
Mom has a real job.
congratulations. Yeah, mom does. That's
Mom's
right.
working
And your
hard.
sister too. She's a teacher,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. So nothing. No dirt.
He's in
Nothing.
He's got
I'm-
class. He's got class.
Unbelievable.
I'm
He's
being
got,
very kind to him today.
he's got class later today. He's a smart kid.
Can you
man.
just make something up about him? For
No,
crying out
no.
loud?
I see. I
Nothing?
respect him. He's an
Yeah.
Emmy winner. I gotta
Okay.
respect him.
All right.
Emmy winner.
No Mayor of Maple Valley stories when he got drunk and fell into the lake on one. Nothing at all.
No. Those days are over.
Okay.
Yeah. See, those days are over. Not to
we'll
say they
see.
didn't happen.
We will see.
They didn't say
Who
Anyway.
that.
knows what happened?
What the hell else is going on around
I
here?
don't know.
What do
I
you
don't
got?
know. Yeah. I mean, it's all good. By the way, are you going to buy one of those things with the Mariners? The little scroll thing they sent out today.
I didn't even see that. What is it?
Oh my
What's
God.
going on?
I gotta
Tell
read
me.
this. This is
Inform me.
You haven't seen this?
No. I
Hang
wasn't
on.
paying attention. I was distracted by
They
other
want you to
stuff
spend
today.
some money.
Okay. Shocker.
Oh,
Right.
I think I deleted it. So if you
Scroll
walk in,
thing. What is
if
it?
you walk into the center field entrance,
Right.
you can now purchase like a brick or whatever, like
Okay.
they used to have, or for $1,000 have your name on a bat. like a replica bat out there.
And what do you? It's like a
goes to John Stanton's pocket.
No. But this is like remember when they opened up Safeco? They had the bricks.
So they're doing it again
with the people's names on it.
Yeah,
so now they're doing more bricks. You can put your name on it.
They're doing it again.
And they're doing a bat. Like, does the bat stay there? Is it a part of like a display or something?
Yeah.
Like they have the bats when you walk into home plate.
Yes.
You know, the big thing, the big fixture or whatever.
Mariners, yes, that's exactly what it is.
So for $1,000, I can get my name on a bat. Okay?
Mariners announced Legacy Plaza at T-Mobile Park.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 116 commemorative bats.
Right.
$1,000.
Right.
Each representing. Now I see what they're doing.
So $116,000 they get raised. Right out of the chute.
Each representing a win from the historic 2001 season.
Okay. Okay.
Also, 2,000 baseball medallions for $250.
How much do I have to pay for a World Series? That's what I want to know. How much do I have to give him to have him play in the World Series?
Doesn't say
Whatever that
here.
is, that's what I want.
Legacy Plaza brings our history from the 2001 season together. God, this is exactly what the Kraken needed after the audit thing came out. Is like we're going to the Mariners saying, hey, don't forget 2001 again.
This is like the Mariners Major League version of the Fox World Cup hydration break.
Yes.
Right? They are hiding the true reason for doing this under the guise of commemorating you and your family at T-Mobile Park. But really, in the end, it's just a money grab.
I think Stan was buying a new home on Hood Canal or something. He needs some more
Legacy
cash.
Plaza, offering fans a unique opportunity to become a permanent part of Mariners history. How about I just pay, how much do I have to pay to be buried there, right? I mean, how about we have instead of Monument Park, right?
Oh yeah,
we just have a cemetery.
Do you think somewhere?
In left center
do you think somewhere out there, someone's came in at some point with somebody's ashes?
100%, 1,000%.
Yeah,
there's no question. No, totally.
Where would you spread
Husky
yours?
Stadium, Lumen Field.
Would you put yours in Husky Stadium? Where would you put them?
No, I'd probably, there's a beach in Maui that my wife and I love that we've actually talked about because I don't want someone to have to pay for a funeral, man. That's a waste of money.
Yeah,
that is an absolute waste of money. Yeah. If I start going Looney Tunes, by the way, just find a cliff, shove me off, and we're done. Right?
Start?
Yeah. But more than 50% of the way there.
Really start going.
I'm all the way, eating my arm, all that stuff, whatever.
So I come to you someday and say, listen,
talking gibberish.
You're kind of going a little.
Hey, that's it. I'm done. Forget about it.
Remember that day in June you asked me if I started going
yes.
It's the day.
Yes. Just give me a couple cocktails, man. Find a cliff, shove me off, and we're done.
What a good
I
kid.
wouldn't mind being buried at T-Mobile Park. How much does it cost for that?
Well, you know
we've
what?
had weddings at T-Mobile Park.
Here's the problem with that.
How about a funeral at T-Mobile Park?
Here's the problem with that. Your mom thinks it's already cursed.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then if we go another 50 years without a World Series, there's going to be somebody sitting in this chair in 50 years going, it's the softy curse.
How do we know that when they built these stadiums that some smart-ass construction worker didn't bury something underneath the field? For God's sakes.
Could have happened.
Right?
Could have happened.
Who knows what's underneath there?
It's
somebody's underwear, right?
Well,
honestly.
Walk around.
Yeah.
For sure there's somebody's underwear.
Yeah.
It's a homeless guy from 1975.
I love it.
If that's the only thing you find, that's a good thing. All right, what are you doing today? Mike Florio.
Let's see. Mike Florio's on
the king
today.
of all media.
Petros on today. Larry Stone's on today. World Cup with Waxon today. A lot to get to, including fun with audio and text.
I want to be entertained by Florio. Can you ask him about the Diana Rossini story now?
You see what she was making, by the way?
$800,000.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
What do you think she made here when she worked with you?
Not that. Probably $8 an hour. $8 a week, maybe. I don't know.
All right, see ya.
The Rockies. How about George Kirby? His best start in a month. His first win since May 11th last night. 6 innings, 1 earned. M's beat the Pirates 3-2. They'll do it again tonight. Game 2 of 3 at Pittsburgh. Brian Wu versus Braxton Ashcraft. The M's are 41-39, 2.5 games up on the A's.
Seems like just yesterday we were trying to figure out how to pronounce Hannes Steinbach's first name, and now he's gone. Taken with the 14th pick in the NBA draft by the Hornets. BYU's A.J. DeBonsa went number 1. For the first time ever, we have had back-to-back drafts where each of the top 5 picks were freshmen.
You know, I watched that draft last night when Steinbach got drafted. You know what I felt, by the way, when he was drafted? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. World Cup. All right, here we go. Bosnia today, taking down Qatar 3-1. That means the July 1st game in Santa Clara, the round of 32 is set. Bosnia-Herzegovina against the Americans. The Americans win that. They'll be here in Seattle on the 6th of July. Switzerland knocking out Canada 2-1 today as well. We got Colombia. I'm sorry, that was last night. Tonight, Morocco and Haiti just getting underway from Atlanta. Scotland, Brazil getting underway from Miami. And Czechia and Mexico from Mexico City coming up tonight at 6 p.m. along with South Africa and South Korea also at 6 p.m.
When's the test on all of that? Pretty soon.
Very soon, but it's going to be a pop quiz.
Oh, no.
You never know when it's going to happen.
Lakers and Austin Reeves. 4 years, $185 million max contract that'll keep him in L.A. through 2030. Richest contract ever for an undrafted player.
How about this? NCAA football news. Former LSU Notre Dame head coach Brian Kelly. Remember him with the accents? He's going to be calling college football games for CBS. Maybe whatever city he's in, he'll do the game in the accent of the people that
great play
live
by Texas.
in that town. That is going to be great.
Here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, here we go. We got a big one all brought to you by our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. Rodney Carrington, by the way, coming to the Emerald Queen Casino. Jump on the web and get tickets right now at emeraldqueen.com. At the Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. We got some news to talk about regarding Adam Silver. Some comments he made on the Dan Patrick Show. Was that today, by the way, or was that yesterday that Adam Silver? Today. Okay, so we'll get to that coming up. Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com, the NFL on NBC, will join us in a matter of minutes here on the radio show. Petros will be with us live at 4 o'clock today. Larry Stone joining us at 5 p.m. This afternoon. You know, another a day where I was able to time the traffic to not get in the car before the Bosnia-Herzegovina Qatar game kicked off at 12 o'clock. And once you're in the car, once the game is kicked off at noon, it was easy. No problem with traffic. Just shoot up 509, drive by the stadium, take a quick peek on that, what I guess it would be the southeast corner of the stands, and see all the people going nuts inside the stadium. Did you see the Bosnian fans, by the way, today? Yeah. It looked like literally tens of thousands. Like, where do they come from? They just popping out of holes on the ground here?
Yeah.
It was unbelievable how many people were downtown today.
The entire road of Alaskan, like in front of the pier this morning for the march to the match. Listen, I don't want to criticize the United States or anything. This is not doing that.
The gauntlet has been thrown down.
The United States, when we had our March to the Match on Friday, it was split between two things, the Pier 58 and the Harbor Steps. This was one united march all the way to the stadium from the water. That was unreal.
You're saying the Bosnian Herzegovinians stick together as a pack, as a clan. Well, maybe we can do that. Look, if the Americans come back for that round of 16 game.
1-1.
On the 6th of July.
One pack.
That's what you need, right? One big blob of red, white, and blue humanity moving down Alaskan onto First Avenue into the stadium.
The widest street by far is Alaskan.
Right.
You just pack that puppy from the aquarium to the stadium like 45 people across.
Well, I mean, you're the guy that that's got the ear of the soccer fan in Seattle. Aren't you on like some text chat or some private website, some dark web website that you can jump on and tell your people what to do and
That's
where
a
they have
different
to
dark
be?
web website he has.
Don't you have access to those people, man?
You know what's weird is that supporter groups for any team, whether it's the Sounders or whether it's the United States national team, they are divided. Like Buffalo Soldiers and American Outlaws, it's two separate groups. They don't interact. They don't really work together very much. So they do separate things, like we saw on Friday.
So I mean, first of all, when I hear the name Buffalo Soldier, the first thing I think of is Bob Marley.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Obviously, they're not from Buffalo. They're just called the Buffalo Soldiers. Yeah. Is this like a biker gang?
Well, they're on horseback.
They're on horseback.
They're on horseback.
And so you got the Buffalo Soldiers.
Yep.
You got the American Outlaws.
Yep.
Who else do you have?
Ooh, what other
group? These are all just American soccer fans, right? These are not localized. This is national, red, white, and blue. Love America, love the country, love the U.S. men's national team. And see, this is what happens, man. Dick, you get an event like this, the World Cup in Seattle, and you start to learn about everything going on behind the scenes that you didn't even know existed.
I didn't know. I mean, I know what the real Buffalo Soldiers were. They were honored on Juneteenth.
Right.
They had the guys riding the
right.
horseback. Is there actually a supporters group called the Buffalo Soldiers?
I don't know, but it sounds like
there is.
It sounds fun as hell, man. Party with these people, hang out. We got our guy on the phone, by the way. Let's get to it. We'll talk about this more later. Wax and Welts will be here as well at 5:45 when Jackson takes his pee break, and we get a World Cup breakdown then. What about that Bosnia-Herzegovina USA game? Is that something that makes us nervous? We'll talk about that coming up later. Right now, it's Mike Florio.
It's time for a weekly conversation with Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Tired of buying and repping the same old Seattle sports gear everyone else has? For the best Storm, Seahawks, Mariners, Kraken, Rainiers, Sounders, and not to mention the largest Sonics collection in the world, check out simplyseattle.com. Now with Mike Florio. Here's Softy and Dick.
All right.
What's up, butthole?
Here we go on a busy Wednesday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM. It is our honor, it is our pleasure to welcome in the king, the undisputed heavyweight champion of the NFL press corps, ProFootballTalk.com, the NFL and NBC, Pro Football Talk Live, and my dear friend, Mike Florio, joining us right now on the radio program.
What's up, buttholes?
Michael, how are you, man?
Is it possible for you to consider me a dear friend if it's not mutual?
Yes, I do consider you a friend, and it just goes to show you how much of a friend I consider you to be, because I don't need to have that be reciprocated. I appreciate you and respect you no matter how you treat me.
It is a fair question, though. I've never thought about it. Your level of friendship has to have some sort of an agreement as to what you are, and if there's an imbalance, that can get awkward.
Yeah, well, listen, man, I respect the hell out of you. I love you like a dear pal, like a brother, and if you don't feel the same about me, that doesn't change the way I feel about you at all. All right, that's how enamored I am with you.
It's called a one-sided relationship.
That's fine. Hey, Mike, let's talk about Brennan Sorsby. NFL declines to hold a supplemental draft. There's a million tentacles to this whole thing. Give us your view from 40,000 feet, man.
I think it's pretty simple. The NFL didn't want him to play this year. There's a vibe out there that he needs to be punished for what he did, and if he would have been drafted in the supplemental draft and added to a roster and paid this year, possibly played this year, he would have escaped accountability. He would have escaped punishment for the horrendous crime of engaging in wagering, which is everywhere now. I mean, if it had been 10 years ago, to be different. But everybody bets now. Everybody's bombarded every day in multiple different platforms in various different ways with advertisements to bet. Brendan Sorsby is a member of the group that grew up with betting not just legalized, but normalized. So I'm not making an excuse for him. I'm just pointing out the broader context. In the NFL, which I think is in a delicate situation when it comes to moralizing about gambling, they didn't want him to play this year. And they decided the best way to do it is to slam the door in his face as to the supplemental draft. If they had let him get drafted and then tried to suspend him, they would have faced the argument that there are a couple of other guys in the NFL, Kayshon Boutte with the Patriots and Hunter Deckers with the Saints, who did the same thing that Sorsby did, and the NFL did nothing to them. So I think instead of suspending him after he was drafted, they decided, we'll just slam the door, and it necessarily keeps him out for a full year because there's no way to get in until April of 2027.
Jeffrey Kessler, Sorsby's attorney, called it a violation of the CBA and the law. Is he right? And will they fight or just go away?
I think there's 2 points to consider under the CBA. There's no purity test when it comes to eligibility for the supplemental draft. There's no integrity test. There's no language in there that allows the NFL to do a character evaluation before determining whether or not a guy's in the supplemental draft. It's very simple. If you were not eligible for the draft in April, and then at some point after the draft in April, you became eligible for the supplemental draft, you're eligible for the supplemental draft. So on its face, they should have accepted him into the supplemental draft. And the other argument that has been thrown out there, and people in the media who I thought would know better have fallen for this, the idea that there's language in the CBA that basically lets the NFL say, we're really not in the mood to do a supplemental draft this year. We're just not. We got a guy who's eligible. It takes effort, and we got to send out memos, and I got something going on that day. I just don't want to do it this year. They've never not done a supplemental draft when someone was eligible for the supplemental draft. So I think that would be one of the arguments. The pattern and practice, the custom of the business has been to have a supplemental draft when someone is eligible. So if it goes to court, and I'm not sure it will, because I think Brendan Sorsby's best play at this point is to just take it. If you fight back against the Shield is still going to get what they want at some point. You don't want this hovering over your career. And I hate to say that because I think it's wrong to be bullied under grounds that I think are inappropriate. But sometimes you got to take the long view. And I think the long view is, hey, I want to play 15 years. I'll swallow my medicine now, and I'll get ready for the draft in April.
100%. Well, Mike Florio's with us on the air, and I just kind of wonder what teams think about him, right? I mean, look, after taking a year off, maybe he's got plenty of time to, rebuild his image a little bit, maybe get his personal stuff cleaned up a little bit. But I just kind of harken back, Mike, a little bit to what Todd Monken said, the coach of the Browns, like 3 weeks ago, before really any of this started happening. It's amazing how much has happened since then, that he was basically a no-go zone. He said it was a slippery slope to draft a guy like that. I mean, is this guy ever going to get a shot to really show what he can do, you think, in the NFL legitimately?
Well, I think part of it is educating people on what he did.
Yeah.
He bet on his team when he wasn't playing. Once he started playing, he no longer bet on football. He bet on other things. And in the NFL, you're allowed to bet on anything but the NFL. In college, you can't bet on anything. So I think if he tells his story, and he explains in very simple and plain terms why he did what he did, I think that'll help him, because people are making this leap that because he bet on Indiana when he was on the Indiana roster but not playing, he's Paul Crewe from The Longest Yard.
Yeah.
He threw games and he shaved points. There's no evidence of that. And I mentioned Kayshon Boutte. He bet on LSU games that he played in, and there was never a hiccup. You know why? Because they didn't know about it. Yeah. We hear all the time about how DraftKings and FanDuel have this pipeline where they'll send up a red flag when somebody engages in activity. Nobody knew Kayshon Boutte had done what he did until he got arrested in Louisiana for underage betting. So somebody knew. So I just think that to come to this conclusion that there's some sort of risk to the integrity of the game, I think that's overblown and it's unfortunate. And I think part of it comes from the way that conferences and schools reacted to the ruling from June 8th that put Brendan Sorsby back in the NCAA, because I think, frankly, the powers that be wanted to try to leverage that outcome into a law from Congress that gives them everything they've been looking for, including an antitrust exemption.
Yeah.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us. Mike, the New York Times posted a fairly lengthy story today on the Diana Rossini investigation. There was a little nugget, kind of a cringeworthy anecdote that was posted about a traffic stop. Tell us about that, and what's the latest in the investigation?
That's where the story opens. Diana Rossini was on a podcast in January, and she told the story about getting pulled over for texting and driving with her two young sons in the car. And she told the cop, hey, the Bills coach just got fired. I'm trying to break the news. And the coach said, I don't care. I'm a fan of a different team. So she said, and this all comes from the story she told, well, you want to talk to the coach of that team? I'll call him right now. And she did. She FaceTimed him, and the coach talked the officer out of giving her a ticket. And then she tells the story on the air. And the Times said via a spokesperson in the article that That was unacceptable conduct. And I think this whole story, because there hasn't been much said or written by the New York Times or The Athletic since she resigned, and the Times owns The Athletic, and we know The Athletic is doing an internal investigation. I think this story was the precursor to The Athletic announcing the results of its investigation. My prediction is next Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday is when they'll drop it. Right at about the time the world shuts down for 4th of July weekend, that's when they're going to put it out there.
Yeah. Well, Mike Florio's with us. Mike, what in the world is going on with Brandon Ayuk with the Niners? He's doing all these wacky Instagram videos, insinuating, saying that if the Niners cut me, I'll sign with the Commanders. Almost makes it seem like there's already been some contact behind the closed doors between Ayuk and the Commanders, which could lead to maybe some tampering accusations. But how do you see this whole thing ending in the Bay Area?
Now, it's possible that the 49ers, who would really like to trade Brandon Ayuk, have given him permission to talk either directly or through his agent with other teams to try to set up a trade. So it's possible that if these comments from Ayuk suggest that he knows the Commanders want him, because he said in the video today, cut me today and I'll sign with the Commanders tomorrow. Well, the Commanders have to want you, which would suggest that he knows the Commanders want him. So I think that's what's raising this specter that something may be happening. Look, it would be better if he didn't say anything and just shown up, really, ideally, for the offseason program. I think they would have cut him if he showed up then. I think they'll definitely cut him if he shows up for training camp, because they don't owe him anything now. He's got a non-guaranteed $26 million plus salary. If he would go out on the field and suffer an injury that knocks him out for the season, they owe him everything. So I think all he's got to do is show up, and they're going to release him. They'd love to trade him for peanuts or anything they can get to the Commanders or someone else, but that's just not happening. So at some point, this thing has to end. And if they don't cut him before training camp, I think the day he walks through the door, if he does, that's when they'll cut him.
Mike, great stuff. Love it. And again, really appreciate our friendship, one-sided or not. And we will talk in a week, man.
Bye.
All right, Mike Florio with us on the radio show. A lot more to get to on a busy, busy Wednesday. Petros joins at 4 on 93.3 KJR FM.
You by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, big thanks to the Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining, for sponsoring this shindig here on the radio program. We got a lot to get to. Petros Papadakis will join us coming up at 4 o'clock today. Larry Stone as well on the program. Big thanks to Mike Florio. Where was I going? I was going somewhere.
The Seattle Mariners.
No, I wasn't going there.
I can't do that.
The Seattle Mariners. I had something else planned momentarily before. You're right. Eventually, we're going to get to the
Seattle Mariners.
Not bad. It's pretty damn good.
The
Seattle Mariners.
The
Seattle Mariners.
Let's just go there because I forgot what
That's
the hell
all right.
I was
You'll
going to
figure it
say.
out,
I'm having an old man moment, man. You know, one of my buddies actually recommended this medication that I take for memory loss, and I forgot the name of the drug. So I don't know what it is, man. Somebody can remind me maybe at 49451. Maybe it's something you take. I got no idea. Anyway, the Mariners last night with a 3-2 win over Pittsburgh. George Kirby. Nobody's talking about George Kirby. It's the curse is lifted. He's off the schneid. He had his best start in a month and a half, his first W since the 11th of May. 6 innings, 1 run, got burned by his defense a little bit. I thought J.P. Crawford had kind of a game at third base yesterday. But, man, they needed George Kirby last night to get off the freaking schneid, and he did big time. And I got to tell you, Jackson and Dick, I was telling Dick this on the air yesterday, or off the air, actually. Maybe it was on the air. That I don't really care. Exactly. I don't really give a damn who he was pitching against. I don't care what team it was or how bad their offense was. George Kirby needed to remind himself that he's good. And last night was exactly what he needed.
Some of the last pitches that he threw in that game.
Was that your computer, by the way?
That was my computer, by the way. I was on a Zoom call earlier today, so my computer was
during the show?
No, before. 6th inning. 99-99 corner of the zone on back-to-back pitches in the 6th inning. After he was already 80 pitches into the game.
Right.
So that was really good to see. And it's interesting now because we said that about Logan Gilbert in his last start. We went, dude, he was throwing 90. So now we have got Bryce Miller at 99.
Right.
We got Kirby at 99. We got Gilbert at 99. We know Kate Anderson can throw 99. That is a whole lot of heat from your starting rotation.
And I think that's one of the questions for Larry coming up tonight. Like, I was going to ask Bill about this on Monday, and I totally forgot because I'm not taking that medication I mentioned because I have no idea what it is. But I want to know if Kate Anderson needs to go to AAA Tacoma or if he can sit in AA for the rest of the year. Because here's what I would say to that. First of all, the Mariners, as a lot of other Major League Baseball teams do, have a history of bringing pitchers up right from AA to the major leagues, right? There's some people that actually believe that the talent level at AA is better than it is at AAA because AAA sometimes is full of more journeyman type guys and AA is full of a lot more, young college, raw, high school.
Up and coming guys.
Yeah, just over the top talent. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that, but there are people that believe that. So if the Mariners think that the best competition for Kate Anderson is in AA Arkansas, I could totally be cool with that. That's fine. You want to leave him down there and bring him up directly from AA? Great. But you also do wonder for a guy like Kate Anderson, and there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. At some point, does he need to just see something different, right? Does he want to go to Tacoma, have a little bit of a different vibe?
Yeah.
Maybe pitch in a different atmosphere.
Bigger ballpark,
different stadiums, different crowds, different opponents, see how he handles it, kind of mix it up a little bit and give him that exposure. So we can talk to Larry about that. But the point is this, when you do bring up Kate Anderson, and who knows when that happens, right? If it happens this year, early next year, bullpen role, maybe in September, along with Ryan Sloan, whatever, it's going to be even more cemented, Dick, I think, that the Mariners have the best rotation in the American League from top to bottom. They may not have the high-end Scooble Skeens guy in their rotation, but I'm just talking about the depth, the meat of this rotation. Like, we're going 1 through 8 when Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan are ready to pitch in the major leagues. And I would probably put Luis Castillo at number 8 right now behind all those guys. But that's a pretty damn good number 8. if he really is, technically and truthfully, your number 8 guy. So it just goes back to the same conversation that you and I have had all year long. They are the best team in this division.
Mm-hmm.
They may not be the best team in the American League. Maybe the Yankees are better. Maybe Tampa's better. Hell, maybe in the end, the Guardians are better. Do you guys realize how many teams there are right now in the American League with a positive run differential, by the way?
4?
There's 2 of them. 2? Us and the Yankees. That's it, because the Rays are now at neutral. They are 0.
ridiculous.
They are literally at neutral. The Yankees are at plus 111, and the M's are at plus 18. The Yankees are by far and away the best team in the American League right now. But right there in this division, man, the Mariners, it would be... I've heard you say it. I've heard others say it. Well, they're going to make the playoffs. And I always get kind of a little bit when you say things like that. But I think you're right. And it would be a pretty damn big disappointment to not make it, man. Not in this division and not with this league.
It'd be a massive disappointment. I just peeked. I don't even really look at the standings, and I just happened to see them this morning. I was like, wow, we're 2.5 up.
Right.
We're 2.5 up, just treading water, and we're 2.5 up. But you mentioned how the depth of our starting rotation. And you're totally right, because there's probably one handful of, we're talking future Hall of Fame level talent in baseball, right? You're talking Skeens, Skubal, Ohtani, The Miz throwing 106 miles an hour.
Absolutely.
Cam Schlittler. There's I got to say that really, really slowly. Cam Schlittler. There's 5 of those guys in baseball, right? And then there's a group of 25 or 30 that are all about the same.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have 4 of those?
Yeah, probably. Brian Wu, Bryce Miller, Logan Gilbert, maybe George Kirby. Who knows what Cade Anderson is going to be all about? I think the hype for Cade Anderson is kind of getting a little bit out of control, right? And I'm not saying it's not justified.
Well, he's doing it with his numbers.
Exactly. I'm not saying it's not justified at all, but I'd love to go back and look at the history of guys that do what Cade Anderson's doing right now in Double-A. He has pitched in 12 games. He is 7-0 with a .649 WHIP. A 1.02 ERA. He's got 90 strikeouts, and he's got 8 walks on the year. And he has only allowed 2 bombs the entire season. In how many innings pitched? 61 innings. He's allowed 2 home runs. So it kind of feels like we can really sit back and, I don't want to say assume, but kind of feel pretty good that outside of an injury, which could very well happen, pitchers are dealing with stuff that hitters don't deal with. Outside of an injury or him just frying himself mentally, Cade Anderson, if he stays healthy, is going to have a long, really good major league career. And I don't know if it's time to start putting expectations on him. That seems kind of unfair, a little bit ridiculous, but this guy is absolutely dominating at the Double-A level, and for him to not make the major leagues number 1 and make it and be a significant contributor for a long time also kind of feels like a disappointment, and that also seems unfair, but it's hard not to believe that.
Well, let's just think for a second that, okay, the Mariners fix everything. They win the division.
Right.
Maybe they win the first round, and we're now into the division series and headed to the ALCS, right? And you got a 4-man rotation, right? You're probably going to start 4 guys.
Right.
Look what this bullpen could be. It could be your 5th starter in Castillo, so there's 2 more stars in the bullpen.
Right.
Cade Anderson, Ryan Sloan, and all your high-leverage guys like Bizardo and Spire and Brash and Munoz. You could be throwing
Hancock
7.
Could be in the bullpen.
You could have 8 high-leverage relievers in the bullpen for the playoffs.
Well, Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, you would think would be the 4 starters. Yep. And then Hancock, Castillo, Sloan, Cade Anderson would all be in the bullpen.
There's 4, and then your other 4 high leverage. You got 8 guys.
But the way it usually works out is that somebody's going to get hurt.
That's right.
Right? Somebody's going to get hurt. Last year it was Brian Wu that got banged up, and he wasn't available. But even if you do get somebody hurt, you got so much depth right now that you should feel like you should be okay, which is another reason why they can't waste this season. Last time they had the number 1 ERA in baseball, they missed the stinking playoffs, for God's sakes. All they need is a little bit of offense. Just a little bit of offense. How aggressive will they be at the deadline this year in going after a bat? They should be aggressive. There's no reason not to be aggressive. This team deserves it. The roster, the clubhouse, the dugout deserves it, right? And you've got other guys you can move. You don't need to move your top prospects. Cole Emerson's already here. You got some other big-time guns in the minor league system that you should be able to turn into significant contributors right now that can help you reach the World Series. So, I don't know, man. I mean, right now I'm feeling kind of positive about these guys. I was a little bit annoyed over the weekend after that series loss to the Boston Red Sox, obviously. But right now it just kind of feels like, man, this thing is starting to pop. I don't know. Maybe I'm living in the moment.
No,
Maybe it's the recency bias getting me again.
I think short-term irritation. This team is all year for me has been short-term irritation, long-term optimism.
Right.
That's how I felt about
it's like
this
medication. You take it first, there's going to be a side effect, but man, when that puppy gets going, oh boy. But if it lasts longer than 4 hours, call a doctor.
That's right.
All right, we're going to break. A little fun with audio next on 93.3 KJR FM. is going to be fun
Do you have to
as
sign
hell.
some sort of waiver?
Nope,
'Cause
no waiver.
I don't want Blumentritt getting sued.
I'm just willing to die. Hey, by the way, you know what? I'm going to save that for later. That would have been I just caught myself. I
Really?
just swear to God, I just caught myself. That would have been a terrible transition. And you know what? I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I'm going to mention a story later in the show.
And we'll be like,
and you'll understand what I'm talking about
Okay.
because that would have been an awful segue from
all right.
the Blumentritt endorsement mention to this story that I'm going to talk about. All right, here we go. A little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
All right, Wyndham Clark, who just won the U.S. Open at Shinnecock, December 13th, 2016. We're talking 10 years ago. U.S. Open winner Wyndham Clark tweeted back then, quote, "I hate Baker Mayfield," end quote. Well, Clark joined Barstool's Pardon My Take show this morning and explained why he posted that 10 years ago.
You did tweet, "I hate Baker Mayfield," and I was just curious if you still feel that way. Maybe your thoughts on that. Maybe that hate in your heart's gone away, or what? Maybe where you're at on that.
I'm trying to decide if I should tell the story.
Yeah.
All right, screw it. I don't care. People already hate me. So, no, it's not that bad. My PR team's here.
Listen, your PR team's on the hot seat because we're coming up with ideas they never thought of.
No, they didn't. They prepped me for everything. They didn't prep me for this one. My girlfriend at the time cheated on me with Baker Mayfield.
That's a fair tweet. Okay, yeah.
But as I have come to, I'm actually a Baker fan now. I think he's a homie. That's your initial response.
Right.
Like, screw that guy, but really screw the,
Yeah, your girlfriend, yeah. That's a totally fair tweet.
This is personal. I hope actually this is a bro moment for us to be like, oh, bro, I didn't know, my bad. She never told me. And I'm like, oh, it's all good. We're homies. Let's play golf.
So so first of all, Wyndham Clark started off at Oklahoma State University, right? So Baker was at Oklahoma 10 years ago, right? Was he in college 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield? Okay. So his girlfriend cheats on him with Baker Mayfield. He tweets out, "I hate Baker Mayfield." And then 10 years later, when he becomes relevant, nobody even thought to even give a damn what he thought 10 years ago. He was a nobody. Now he reveals his girlfriend slept with Baker Mayfield. So is somebody going to ask Baker Mayfield about that? We got a guy now at Tampa Bay.
I think we should.
In Tony Castricone.
Let's
How about
text him.
Tony's first day on the job? Tony, is it true, or Baker, is it true that you slept with Wyndham Clark's girlfriend when you were in college at Oklahoma? I mean, that would be a hell of a way. No! Don't you think, for Tony to introduce himself to the Tampa Bay crowd down there by chasing down that story? See, I think Wyndham Clark should do more stuff like this. I was telling Dick off the air, Jackson, I think there's a real chance that Wyndham Clark, if he plays it right, can turn himself into a sympathetic figure and start to actually gain some support.
He's got a very good personality, as you can tell. And what I told Dave off the air, Jackson, is Wyndham should go one of two ways. He should get everybody off his back and just be contrite and a fun guy and do more stuff like this. Or he should just go Patrick Reed times 10, freaking villain, flipping people off as he's walking down the fairway and just screw all you guys.
Nah, I don't like that idea. I like the first idea.
All right.
How about he just takes advantage of his missteps and mocks himself, like when he beat the crap out of the locker at Oakmont? How about you do a commercial for somebody, like Tough Shed?
Good idea. Good idea. Good
and
idea.
you're beating the piss out of a locker made out of Tough
You
Shed
should
material.
get paid a lot for these
Seriously.
ideas.
You see, no matter how hard I punch this locker, it's unbreakable because it's made out of Tough Shed material. Whatever, something like that. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
All right, last week on the Golf Channel, analyst Brandel Chambly, my favorite, goes on a diatribe about his problem with profanity on the golf course.
I never saw Jack Nicklaus throw a club. I never heard him yell an F-bomb. Never saw Palmer throw a club. Never heard him yell an F-bomb. Same with Tom Watson. Pick your player. You can say what you want about Phil Mickelson. I never saw Phil Mickelson throw a club or yell an F-bomb. And it rains F-bombs on the PGA Tour. Clubs get thrown all the time. Nobody rains them in. It used to be, I always thought you would get fined for profanity on the PGA Tour, but I guess not, because when you watch, it's just F-bomb after F-bomb after F-bomb. You hear it. John Rahm today missed a putt and said, screamed the F word as loud as he could. I'm no prude. Composure is a skill. And it's lazy to throw clubs, and it's lazy to drop F-bombs when you know the whole world is watching. F-bombs raining everywhere. I think everybody kind of drew a line in the sand last year at the U.S. Open. Combination of Wyndham Clark, Rory tearing up a tee marker, et cetera, et cetera. These guys have just run amok.
All right, I got 2 words for Brandel Chambly. You ready?
I got 2 words for you.
I mean, throwing clubs and dropping an F-bomb are 2 totally different things.
That's right.
On a golf course. So let's not combine those into one big indiscretion stew. That's number 1. Number 2, I can only speak for myself, Dick. Sometimes for me, if I hit a bad shot like I did today, dropping an F-bomb is my way of getting over it and moving on to my next shot.
Well,
I drop an F-bomb, I get pissed off, I flush it, I'm done.
I think it's how you say it, right? If you just drop the F-bomb to yourself like bleep, or say it at regular tone, but if you scream it, that's different. And
I don't know, man.
It is.
Doesn't bother me any, but whatever. I get it.
Right, but I mean,
it's all personal preference.
I tell my son, I go, dude, not in a tournament, man. Not in a tournament.
Well,
you do not know when a college coach is watching you in a tournament.
Of course, that's totally different, though. Your son is 16 years old.
Yeah.
He's trying to impress a college coach or a college scout. I'm 53.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to impress anybody.
That's right.
All I'm trying to do is get, all the bad crap out of my brain and move on to my next shot.
Yep.
Now, if he's mad, there's kids in the galleries at PGA events. Okay, fine. Hey, we can have that conversation. But you ever been to an NBA game and sat close to the court?
Yeah,
The stuff
plenty of
that
them.
comes out of their mouth?
Of course.
I guarantee it's a lot worse than the F word, by the way. Not even close, for crying out loud. All right, we're going to break. Petros Papadakis will join us next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Fife.com.
From the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Headlines on Satya Dick with Jackson right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies. The F-word? All right, we got World Cup action to report, by the way. Some finals from the World Cup across the North American area. Morocco and Haiti tied at 2 at halftime in Atlanta. Brazil, Scotland 2-0 Brazil from Miami at halftime. Earlier today, Bosnia-Herzegovina with a 3-1 win over Qatar. That means Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Americans will get it on in Santa Clara on the 1st of July. Americans win that. They're coming to Seattle again July 6th. Switzerland beating Canada, by the way, 2-1 today as well.
Jags have given tight end Brenton Strange a 3-year extension worth up to $48 million. And how about this? Our old friend Phil Steele has named offensive lineman John Mills of the University of Washington a second-team All-American.
Lakers star guard Austin Reeves, a 4-year, $185 million max deal to stay with the L.A. Lakers. We'll get Petros' thoughts on that in a second.
Hannes Steinbach taken with the 14th pick of the NBA draft last night by the Charlotte Hornets. BYU's A.J. Dabansa went number 1.
And former LSU Notre Dame head coach Brian Kelly will call college football games for CBS this year. All right, let's get to Petros right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with college football analyst Petros Papadakis.
Not that I'm a smart guy, I'm stupid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys.
41 yards.
If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James right away at 800-500-5200. Sweet James will be sweet to you, but tough on insurance companies that will bully you.
Baruch atah Adonai, Baruch atah Ushalayim.
And now with Petros, here's Dave Softy Muller.
Losers.
All right, boys and girls, here we go on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
A horse crap radio show.
It is our pleasure, it is our honor to welcome in again a man that I believe is one of the most sought-after guests in the sports talk radio industry. One half of the legendary, fabled, almost mythical now, sports talk radio kings of L.A., the Petros and Money Show in Southern California, former USC football star, one damn fine Greek American, and my close personal pal, Petros Papadakis. Brought to you by
Sweet James, the dense beard of justice, a man that can come through for you. If you've ever been in a car accident or motorcycle accident, or maybe you've been bitten by a dog, Sweet James knows the ancient secrets in which to unlock the money you are owed, which is why he's been awarded Best Attorneys in America and voted number 1. Give him a call at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Or sweetjames.com. Hello. Stupid idiot.
How are you?
I'm doing okay, I guess. You know, strikes and gutters around here, but just getting by. Nice weather. World Cup seems like a lot of fun.
Have you been to a game yet at SoFi?
No, of course I won't.
No, no shot.
But, no, it's like $300 to park. And they want you to take the Metro. And here, if you take the Metro, it's like you walk into a needle. It's like USC football at halftime.
Well, you got the same problem up here.
That's
pal.
pretty good, right? That's pretty good.
That was very. Did you do that on the fly, by the way?
I did.
Wow, that's not bad. Did you actually
Riding
see
on the Metro?
Did you see guys doing roids in
roids? I was talking about just painkillers.
Okay, well, or anything involving.
You know, performance-enhancing drugs have become much more sophisticated in modern times. When I was a kid, a lot of the guys that did steroids were guys that drove down to Mexico and shot them up themselves or shot themselves in the ass, which I have done for guys. In the
really?
Past. Never. Yeah.
I've never shot other guys in the ass.
Yes.
You haven't shot yourself in the ass.
No.
Okay,
well, I've never done a drug that would help me.
Really? Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're just
I'm
in
not
it for the
saying that
thrill,
I'm
the
drug-free.
fun.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
not saying I'm drug-free. I'm saying I never did a drug.
If I drug tested you tonight, what would I find in your system?
I shudder to find out.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that,
I haven't
pal.
ridden the white horse in decades.
Yeah, I've never done that ever.
No, I've never. I haven't. No, you would find no illegal substances
in your bloodstream.
Correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But anyway,
because marijuana is not, whatever.
I wouldn't say anything about marijuana. What are you talking about? I don't mess with no reefer addict.
Liar.
That's a. What are you talking about? That's a line from Back to the Future.
That's right. That's
He
right.
goes, hey, man, I don't want to mess with no reefer addicts because the Marvin Gaye's cousin's band is outside smoking.
That's right.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
USC at the locker room.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about painkillers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
In my time, if a guy did steroids, generally what happened was they'd get really fat because they didn't work out enough.
Yeah.
Or they'd get really muscular.
Right.
And then they'd go out and spring ball would start and they'd blow both hammies almost immediately. That kind of stuff would happen. I mean, it didn't happen every time, but it happened a lot.
Right.
And it's not like a lot of guys were on steroids. Performance enhancing drugs became much more about recovery, I guess.
Yeah.
And we started dabbling in that stuff. I remember when they used to require us to take creatine.
Right.
Before that, all that stuff changed. I don't know if I've told you this before, but we used to have to sign in and take creatine.
Really?
And I was freaking swole that summer.
Like a powder kind of thing or what?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
spent the summer on the toilet, but I was also very swole. And we had to take it all the way up until early August when one of our fullbacks' kidneys failed. And they were like, you don't have to take this anymore. Where's Marvin? He's in the hospital. Here's his room number. You can go see him. But no, I wasn't talking about performance enhancing drugs, although that was the vibe in one of you and I's favorite movies that we mentioned, I think, last week or the week before.
Yeah.
Johnny
Be Good. Right.
The vibe at the USC school out here, which was UCC, was that they were all juiced up. In fact, I believe the guy was like, our players only use the finest steroids. But it wasn't like that in my time. They didn't juice us up. They juiced us up with painkillers.
Wow. All right. Well, you know what? I don't know, man. I feel like I'm 53 and I've kind of missed the window on that stuff.
Like Toradol? What do you mean?
Just all of it. I mean,
you don't want to ride the T train?
Well, the White Horse, never done that. Never been.
Well, you could be a really hyped up 53-year-old actor and be all coked up.
How do you think I would do on cocaine, honestly, with my personality?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'd be very different.
Really? Okay.
I mean, I don't know. That's the problem with cocaine. It's people just get so riled up, and they think what they're saying and is so. It's a lot like what we do.
Yeah.
They get really excited, riled up. They speak at a level that is uncomfortable in real life.
Okay.
Because if we were talking in real life, we wouldn't be inflecting and having, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
It's different the way you speak on a radio show than the way you speak in real life.
Right. So that's the way I would talk if I were on coke.
You talk like that anyway.
I'd
That's
pull
the
into
thing.
a Taco Time drive-through. Can I get the number 10 with a Coca-Cola and an extra large tater fries? Thank you.
Just feel like everything you have to say holds great gravity and weight and is should be heard.
Well, maybe we'll try it one day on the air. I mean, it's still illegal, right? It's still illegal.
I don't ever want to get yacked up.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
No, you're sitting up then you're sitting up at 5 a.m. with some guy that just got cut from a professional baseball team, and he's like, "You want to do a gummer?" And it's like, "No, it's been a long night."
Well, Petros is with us. All right, so there's a lot.
You're the one that wants to talk about drugs. You're dirty. You're like Tiger Woods. That's all you want to talk about.
Is that all Tiger talks about now? Is drugs?
Whenever I've met with Tiger Woods, whenever the mics go off, he asks a series of questions.
Come on. Hey, man, know anybody?
No, but he was very interested. Well, we had a connection with Tiger Woods, right? Our kicker, also known as El Kicker,
all right,
E-L Kicker, because he was Mexican, David Bell, in my time from the Cypress area in Orange County, David Bell's cousin, very close friend and cousin, Byron Bell, was the Tiger Woods bagman, the guy that went down for all his hookups and stuff. He was even the caddy for a while when Fluff stopped being the caddy.
Fluff McCowan, right.
Yeah. Byron Bell was a huge Tiger enabler and assistant type.
Wow.
And that was when we were playing football at USC. So Tiger kind of knew of me and USC football in that regard. So when I interviewed him a couple times.
I love that. Tiger knew of me.
Well, one time I got tackled. Well, I wouldn't have thought that if you let me finish the story.
Sorry.
I would never, you try to make me sound like a douche. That's what you're trying.
Tiger knew who I was.
Well, I'll tell you, I was unawares, even though he did stand over me and pump his fist when Coy Wire tackled me once on the sideline at Stanford. And he acted all hard, and I stood up and yelled at him. And I reminded him of that story, but we talked about USC football a little bit. When I interviewed him one time right before he won the Masters, and then the cameras and mics went off, and we were in a private room because we were like the flagship for the tournament, the Genesis or whatever.
Right.
Same one that he almost lost both legs in or whatever a few years later. But and he just nonstop was asking about like USC football. And like, so would it be like Toradol or like a mixture of Novocaine and Toradol or cortisone? Like literally like a 25-minute conversation. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, he wanted to talk about what kind of painkillers college football was into.
You're an enabler, man.
When I was a kid.
God darn.
When we knew each other through the USC football program, and he knew of the USC football program in my era, which is what I was trying to convey.
Good God.
That's what he was interested in.
Wow. All right. Well.
But, it is interesting, and I'm sure that I've mentioned this. If I'm sitting and having a conversation with, like, some random Pac-10 idiot from my days of calling games or playing against guys, like Devin Frischnecht or something.
There you go.
Right? I've never met him, but if I'm sitting around with one of those guys and they all say we have similar conversation, and it's happened so many times that it feels weird. There's like, is it true what they say about SC? And it's like, what? That we all have sex with celebrities? Like, what? They're like, no. That you basically walk into a needle at halftime. Like, they shoot you up if you have a cold.
Oh, God.
And it's like, well, yeah, I thought that happened everywhere.
Right. Well,
but apparently it doesn't.
Somebody should ask Tiger Woods next time he drives his car into a stop sign if we could, blame Petros Papa. Hey, Tiger, remember that conversation you had with Petros back in the day about cocktails for drugs?
I do.
Yeah, he'll talk. He'll talk about
Well, hey, how about this, the Brandon Sorsby thing, man? Dude, the NFL said, no, you got to wait, son. No supplemental draft for you. We don't want a gambling addict. Millen made a great point. Our friend Hugh Millen made a great point on the air the other day that his attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, by basically telling everybody that he's a gambling addict, may have delayed his entry into the NFL, because if you're the NFL, you're like, well, if you're a gambling addict, we don't want you in the NFL. Go get that figured out first, and then maybe you can play for us in maybe the next year. But he may not have anything. The CFL doesn't want him. The NFL, what the hell is he going to do for a year?
UFL.
Right. Go play for Neuheisel.
Yeah, I don't know. He's an addict. This boy can't help himself. Thanks a lot.
We must keep an eye on him.
Yeah, that's when we thought you were going to stay in college, fool.
He must play.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes off a deep end. Here's $5 million.
It's interesting. Like,
dude, hang on. Somebody texted the show and said, "That's a great idea. He's a gambling addict. Let's give him $5 million."
Well, I mean, he was making plenty. Look, I mean, I talked about this morning a little bit too, because I called a couple of maybe 3 of his games while he was at Cincinnati over the last year.
Yeah,
and I thought he was a good quarterback, and I was impressed with how willing he was of a runner. And, then he had poise and was very good leadership and distributed the ball well and made good decisions and all that. But at no point did I say, wow, this guy's on the take. And then at no other point was I like, wow, this here looks like the number 1 quarterback in the portal. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes, that doesn't line up. I mean, remember the guy from Oregon State was the number 1 quarterback in the portal.
Mm-hmm.
And that all fell apart at Michigan State. So I never thought that, I thought he was great, but I didn't think he didn't blow my mind like, wow, I really got to see a special quarterback today or anything like that. And then I thought about, remember how great Mike Williams was?
Right.
The receiver at USC.
He played for us in Seattle with Pete.
Yeah. He came with Pete Carroll. He had a 1,000-yard season. He was as big of as a mule, but he was out there catching the ball. But at USC, he was an All-American, and he was just amazing. And he's really one of my favorite receivers, I think, that I've ever watched, on a game-to-game basis because I traveled with them.
Yeah.
And they knew of me.
Wow. Just dropping names all over the place. Hey,
all I'm saying is this. And remember, he tried to leave early, and then he took the NFL to court, and him and Maurice Claret.
Right.
And, it just didn't work out for those guys. Trying to sue the NFL is not, they're going to make it as difficult as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Get this out of the courts.
Right.
Go to rehab, play in the UFL, enjoy your $6 million.
100%.
Stay out of the Golden Nugget.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. What can you say?
Well,
I think the NFL got a little panicky when they thought, wow, this guy is actually going to get drafted in the supplemental draft. We better do something.
Well, the other story is this 5 for 5 thing. I don't know if you guys talked about that on your show.
I don't know what that is.
They're giving everybody.
You mean, is that like the Doors song? 5 to 1, baby. 1 in 5, like that?
No, they're giving
No one here gets out alive, yeah. No?
They're giving every kid.
You don't remember that song?
Of course I do. They're giving every
You
kid.
get yours, baby. I'll get mine.
God, I'm thinking about Val Kilmer in the Doors
Gonna
movie.
make it, baby, in our prime. Yeah.
They're giving every kid.
Remember when Val Kilmer went to the desert in the Doors movie?
Yes.
And took the peyote and he saw the naked Indian?
That's right. Well,
he saw the naked Indian.
The opening when
and
he's
then
a
he
kid.
saw the naked Indian in Paris. And he died.
They're giving every player 5 years to play 5. No red shirts, no nothing. Unless you're on a Mormon mission.
They got the guns, baby. We got the number.
Or you're pregnant. You get 5 years.
If you get pregnant?
That's right. You get 5.
Like Kathy Ireland and Necessary Roughness?
Absolutely. Great pull. You get 5 years to play 5, but you remember Sue Cravens, by the way? Remember him, that name back in the day? You remember him, right?
Sue?
Yeah, Sue Cravens, right?
He's still working down here.
Right.
He's prevalent.
Well, he went on Twitter. He said every single parent will now hold back their kid a year, start their college clock at 19 instead of 17, because the 5 for 5 thing starts either A, when you enroll, or B, when you turn 19, whatever comes first. So he thinks players will hold parents will hold the kids back so they're 19. My point is, well, don't the kids want the clock to start as soon as possible so they can get to the NFL?
Well, it depends. Not really anymore. I mean, remember we used to throw like gigantic, stupid, unnecessary parties over recruiting classes.
They still do, by the way.
But and that's what they're doing down here at USC. Like a bunch of 18-year-olds are going to help you.
Right.
Like I remember when Reggie Bush was a true freshman. He didn't play that much. You know what I mean? Like, and now. And that was at a different time. Now, in the age of the transfer portal and all of these different red shirts over the years that have been granted, I mean, teams are old. The teams want to get older. They don't want to get younger.
Right.
I mean, Indiana was old as hell. I mean, that used to be the only advantage BYU had. Yeah, they were white and they were stiff and they were dorks, but they were like 26. And they were super pissed off that they had an angry wife at home and they took it out on you on the field and they chopped your neck. I'm not kidding. Like, that was the deal.
Angry wife.
It was, and they had 2 black guys to play corner and that was it.
Some Samoan guys too now.
Yeah, of course you had your Polynesians, but they were also miserable and married. Right. Just because you're Polynesian and you say "too" doesn't mean you can't be miserable and married like the whites. So, that whole thing, that's BYU's obviously a lot different now. Right. And Kalani's a whole different kind of coach. I mean, there was a time that Norm Chow was too ethnic to be their head coach, even though it was a no-brainer when Lavelle Edwards retired.
That's why they didn't hire him, because he was too Asian.
He's dark-colored. and that was just a different time out there. I'm not kidding. It's unfortunate, but it's great to see how far they've come. And and Kalani's great, and he's great to deal with in the media, and they're in a big conference and all that stuff. But, I mean, that used to be BYU's only advantage, was that they were old, you know? Right. And now everybody can be old.
Right.
And I just don't know, if you're Lincoln Riley and you're on a hot seat, I don't know why we have to tout some very, very young recruiting class that just came in, that if any of them have success, you're going to have to fight to keep them.
That's right.
And as far as what Sua Cravens, who I think always has very interesting opinions, as far as what he has to say about it, most of these people are holding their kids back anyway.
Mm.
You know, I mean, I held my kid back only because he's a stone-cold idiot, not because...
Does he know that, by the way?
Stupid idiot! He knows he didn't do it for football.
Does he know what his father thinks of him?
No. I mean, look, I'm an idiot, too. I had a hard time with school and middle school and all that stuff.
Is that Fletcher Papadakis? Oh, yeah.
They didn't hold me back.
That kid's a moron.
They didn't hold me back. And obviously I proved my lack of maturity leaving Cal.
Right.
In camp, like a total tool. So, so I think a lot of these people, if people identify their kid, not everybody develops as a football player really early. In fact, that's one of the things that's beautiful about football is the different development of players at different times in their careers. But I think most people identify their kid as a big baller, they're already holding that guy back.
Right.
So he can start 4 years of varsity.
God. All right. Well, that was entertaining, man. Covered a lot of ground.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
I appreciate that. Versatility.
I didn't hear. I was. That's the first time I ever heard Dick Fane's Lexus commercial.
That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it made me want to move to the Seattle area, the North Pacific Northwest, and put the moonroof down in Dick's Lexus, and drive to work and look at all the boats. And
make you buy a car.
I love
Listen
Dick. To Alice in Chains. I'm on my period.
All right, we gotta go.
I shouldn't have said that on the show.
What?
And you should have never clipped it all.
Said this?
I love Dick, but I'm on my period. You play that, and then you sit there and admonish me for saying other things.
We gotta go.
It's just terrible hypocrisy.
I'm getting the wrap it up sign from the producer, by the way.
Well, say hi to the mayor and her big, giant, stupid head.
I'm gonna break. Larry Stone at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. Again, Rodney Carrington, who, by the way, I've seen him in person. He is very funny. Do not take the kids. I'll just say that.
All right.
Get your tickets now at emeraldqueen.com. But we thought we'd provide maybe a little bit of an update on NBA expansion in Seattle. I know a lot of people are driving around town right now, tuning into the Softy, Dick, and Jackson show and thinking, yeah, it's a gorgeous day. Everyone's in a good mood. But you know what? I'd like to have an update on NBA expansion. And we have heard your call. We have heard your pleas. Well, guess what? Adam Silver was on the Dan Patrick Show today and gave this update on NBA expansion.
We're looking at 2028. Seattle and Vegas still the leading candidates for expansion. And if so, Memphis or Minnesota going to the Eastern Conference? Does that sound fair?
So if we expand, at least we're thinking 28, 29 season. The only two cities at the moment we're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. We haven't had a vote on it. It's not a foregone conclusion, but we're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those two cities. And then, yes, and then we'll if we do add two teams, we'll want to likely even out the conferences, so there will be some movement then.
But if you're looking at two teams, not either Seattle or Vegas.
We're currently looking at two teams, but what we've said is it's possible we won't expand at all, and we could expand to just one market. But we're officially looking at both those markets right now.
So, I mean, again, not really, let's face it, anything that we don't know. I think all of us knew that. They've already announced that it's Seattle and Vegas. You know, I think we all knew that 2028, 29 was kind of the year that we thought maybe this thing would launch, but, you know, nothing has gone backwards. We know that, right? Like this idea that, hey, we just can't find enough groups to get a bidding process going. That's not happening, right? I mean, we know there's money out there. We know there's people out there that will step up and buy an expansion team. And here's the reason why, guys. It's pretty simple for me. It's because of what the investment means. This will be a guaranteed winner for somebody. Guaranteed winner. Whoever buys the Seahawks, guaranteed winner. Whoever buys the expansion Sonics, expansion Vegas team will be a guaranteed winner. Now, outside of the apocalypse, I get that, and, you know, the dinosaurs getting wiped out by an asteroid, this is always going to make money.
Yes.
These teams always make money, and they make money exponentially for whoever owns them. So I don't have any doubt that there's plenty of suitors out there. And it just kind of drives home, Dick, for me and Jackson, and reinforces kind of what we said a couple of months ago, that for them to be this detailed about the process, right? Like, when was the last time you heard the NBA? Or, I mean, like, I know that the NHL just came out the other day. Gary Bettman came out and I think targeted a couple of cities. I think Houston may have been on the list, by the way. But it feels like it's very rare for a commissioner to come out and actually say, yeah, we are thinking of expanding. Here's where we're thinking of expanding, and here's when we're thinking of doing it. I mean, they're almost offering you more intel than you've ever gotten before during any expansion process.
It's just official clarification of what we already suspected with the date, right? That's the only new information is the date. And we have, you know, to his
2
credit,
years.
we have never gotten the official start date clarification from the voice of Adam Silver until then. We did have the clarification of Seattle and Vegas. We did not have the date. We were just suspecting because we remember all our original expectations were 27, 28. But then the Boston thing came along, the Minnesota thing came along,
Portland,
and it just pushed it forward a year. So everything really is what we thought it would be, except a year later.
Yeah, I just think, again, that it just feels like everybody's preparing for this, right? Everybody in the NBA is preparing for this. Memphis, Minnesota, preparing to move to the Eastern Conference. The other owners preparing to have a 31st and 32nd team in the NBA. The TV network's preparing for this. The league is preparing to slice up that pie two different ways, or two new ways to add more revenue to the NBA. It just feels like everybody is making preparations and getting in position, whatever the hell that means, for this to happen. So I haven't really wavered. I don't think you have wavered either on this at all. I think it's going to happen. And the day that it put it over the edge for me, I don't think you were here. Jackson, you were here when Todd Lywicki came on the show, right? We were up at the beer hall, and we asked him, look, dude, you know about the emotions of the Sonic fan. You know how important this is to everybody in Seattle. And you know maybe more than anybody what this would mean to us to get this team back. Can we start to get excited? And he said, yes. And it took him like no hesitation, right? Remember that?
Yep.
And so for me, when that happened, I don't know. I look, I guess you leave the 0.5% chance out there that something may go crazy. Whatever, the market crashes, blah,
Sure.
blah, blah. The Great Depression shows up again. Outside of that, I think it's going to be time to party pretty soon.
See, we always knew this wasn't going to come at one moment. We always knew this was going to be staggered moments, and it's going to be your excitement levels at 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%. We always knew it was going to come like this, and I think that maybe some people are still like, head in the sand, fingers in the ears because I haven't had that moment, but it was never going to be that one. It's happening. And Silver's kind of been like that the whole way.
And it never was with the Kraken. We never had one day where we just went absolutely nuts. Now, I'm thinking there is a possibility that in October, November, whenever that meeting is going to happen.
I think it's September, right? Haven't they already announced it in September? I thought I saw a report it was in September.
But in the fall sometime.
Right.
I'm leaving out some hope. Now, I just want the Sonics back, regardless of whether we find out in one fell swoop or not. But I am leaving out some hope that, guys, that we will have 2 or 3 hours or whatever before initial announcement, we'll get the Shams bomb. We'll get the Shams bomb that the NBA Board of Governors have voted to expand the NBA to 32 teams, including Vegas and Seattle. And that would be the moment. Like, that would be the moment that this radio station goes absolutely bat bleep crazy.
I don't know if I want the Shams bomb. I want to see it live on TV. Now, that will never happen. I understand, right? I mean, you're exactly right. There is not a chance in hell that we watch a press conference with Adam Silver.
And we don't know what he's going to say.
And we're all sitting there.
Right.
And we're holding hands and we're locking arms going, please, 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 right? And then, boom, the whole place goes freaking nuts. That's not going to happen. What you said is way more likely that it gets leaked by somebody, mostly by Shams Charania. Maybe Woj comes out of retirement, throws it out there. Maybe Adam Schefter, ventures into the NBA world and tosses out. But somebody like that will likely report it. But, yeah, I just think Todd is like, I mean, this is going to sound corny, but he's like the proud papa. And he knows how important this is to us.
Yeah.
And he knows he's not going to let you get excited yet about your full ride scholarship to Stanford until he feels convinced that you're going to get offered it. And for him to say that on the air, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just a big sucker. Maybe I'm just a big naive sucker. But that was the day. That was the moment that kind of put it over the edge for me. All right, text the millennials. 49451 coming up next segment. Tacoma Dodge text line. Larry Stone will join at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we're back. Big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. The Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451 Textimonials. Rodney Carrington, by the way, at the Queen tomorrow night, 8 o'clock in the EQC Event Center. Get your tickets now at emeraldqueen.com. And don't forget to watch all the World Cup matches at the Pitchside Pub at the EQC Sportsbook Lounge, by the way. Great sportsbook, phenomenal bar, all the World Cup action on the big screen TV down there at the EQC. All right, 49451. I got to be honest with you, man. We're watching this Mariners game right now. Their defense is horrific.
So
absolutely horrific. We got to bring this up with Larry Stone at 5 o'clock tonight. Oh, my God. All right, 49451, Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you got?
Call me a simpleton, but for Brendan Sorsby, wouldn't you have to be in the NFL to have NFLPA rights?
Ding. Yes, the answer is yes. I don't think that Jeffrey Kessler's lawsuit is going to go anywhere for a couple reasons. Number one, I don't think it's smart for a guy that wants to be employed by the NFL one day to sue the NFL before he even gets to the NFL. And then number two, the idea of a guy being punished before the draft process has begun. That's happened before. Terrell Pryor got suspended before he made the NFL way back in the day. So I think this is about a guy just trying to exhaust all his options like a good attorney would. But I think in the end, they're going to drop everything, take their medicine like we said yesterday, and move on.
Yeah, when he made that comment, it's against the NFL collective bargaining agreement and it's against the law. Right. I totally agree with you on the first part. I don't know if it's against labor laws or not. I mean, that is something they are certainly going to take a look at.
Right.
And that would be the avenue to get it overturned if it's actually against labor laws.
Well, what would be against labor laws? Not having the draft?
Not having an opportunity to work in his his chosen field.
Apparently the NFL, well, he can. He just has to do it next year. Nobody is saying you can't play in the NFL. You just can't play in the NFL today, right? Like this gal that dumped the trash can after the Knicks parade and stole the garbage can. People are like, you're taking away her livelihood. No, you're not. You're just taking away her job with J.P. Morgan. She can do whatever she wants. She just can't work for them. That's it. All right, 49451. What's next?
After the speeding thing and warrant issued, Brandon Ayuk will not show up for camp. As soon as he does, he will be arrested.
God, I kind of hope he does show up to training camp, by the way, for San Francisco. What a cluster that is down there with that guy. When was the last time that we had to deal with something like that up here in Seattle? Just a Percy Harvin, maybe?
Yeah.
Just a complete Looney Tunes, pain in the ass distraction. It has been a long time. And you know what? I kind of miss it, to be honest with you.
No, you don't.
When was the last time we had a guy like that we could talk about here ad nauseum on the air
Jamal Adams.
every single day?
He was paying the
Well, Jamal Adams was... He was not a guy that, well, I guess he was in the end.
He's a POS.
When he went after the guy's wife.
Yes, he did.
At the end, when he went after the guy's wife, yes. But we were slamming Jamal Adams for being a clown on the field.
Just a bad football
player. Being a loaf. Right? I mean, the guy never wanted to touch anybody, for crying out loud. He was always there to clean up somebody else's play.
He went to the Randy Rosarena School of Loafing.
Oh, that was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. All right, what's next?
I always told my boys, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. If you drop an F-bomb, it's how you said it.
Hey, look, man, I got no problem being angry on the golf course as long as it doesn't impact another player or another group. Throwing clubs is a totally different thing, and for Brandel Chamblee to even put the two in the same category, I think is ridiculous.
No, that is ridiculous. I mean, there's levels to everything, right? Yeah. Whispering the F-bomb under your breath versus screaming it so players on the fourth hole can hear it if you're on the first. Totally. That's different.
Right. Well, what drives me nuts, and I had this happen this morning, as a matter of fact, this may surprise the two of you, I am a mental midget on the golf course.
No.
Mental midget. If I take a club back and I hear somebody scream or yell in my backswing, it's like, what the hell just happened? Like I got shot. So if somebody's on the other fairway and they're screaming F-bombs at the top of their lungs,
it'll bother you.
And another player is in the middle of a backswing or a putt or whatever, that's where you kind of draw the line. Absolutely. But if somebody just wants to take out their frustrations and, drop a couple of F-bombs on the golf course, I got no problem with that. All right, what's next?
Softy and Dick, can we keep Waxon Felts through the Sounders season instead of Jackson?
Yeah.
I like Waxon.
Yeah.
He's way better.
I tell you what, man, I think it really is one of those things where Jackson's going to have to up his game when he comes back.
Well, what's amazing is
why don't you just bring on Saxon Seltz to talk about the Sounders?
No, Faxon Jeltz is next up. He's next up.
Great.
What's amazing, though, is the 545 segment with Waxon, like, we get such great intel that there's no way Jackson has that in him.
Yeah. I think he does. He just has to want it, man.
He just doesn't have the desire.
Has to want. You just got to dig deep, man. There's more there, bud.
Dig deep.
There's more there. I want you to reach into a spot you've never reached into before and just go as far as you can.
You don't pay me enough to do that.
Come on, hang your balls out there, man. Let's go. All right, we'll get Larry Stone to join us next on 93.3 KJR FM.
KJR FM.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. It's time for a shot at $2,500. The USA 250 cash contest now through July 3rd. Listen each weekday, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 2 p.m., and 5 on this show. For the nationwide keyword to enter on the website, 93.3KJR.com. Today's word is trip. Trip, T-R-I-P, trip, like the Mariner defense does every day, tripping all over themselves. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Saucy and Dick with Jackson this Wednesday night, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
These stout-ass Niners can go ahead and get out of town.
Well, the Mariners just getting some terrible defense in Pittsburgh, man. Luke Raley, J.P. Crawford, Randy Arozarena just puking all over themselves. And Brian Wu deserves better. He did not react to it well, but Brian Wu is going to get tagged for all of this, and he does not deserve it. 3 2/3, 5 earned runs for Brian Wu so far, and the Pirates are up on the M's 5-1, bottom of the 4th in Pittsburgh.
Get up forward, Hannes Steinbach, taken with the 14th pick of the NBA draft last night. The Charlotte Hornets. BYU's A.J. DeBonsa went number 1, and for the first time ever, the top 5 picks in 2 drafts in a row have all been freshmen.
World Cup, we got 4 finals in already. Bosnia-Herzegovina over Qatar 3-1. That means Wednesday, July 1st in Santa Clara. Boom. It is on, baby. Bosnia-Herzegovina against the Americans for the right to go to the round of sweets of 16. Switzerland takes care of Canada, by the way, 2-1. Morocco doubles up Haiti 4-2, and Brazil blanking Scotland 3-0. Let's get to Larry Stone right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with legendary sports writer Larry Stone. Brought to you by the Ram Restaurant and Brewery. Bigger, better, and fresher since 1971. With 8 Puget Sound locations from Marysville to Lacey and everywhere in between. There's a Ram near you. Now with Softy and Dick, here's Larry Stone.
All right, big thanks to our friends at the Ram for sponsoring this little conversation every single Wednesday at 5 o'clock on the program. And, Larry, we don't normally do this, man. We have a little bit of a trick that we like to play on the audience when we're on the air. When the M's are playing, we want people to hear this show and not the baseball game. So sometimes we tend to ignore the baseball game while they're on the air during our show.
Not this one.
But every now and then something happens. You just can't ignore it. And that defense that we just saw, man, Randy Arozarena lets a very playable fly ball drop right in front of him. J.P. Crawford air-mails a throw that he double-clutched on to Josh Naylor at first base. You said Luke Raley had a ball go through his legs.
Yeah, it hit the wall and then went through his legs.
Unbelievable. And now Brian Wu is getting tagged for 5 earned when he deserves a lot better. And, Larry, this is no surprise. This defense has been horrific all year long, but, man, this feels like a new low in Pittsburgh right now, pal.
Yeah, they're playing real sloppy. I disagree a little with something you said. Wu deserves most of it, I think, because he's just getting tagged. The 2 of the plays really didn't play into the scoring. The Arozarena one is the one that could have halted the inning a little bit, but that would have only been the second out, and that was followed by 5 straight hits all over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So, the defense is a concern, and Wu just falling apart in that inning is also a concern. JP's learning a new position. You cut him a little bit of the slack. He had been playing pretty good, I thought, at third. I even, tweeted something about how he's killing it at third after he made a couple of nice plays in the homestand. But now he's had 2 throwing errors in back-to-back games. So there's going to be growing pains there.
So it's your fault with JP the last 2 days.
It is my fault. I jinxed him.
Yeah. Stop complimenting everybody, Larry.
So what do we do when we get Brendan Donovan back? I mean, is it as simple as putting him at third and maybe having Randy go to DH and getting Canzone and Raley in the corners against right-handers? What do you do to make this defense at least so it's palatable? It's never going to be good until you get rid of 3 or 4 guys, but at least where it's not going to cost you games down the stretch.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm ready to just dump JP at third base. I think, and Donovan wasn't great at third base either, to be honest. I think he's a better outfielder, so maybe you put him in left and have a Rosarena be the DH. But that takes either Rayleigh or Canzone's bat out of the lineup. I don't know if there is a solution. These are the players that you have,
right?
Unless you make a trade deadline trade for a glove man for the outfield. Other than that, I think you just got to rely on the guys you have. And so I think it's probably going to continue to be a problem.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I think they are what they are at this point because let's face it, for an offense that has been struggling at times to begin with, you need Randy's bat, you need JP's bat, right? And you need Naylor's bat. But all of them are subpar defensively, and only one of them can DH. So should we as Mariner fans just accept, Larry, for the rest of this year that we are going to be on pins and needles with this defense?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to. I mean, Naylor has not been a liability in the past, so you hope that maybe he can figure out whatever. He's got kind of the throwing yips now, which is unusual to see. He threw a couple away earlier this season, and you could just see him now kind of guiding the ball when he has a throw to make. He had a play at the plate the other day that should have been a double play. I thought it should, hard grounder with the bases loaded, you throw home and throw back to first, but he took so much effort to make sure that his throw was good that there was no time to make the return throw to first, and that ended up costing him a game. I can't remember which game it was because the other team went and rallied after that. I think it was Baltimore. But and you figure JP, there's going to be a learning curve for him, and he may get better, but he was having throwing issues at shortstop, and we all wondered how it would be at third base, a different throw, maybe in some cases a longer throw. So, that's something you have to keep your eye on as well. So I'm afraid, Softy, that is what it's going to be the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Larry, on the pitching side of things, we've got too many starters. We've got one too many right now. By the beginning of next year, we'll probably have 3 too many if you think Ryan Sloan and Cade Anderson are both going to be ready to enter the starting rotation. So when do you trade one of them? Do you trade one of them in the next month, or do you trade one of them in the offseason?
Well, you certainly, maybe you trade both, but I think I would think that they would be examining trades for Luis Castillo at the trade deadline. He's the most expendable of the 6 that they currently have. You need him to pitch well in the next month, so the teams want him. You'll probably have to eat some of his contract, but I think they may be willing to do that, depending on the caliber of player that you can get back. You have the makings for kind of a blockbuster trade in the offseason. If you count on Sloan and Anderson being in your rotation next year, you still have an excess, so you can make a pretty big trade for the right offensive person, I think, in the offseason. But there's going to be trades made involving the starting pitching, because you have 8 if you count the 2 young ones, and then Logan Evans at some point will be back. He's coming off Tommy John. He looked pretty promising as well.
Right.
So that's 9. You got you have the makings of a trade at the trade deadline and a trade in the offseason.
Larry, are the Mariners? Dick and I were just talking off the air about this. Are the Mariners being saved, you think, from a lot of criticism right now because of the division that they play in? Honestly, if they were 5-6 games back right now at 2 games over 500 with this piggyback thing, their defense, players throwing fits because they're not being talked to on the right, way about this whole plan. I mean, are they honestly getting saved from a lot of criticism because they play in the West?
Yeah, well, I mean, even if they didn't play in the West, they'd probably be a wild card team, even if they weren't leading their division, because there's nobody in the entire American League.
Right.
You're a wild card team with an under 500 record, even as we talk right now. So I think the entire league is saving them from that.
Yeah. Correct.
But it's just, we all keep waiting for them to just take off. You look at you look at the lineup and the pitching staff, and you just wonder why this team is sitting where it is. And I still think that they're gonna have a run. And but when is it going to start? This is the first game today where you look at the lineup, and they finally, other than Donovan, this is the team. They have the team. Canzone's back, Rosarena's back, Cal's back, and they're not really doing anything. But I think your premise is a valid one. It has masked some of their flaws, although if you look at Twitter and comments and such, fans still a lot of fans are still pretty angry at the way the team is playing, even if they are in first place.
Well, if this was another sport, and you have a sloppy, underachieving team. If this is a football team, it's on the coach. If it's a basketball team, it's on the coach. If it's a soccer team, it's on the coach. Why isn't it on the coach when it's baseball? Because they don't matter that much? Because I just don't feel the heat on Dan Wilson as much as I would if it was a football coach, for example, with a talented team.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of it is because the season that they're coming off of, he took them almost to the World Series. I think that bought him a little bit of grace. But, I mean, I'm hearing increasing amount of criticism of Dan. And ultimately, if this doesn't pick up, it will fall on Dan. I think in baseball, you just, if the pitching's bad or defense falters, you just wonder what the manager can do. I mean, It's kind of out of his hands. There's not as much strategy as like a football coach drawing up plays or a basketball coach drawing up plays. A baseball manager is more of managing personalities, I think, and I think Dan does a pretty good job of that. But if he doesn't get the guys to play, then it's going to fall on him.
Well, I mean, we just got done talking about it that, look, Larry Stone's with us, courtesy of the Ram, that, Jerry DiPoto has done a lot of great things with this roster, but this roster is still going to be flawed because you've got to have these bats in the lineup, but the price you'll pay for the bats is terrible defense, right? I mean, at any given time, you're going to have maybe 2 or 3 guys out there whose bats you desperately need, but do nothing for you defensively. And I don't think that's on Dan at all. That's on Jerry and the way he's built this roster. But Larry Stone's with us on the radio show. And, the reason why I bring up the whole are they saving themselves from criticism is because I can imagine fans being a lot more upset with things like this piggyback deal. Like, for example, Larry, and you've covered the game a long time, how many teams in baseball do you think would have a reigning American League Player of the Week, a franchise that has won every game this guy has started for a month and a half, and his reward Saturday in Cleveland is that he's going to have to share a start with Emerson Hancock? I mean, that just sounds like Mickey Mouse stuff. Who does that?
Yeah. Well, like I said last week, people say it's a good problem to have, but it's still a problem. And they're still figuring out how to handle this embarrassment of riches that they have of 6 competent starting pitchers. I mean, we knew this was coming. They told us that everyone was going to get a turn, and it's Logan's turn. But I think we saw with Bryce Miller the problem with this plan, and which I've felt all along, is that it punishes you for being good. And that happened to Bryce Miller. He's sailing along, and he had to come out of the game with a low pitch count. And, they were doing nothing against him. And by all rights, he should have been allowed to keep going, but they threw it to Luis, who gave up a bunch of runs, and they ended up losing the game. I would hope that if Gilbert is pitching one of his gems, that they let him go, but I don't know if they will, and that's a problem with this plan, no question.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, that's the point that me and Dick have made. It's the point you've made that have the piggyback plan, but be flexible, right? Be willing to pivot. And my buddy Chris Egan over at King 5 said it perfectly Monday. They need a piggyback audible. And it doesn't seem like they're willing to be able to call an audible or pivot from the piggyback. It's almost a prearranged thing that they've grown in this lab, and they have to use it. Do you think that they've gotten to a point now? Do you think the Bryce Miller, Luis Castillo start the other day against Boston will maybe force them to be a little more flexible with it if, like you said, Logan's kicking ass on Saturday?
I would hope so. You've just got to tell Hancock, who I believe is the guy who's going to be piggybacking with him, that, hey, I know you're only going to get 2 innings today, but we'll pick it up later. And that's just the way it's going to be today because Logan's pitching so well. I mean, that's the way they should do it. I agree with you. I think since they're only giving these guys one piggyback in a long stretch, it's not going to hurt the development or the momentum or anything of Logan or of Hancock if he doesn't pitch a full stint in one game. So I think you've got to ride the hot hand. I hope they've learned that lesson from the past.
So, Larry, which is the stronger feeling for you? Everything's going to correct themselves when they get healthy and Cal stops hitting 168 and the defense is just as below average instead of abysmal? Or is there just a fundamental problem with this baseball team that it's going to linger into October and they're going to be a very early exit?
I still lean towards more on the optimistic side. Maybe that's just my personality, but I just look at the roster. It's the same guys that you and Softy and me all thought was going to be a World Series contender, was, going to win 90 plus games. Same guys. You still have as problematic as the piggyback is, it's 6 good starting pitchers, and most teams would kill for that. And that's, in the dog days of the summer when you could throw a good starting pitcher out there every day, in the long run, I think that will separate you. And, at some point you're going to unleash Cade Anderson and maybe even Sloan and maybe pick up a couple of good relievers at the trade deadline. I still think that if they could get into the postseason, and I think they will because the division's not that strong, I still think they're going to be a dangerous team and could do some damage. I mean, even the 100-win teams are no guarantee to get out of the first round. That's just baseball. You never know if your starter is going to be good on that at that given time, but I still think they have a shot to go a decent amount to do some damage in the postseason.
You just mentioned there, I want to follow up that you mentioned a bullpen piece. We were just talking earlier in the show about, if you have Castillo in the bullpen in October and Cade Anderson in the bullpen in October and Ryan Sloan in the bullpen in October, do we even need a bullpen piece?
I think maybe you need it more for the stretch drive of the regular season than when you reduce the starting rotation, right. you might have even more than that.
Yeah, Dave mentioned Hancock. You can have Hancock in the bullpen too.
Exactly. A Hancock in the first round, you probably only need 3 starters. So you could have a Kirby or somebody like that in there as well. So, maybe just one leverage arm to help you get through August until you call up Cade Anderson. But I'm just wondering, how much longer do you leave Cade Anderson down there? He's just too good for that league. He's just absolutely dominating it. Why, as good as he is, it's almost time to me to put that to work in the major league level. I don't think he has anything left to prove in Double-A.
Okay, so let's go there, Larry, before you go. Larry Stone with us. We talked about this as well today. Cade Anderson is 7-0 with a .649 whip, 90 Ks, 8 walks in 61 innings, and ERA barely over 1. He is slaughtering Double-A. So there's 2 options. Bring him up here and do what with him? Whose spot in the rotation does he take, or does he go into the bullpen? And then B, do you feel comfortable going right from Double-A, or do you feel like, hey, maybe just for a change of scenery to mix it up for him a little bit, a new challenge, do they put him in Tacoma, or does he make the jump right from Arkansas? What do you think?
Well, I don't think you bring him up and put him in the rotation just because you already have the 6 starters. Right. I don't know how you would find a place for him. And I heard Jerry DiPoto interviewed saying he doesn't want to put him in the bullpen right now because for next year, they want to build his base of innings so that, if he pitches 120 innings this year, the next year they could, bump him up to 150, 175. And if he's in the bullpen, it's going to reduce what he pitches this year. If you put him in now, you could do it in September. So I like the idea of at least bumping him up to Tacoma. I know the argument against that, the PCL ballparks, all the bandboxes in the PCL, the light air in Colorado Springs and other places can mess with a pitcher's confidence if he gets racked up. But I think he needs a bigger challenge than Double-A. I think he's done all he can do there. So I think you bring him up. I would bring him up to Tacoma until you're ready to bring him up to the major league roster.
Got it. Larry, great stuff. And we'll see what the Mariners defense looks like at this time in a week from now. We'll check in. Not hoping for much of a change, but we'll see. Larry, you're the best. Great stuff, and we'll talk in a week,
Larry.
man.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Larry Stone with us on the radio program. We'll get a break. World Cup with Wax and Welts. Latest on a busy, busy day for the World Cup. What's the next move for the Americans? Oh, man, we got plenty of news to get to at 5:45 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
So I had a moment this morning where I had a I'm not going to be mad today moment when I was sitting in the car waiting for a train to go by, which irritates the hell out of me, by the way.
Where was that?
It was going through Kent on the way to the golf club this morning. Yeah. So I had you know what? I'm not going to get mad today because I had just read the text that you sent, Jackson, about our friend David Sampson. You guys heard about that, obviously. Yeah. So David is on with us every now and then, former president of the Miami Marlins. Comes on with us a lot on this radio show. And I actually had texted Dave last week, I think it was, and asked about him coming on to talk about the new baseball proposal that talked about high school kids not being in the draft and all that. And so I texted Dave last Thursday, and he wrote back and said, sorry, I'm with my daughter. Rain check, please. And then followed up and said, by the way, she is sick. Otherwise, I'd love to join you. To which I'm thinking to myself, all right, she's got the flu or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Sorry to hear. Let's hook up later. Best to your daughter. Well, then we find out today that his 28-year-old daughter, Kyra, has died of a brain tumor. I mean, unbelievable, right? Like, you can't even put the two and two together, right? I mean, you know, one day you're talking to a guy about his daughter not feeling well, and then you find out later that she's had brain cancer and that she's dead at the age of 28 years old. So that was number one for me on the I'm not going to get mad today about stupid stuff like having to wait for a train, by the way, on the way to a golf course. And then I read about Matt Miller. You guys read about this? Matt Miller, the ESPN draft analyst, apparently last week was in a car accident in Missouri where somehow, some way he crosses the center line, gets hit by a semi-truck, gets airlifted to a hospital, but they cut off his left arm. And so he announces that today on social media. So
real world
I had two doses, guys, of stories that I saw before I even really woke up today that really gave me a lot of perspective. And I hope I can feel that way again tomorrow about not getting pissed off about trivial stuff like the Mariners defense being terrible, by the way. But you hear stories like that. And I know, Jackson, that you've been affected by cancer, as have I. I think all of us by now know somebody who at least knows somebody who's been impacted by cancer. My dad died of lymphoma in the brain, as you guys know. But this story about David is just unbelievable. I mean, I can't even imagine what this guy's going through. 9-month fight with brain cancer, finally succumbed. I think it was it yesterday that she passed away. Beautiful girl, 28 years old. So just wanted to give Dave a shout out, man, and just say that we're thinking about him and his entire family, because that was a rough story, man, to wake up to this morning.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I mean, indiscriminate brain cancer is. I mean, does not discriminate age, sex, whatever, how lifestyle, how you've lived your life. It can attack anybody. It's just horrible.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Well, again, we hope he can find a way to find some peace. We'll have him on the air with us at some point, right? But I think we're going to give him some time, obviously, and leave him alone for a while. So Dave's just a great dude, man, one of the best. And obviously you've heard him and seen him on the Dan Le Batard show a ton. Really good guy, great guy on the air, all that. But he will be missed for sure as he deals with the grieving process for his daughter who passed away yesterday at the age of 28. All right, so we got that going on. The Adam Silver stuff we obviously addressed already. The Kate Anderson thing to me, guys, is really interesting. Right, because we're talking to Larry about it, and one of the reasons why, and he mentioned this on his show, on his last segment, Dick, one of the reasons why teams don't want to bring up pitchers to the Pacific Coast League is because of the ballparks, right? That they're a little bit smaller sometimes. They kind of look more like major league parks. They're built like major league parks. You got a ballpark in Denver, Colorado Springs, which you could keep him out of, by the way. You don't need to pitch him down there if the Rainiers are throwing. But his point that he made, and he's exactly right. I mean, at some point, you're going to have to call the guy up. At some point, he's going to be ready for major league action. And the question is, do you want to wait until there's a spot in the rotation, or do you want to bring this guy up and just let him face major league pitching out of the bullpen? I'm really curious, Dick, how they play this.
Yeah, I think if you can't touch his pitches, then it doesn't matter what park you play in, right? And, like, nobody's touching him. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're going to be playing on a Little League park and if nobody's touching him. But, yeah, to your point, I bring him in potentially for a spot start at the end of the year just to kind of see when you go to the 40-man roster, and then I stick him on the playoff roster instantaneously, and I use him as a left-hander in the bullpen supplementing Spire and Ferrer.
So when you say spot start, what if you're in a battle for the West title?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on where you are, right? I don't think we're going to be in a battle for the West title.
So you're willing to be flexible is what you're saying.
Yes, I am, Dave.
That?
Isn't that, I would not be hired by the Seattle Mariners.
Right.
Because I'm willing to be flexible.
Here's the plan. We want to give Kate Anderson a chance to start a game if we can in September, but if we're in the middle of a race for a playoff spot, we're probably not going to do that.
I'm not pre-programming my Kate Anderson outings like they are the piggyback.
Well, and that's why I brought that up, right, Jackson, with Larry, is that how much criticism is this team being shielded from? Because, and Larry mentioned the entire league, I just mentioned the West. You're 2 games over, you're in first place, right? Like, after 80 games, the leader in a division should not be 2 games over 500. The leader in any one division in baseball should be 7 or 8 games over 500, and the Mariners should be 4 or 5 games out right now. If they're 4 or 5 games out of first place right now, how much vitriol, how much crap, and they're taking some already, by the way, but how much are they shielded from because they play in the West and they play in a league that's got 2 teams with positive run differential?
Yeah, a lot, obviously a lot. And I think it relates to, the bigger conversation about how the Mariners really operate. And we honestly, let's just take the Seahawks. And I think this is a larger topic, but I think it's an important one. Look at the way that both teams speak and just listen to their fan bases, I think.
Right.
You have a Seahawks team that over the last 2 years has very much listened to the fans and said, okay, we understand and you are saying it and we know we need offensive line help. Let's go draft Gray Zabel. And they've really done a lot of things. You look even back to getting rid of those couple of linebackers like Dodson that everybody knew.
Yeah, wow, he's terrible.
Everybody on Twitter, this is terrible. Get rid of the guy.
And they do it in the middle of the year.
And they do. And look, it turns into Ernest Jones. It turns into a Super Bowl championship. And they really kind of speak openly and honestly and take very much what people are saying where they don't treat fans like they're dumb. Meanwhile, you have the Seattle Mariners, who it just feels like throughout a lot of the last decade, it's you guys don't know what you're talking about. We know what we're doing. We're smarter than you. And you can reference a lot of comments. We're doing the fan base a favor, 54%, and it goes on, right? And this kind of continues on that, where everybody is saying, don't you see this is dumb? Don't you see that it immediately led to a loss last Friday night? The piggybacking. Don't you see XYZ? And it's the bullheadedness of so many in the organization to just say, no, you all don't know what you're talking about. We know better. Well, guess what? The Seahawks won a championship and you haven't.
I think your part about how the team addresses the fan base is very valid. I don't think the Seahawks made those moves because the fan base wanted them to, because they knew it was the right thing to do.
Right.
But again, when they address the fans, you almost make the fans feel like you want them invested in this whole thing. And I sometimes feel like the Mariners don't act like that. I will say this. I think Jerry's done a better job, honestly. Whatever PR work they've done with him in the last maybe couple of months or so. Like, we got a whole sound bar here with quotes from Jerry Dipoto. We haven't added this, anything to this in a long time.
We have a good offensive team.
Right? I mean, we just haven't done that, right? So I think Jerry's done better. Yeah. I think Jerry has done a lot of really good things here in the 10-plus years he's been in Seattle. Finding positional role players, situational hitters, has not been one of them. And at times, as PR savvy with the media, at times has also been a little bit of a weak link in his game. I think he's improving in the latter. No question about it. But I also do think that there are some ideas that are getting kicked around down there where you've got to be able to tell yourself, if you're Jerry and Justin, hey, man, if this doesn't work, we're going to get crushed by people, because nobody takes their best pitcher who's on a heater right now and literally tells him, we are limiting what you are allowed to do on Saturday because everybody in this rotation needs a chance to throw. And if that doesn't work, you're going to get laughed at. So I hope it does work, man. I really do.
But to Jackson's point, Jerry DiPoto follows a plan, and he follows it all the way through without bending.
Yes.
And the piggyback is one of them. The not getting – we're not going to get anybody in between the seasons that'll help us. We're only going to do it at the deadline. We're only going to add when we see that we're good, that we're not going to adjust – and in the middle or in the end of the season. And that's what really bothers me is he's got this plan and he's going to stick with it even if it's not working. The whole plan to platoon a left fielder or a right fielder every single freaking year.
Yeah.
Well, we got a guy that can hit righties, but we don't have a guy that hit lefties. So let's go get some crap from the Yankees or some crap from the Giants or some. It's a new crap every year.
Yeah.
That plan doesn't work. How about just go get a real outfielder that you can put in there every single game that you can get you an 800 OPS?
Well, part of it's money. Part of it's the ownership. I mean, why do you think Teoscar Hernandez left Seattle? Right? I mean, guys, come on. I mean, they had chances to put a legitimate everyday guy out there in right field, and they chose to go out and get who's the dude that we had that got hit in the nuts again? What's his name? I'm sorry. Haniger, right? And that didn't work out. So some of this is financially driven. Ref Snyder is here still because of his contract. Luis Castillo is here still because of his contract. And that's where the criticism of the ownership group comes into play. Are you really doing everything that you can to field the best team possible today? And when you keep guys on the roster just because of money that you owe them already, it's hard for fans to have that take. We're going to break. World Cup with Waxon. Big day in the World Cup. Big day for the Americans. Do we have an opponent now set for July 1st in Santa Clara? We'll talk about it coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. it sound multiple times. I got a table now at DukeSeafood.com. Lake Union, by the way, Ruston location, Green Lake as well. All phenomenal decks. Got a reservation now, DukeSeafood.com. All right, so it's time for World Cup with Wax and Felts. We're going to give Jackson the segment off to go have a potty break or whatever he does. Go have a smoke in the garage, by the way. Yeah. He's down there, doing all his unsavory things he likes to do. So in his place, we bring in Wax and Welts on the radio show to break down what happened today in the World Cup. And do we now have an opponent set for the Americans on July 1st in Santa Clara?
Very, very likely. And I won't bore you with the long-form details on all of the different qualification things. But basically, as it plays out, Bosnia and Herzegovina is the likely opponent that will face the United States men's national team July 1st, 5 p.m. in Santa Clara after their 3-1 win today.
Okay. Well, how much should we fear Bosnia and Herzegovina in that round of 32 game if that does come to fruition?
Not much. They got a 3-1 win today over Qatar, and I've told you a few times now, Qatar is one of the bottom 3 teams in this entire World Cup. They were miserable today. It's amazing they even got a goal, but that's only because of a horrendous defensive lapse by Bosnia at one point. They're fine. They're okay. But this is a team that is worse than Australia, much worse than Australia. It's a team that's much worse than Paraguay. It's a team that's much worse than Turkey, who the United States face tomorrow. And the United States have rolled. So I would not be doubting or worrying one bit that they get past Bosnia.
Another team that rolled today, Brazil, and people have kind of been doubting Brazil as far as a elite team in this World Cup. Are they getting it back together, or is just Scotland terrible?
They are getting it back together. Scotland's not terrible, and that's a group that is right now really rolling. Vinny Jr. is really, really good, and we're seeing it more and more. They did get a couple easier goals, and they probably could have had either 4 or 5 in that game, but I think it's a credit to everything coming around. Neymar didn't even touch the field until the second half. It was his debut in the World Cup because he's been injured. So it's a team that's well balanced, and they have the star power that can drive them. As we're seeing this World Cup, Dick, the star power is really driving a lot of these top teams. Brazil has it.
Well, Wax and Welts on the World Cup is with us. Let me go back to the U.S. thing for a second. I know Dick asked about Brazil. I want to ask you about Canada losing to Switzerland today as well. Very big disappointment, obviously, up north for our friends across the border. But the game with Turkey or Turkey tomorrow, the hell, man.
Turkey.
Do people know why they're doing that, by the way? So Turkey is rebranding the name of their country. They literally have filed for a name change with the United Nations because they don't want to be known as a turkey because of what it means, by the way, in American culture, right? So they are changing their name.
Wow.
So when the U.S. plays
Turkey
tomorrow, if they know going in who their opponent's going to be, should we know officially by tomorrow, by the way, at 7 o'clock, Jackson?
No.
Okay, so does that change at all the way they play this game tomorrow? Their strategy, what they show on the pitch tomorrow night, does any of that really matter, you think, for Pochettino and the Americans?
No, it doesn't at all. The only thing that matters, and Pochettino came out and said this today, is that they will not play anybody who's on a yellow card. He has 4 players who have yellow cards in the first couple matches.
Right. Explain to people why that is, by the way.
Because if you get 2 yellow cards in this, then you get suspended for the next game. So if one of your players was to get a second yellow in this game against Turkey, they would be suspended for that Bosnia game on July 1st. So we know that he's not going to play any of those guys. So that's the first thing. But the follow-up question is, all right, well, how will they play? They're going to go out and they're going to try to win because you don't want a train rolling down the tracks that just gets stuffed and stopped and then have to get re-rolling against Bosnia. You want to keep the train rolling. So, yes, he will partially rotate. You'll see Ricardo Pepi start. You'll probably see Aronson. God, maybe Christian Roldan, if he's healthy, he gets a few minutes, but you'll see a lot of, probably 4 or 5 backups come in and partially rotate the team, and they're going to go like hell to win the game because they want to get a full 9 points, and they want to show that they're a train that Bosnia can't stop.
So the other game in our group tomorrow is Paraguay-Australia. How important is that game?
Not really that much. The second place team will end up moving forward, and I view Australia and Paraguay kind of on the same plane. I'd be if we somehow, which is just unfathomable, end up playing them in the knockout round. Neither of them worry me.
No,
at
I mean,
all.
it's the loser out of that one. How important for them is it?
No, the third place team from Group D will likely have a spot. I mean, this goes back to the whole, I'm not even going to get into the ridiculousness of third place standings, but yeah, both teams right now are in those third place standings with 3 points.
Well, it's ridiculous to me that there is actually a World Cup game that is meaningless for either side, like there will be tomorrow in LA. I mean, that to me is just, I don't get how you get to that point if you're the World Cup, if you're FIFA, but whatever. But Canada, I think today, if I'm not mistaken, had a chance to clinch a round of 32 game in Canada. And they went out and lost to Switzerland 2-1. So Canada's moving on, is that right? They're just not going to host a game on Canadian soil.
All Canada needed was a draw. They just needed a draw. And they're playing in Vancouver, which is where the team is practicing. And they have, obviously, 99.9% of people at BC Place are Canadian fans. And they went out and they just... Canadians should honestly be embarrassed. Like they laid the egg of all eggs.
Wow.
They played terribly. They let